Hey guys, how's it going? Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure. I've got the headset on, but I'm not sure if it's working because I couldn't even hear any music. So let me know because I didn't even set up because I thought like, is there music or not? So if someone can let me know on the chat if there's any audio, that would be awesome. Retweet the space, reshare the space before I tell everybody to do that. Let me just make sure it's working. Okay, brilliant. I can hear. And guys, can you hear it? Like, is it clear? Does it sound like the headset's working, or does it sound like it's not with the headset? Let me know. Um, lots to. Well, actually, yeah, brilliant. Okay, lots to speak about. Lots to get through. Iran negotiations have broken down. Trump is not sending his negotiation team to Iran. And obviously, the reason he told Axios is because they are so far apart in the negotiations. I broke that down quite a bit. If you watch the video that I put out, um, it's clear in there. I broke it down the kind of what happened with the negotiations. So do check that out. But anyway, um, coming back to the conversation at hand. If you could do me a favor, that's it. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots to speak about and quite a lot to get through. So yeah, if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. I had a great interview yesterday with Stanley Cohen. That was pretty awesome. Great interview. Appreciate him calling it out how it is, on the ball, on the money. So check that out. That was an awesome interview. That's on the second channel, Moral Resistance. If someone in the chat can put the handle of the second channel in, I'll pin it. So if you can do that, that would be awesome. Um, and let's get into it. Let's get into the conversation. Just gonna send this out 1 second. Okay. Um, cool. Okay. Do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. By the way, tomorrow we got Professor Morandi coming on, so that's going to be great. Great interview with Professor Morandi coming on. Major escalation. Netanyahu just said that he's going to be more aggressive on his attacks against Hezbollah. IIGC Commander Ahmed Vahidi has said that they've approved a large scale contingency plan in case of a renewed conflict. In the first 24 hours, the plan allegedly includes the launch of up to 1,000 missiles and 3,000 drones. Okay, and I'm gonna just retweet the. Let me pin this. Okay, I'm retweeting everyone who quote tweets it. And yeah, I do think there's a good chance there will be war today or tomorrow. Douglas McGregor claims that he believes that there is. I've heard from a couple of my sources who've kind of been on the money up to now saying that they believe they're hearing this definitely happening and likely going to be this weekend or next weekend. So let's see what happens. But yeah, we're ready. We're ready to give you the news, ready to give you the information. Just want to welcome Hassan and Andrew onto the show as well. Um, And guys, yeah, retweet, reshare the space. I'm right now retweeting all of your core tweets, and then we're gonna get right into the news. So I am retweeting that. Retweet your quote tweet. And you can see they've completely destroyed the algorithm. And so we do require your retweets and your quote tweets for people to be aware that the space is live. And I really believe that they've done it intentionally. They make it look like it's for other reasons, but it's because the Iran war, the entire narrative shifted against the American regime about the Iran war. So what they did was they basically got on a call and told them to shut it down. They were like, Roive, shut it down. And that's what they did. They then shut it down. Okay, and the Discord is live. I'm seeing now. I didn't even have to promote that much. I don't get it. Everyone just got onto it. But we've got about 400-500 people on the Discord already. So that's nice community already within a day. We're going to build that over time. And that way, any platform we're having to be forced to move to will be able to continue to give you the news and the information. Because obviously, they control every media outlet. And so, we're going to have to shift and shift and shift. So glad so many people joined the Discord. I will put another tweet out, kind of giving the links for all the different channels to follow. But yeah, that's going to be awesome. So appreciate that. Let me get into the news. Let's give you all the news that we've gone through. If you want a detailed account of what happened with the Islamabad negotiations, like I said, there is a YouTube video on this YouTube channel that breaks it down in detail about all of the things that happened in the negotiations. But getting back into the news. Okay, US appears to be, as we said, increasing its military presence at Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE. Around 12 FA-18 fighter jets have been deployed alongside at least 7 aerial refuel tankers and C-17 cargo aircrafts. In addition to that, Imam Khomeini Airport resumed some international flights from Tehran. Turkey could join the demining operation in the Strait of Hormuz after a peace deal, says the foreign minister. Italy reject Trump's World Cup idea. They said qualification is earned on the field, not in politics. This is based on Trump's statement or claim that he would remove Iran from the World Cup and replace them with whom? Replace them with Italy. So that didn't go too great for them. A large number of US Air Force transport planes are on their way to the Middle East. The UAE has granted, or the UAE East Israel has granted the United States of America permission to station significant air forces in their territory. Iran allowed 2 oil tankers to cross the Strait of Hormuz. One was the Indian registered Ocean Jet, which is an OFAC sanctioned ship, and the other one, whose ownership is unknown, is the Lamuna Ocean. And then we mentioned that Abbas Araghchi was in Pakistan, had the negotiations, left. Trump was hoping that he would go, and when he found out that they're not going to be included in the negotiations, he basically, when he found out that they couldn't hoodwink Iran and get the US into the negotiations, he's basically said he's not going to go to the negotiations, which is hilarious to say the least. Meeting between Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi and Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif ended in Islamabad, like I said. Okay, this one was big. This was this. MBS confirmed that US bases were obliterated. There was significant damage to a number of US bases in the Middle East. But what also we found out was that some of the hits were by Iranian F-5 fighter jets, something that was not known, which means that the air defense in those bases were only able to lock on stop an F-5 fighter jet. an Iranian F-5 fighter jet. Hezbollah continues to wreak havoc in Lebanon, and I'm gonna start thinking daily Lebanon updates as well, because I feel like I did a collaboration with Rathbone yesterday. I'll put it out today, and it seemed like they didn't know what was happening in Lebanon. People thought like that's it, Hezbollah's just given up, but there's actually a lot of hits, a lot of things happening. Also, another oil depot was put on fire last night, and that was this time in Ukraine. The attacks on the oil and energy infrastructure throughout the world continue. The Israelis destroyed solar panels in a Christian village in Debil in Lebanon. This is their only way to get electricity, but obviously the Israelis don't care. They continue to bomb Lebanon as well. And then Trump made this statement about Pakistan. He said, I just cancelled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan to meet with Iranians. Too much time was wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards, they have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President Donald J. Trump. Trump also sent a message to a New York reporter who was in Islamabad to say, come home. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said, very fruitful visit to Pakistan, whose good offices and brotherly efforts to bring peace to our region we very much value, shared Iran's position concerning workable framework to permanently end the war in Iran, have yet to see if the US is truly serious about diplomacy. And then now Iran is in Oman. So Abbas Araghchi is now in Oman as part of his second leg in his 3-leg tour. Pakistan confirmed negotiations between the US and Iran have completely collapsed. Let me just see if there's any more news, because that was up until I did the video. And there may be some more news. Let me just check. Iranian diplomatic sources say there will be no further negotiations until the US remove the blockade of Iran. So they said there will be no more negotiations until then. And just the last bit, and then we'll get into the conversation. Al-Mayadeen confirmed that the Iranian team were unwilling and refused to sit with the American side before they lifted the blockade. And because they were not willing to do so, the negotiations completely broke down. Okay, and that's kind of largely a lot of the information. We're also seeing a mass attack on various places in Lebanon. So yeah, that's kind of the latest on that. Okay, guys, do me a favor, retweet the space, quote tweet the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Okay, I just want to welcome Andrew onto the space. Andrew, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts.
Good morning, dear Suleiman. Can you believe we're at day 57? We're coming up to 2 months into this. I don't know. It's happened so fast. It's shocking. We've been here day by day by God's grace. Yeah, going through carefully, listening to your updates, reposting, resharing. Folks, please do. I'm going in, I'm logging into the video, of course, the live stream. I'm getting logged into there and reposting that as well, trying to get that in there. The sharing these videos in your YouTube archives, I'm noticing that as you build up this library, Suleiman, it was a great call when you started the resistance, and you put that together, and also in your other streams going out, extending to the other social media platforms. Also, we have to look, you say we're the team, all of us are with you, behind you, and getting into Rumble. And also quickly on the note about going in to the getting back into the youth in there. There's Snapchat and other things, we can talk about that, but the word is getting out. Folks are getting the word. And in this moral resistance and in this psychological battle of this warfare, this now is critical more than ever, because I can see the fringes, the margins of folks getting back to me, and even feedback where before, even 3-4 months ago, I would get a tremendous amount of pushback. People wouldn't even talk to me. So it is working. Now, militarily speaking, the blockade, I just want to address that quickly from a military, specifically United States naval point of view. We will not and have not seen, I don't believe we will not see a true teeth put into this, where we actually would start literally causing kinetic force in that blockade, where our submarines could start hitting targets. That's not going to happen, because it'll still end up we'll end up losing more in the long run. Iran knows that, and to stop this blockade, that's got to happen. I believe it will happen. I still stand on a deal will be worked out, reached out, and if not, then we are at the very end time here. We are looking at Armageddon, and the zero-sum game that Hassan has talked about will be in play. I don't believe we're there yet, and so that's how a deal will be worked out. And but it's going to be kinetic. We will see, and I think Suleiman, the next 24 hours. We called it right the first time when we said we're imminent. I think it's going to happen. It'll be a massive aerial bombardment from I think it'll be like twice what we saw in the first round. But again, it'll come up to be nothing. Ultimately, Iran has planned for it. This is not surface targets. They're well underground. We've gone over that in detail. And I think we'll start seeing U.S. Air assets dropping out of the sky like flies. I think you're going to start dropping them hard, including because they got to come in closer to use the dumb bombs, and therefore they're going to have to come in. And I think we're going to start really getting U.S. air assets hit left and right, and it's going to get too painful. I believe there will be some limited land incursion. Where that'll happen, don't know. But again, that'll be disastrous. But I think Trump at this point is such a megalomaniac, out of control. I think we'll see more senior military officers resign and or being fired. We called that correctly. We thought we'd see more. We did. We saw the Secretary of Navy resign. And there, I believe, we don't hear about it by mainstream news, but I truly believe internally there is massive unrest and unsettled. I call it, we used to use the term in the Navy, there's dissent among the ranks. You can see, you can hear it, you can smell it, you can feel it whenever there is a massive amount of unrest, and that's either political unrest or dissatisfaction among the rank and file. I believe in the halls of the Pentagon. I worked there. I spent many hours and days doing briefings in there, and you can just sense the tension at times when we were going through some difficult times, but that's nothing compared to what we're facing now. So I think what's going to happen, we'll see more civil unrest happening, and I call it lawful dissent among the military when they resign and or are fired. And this is only going to be and catastrophic, because it'll start increasing, I believe, more and more. And I pray it happens. Any senior military officer that receives any direct command from the Commander-in-Chief Trump to do some insane move like I call it a suicide mission, I pray to God they refuse those orders and resign, like that great 4-star General Alvin Halsey did down at CENTCOM. And just say no. Just say no. If you have children and young adults that are military age, do everything you can, I believe, to bring them into service. I fully believe. I love my country, United States of America. We right now, being patriotic, no, we're following. We're on a runaway train with a madman. He has to be. Congress, do your job. You won't. Cabinet, do your job. for the 25th Amendment, but you won't. Therefore, the people need to just completely refuse to participate in this insanity, and participating in this. So I'll just get off here, Suleiman. Keep fighting, good fight. Love you dearly. God bless you, brother, and those that are in this fight, and keep fighting it.
Appreciate that. Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Want to go to Hassan. Hassan, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Suleiman. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, look, I said for a while that this was, there is no negotiations, and that's even more the case now. If you remember, I've said it multiple times, and we had many people objecting, saying that there's going to be a deal done, and we're now day 57. And even if there was a deal to be done, it's going to take a lot of time, and there's going to have to be some actual negotiations, not just rhetoric. So, the options now are basically escalation or maintain the status quo, which is to continue this blockade and continue to bleed the world economy. I heard, I think, yesterday that the last ship which departed before the start of this war has now arrived. I think it was in East Asia. So we're now at the situation now. I don't think the pain's been felt yet. People are just going on about normal, a bit like COVID, back in the day. And in about, I think, a month is when we'll start to see some real pain. I still think till now, everybody's been talking about it. There's been some impact here and there, but the real pain will probably start a month from now. And I don't think a deal will be struck in a month. This is definitely not the 12-day war like negotiated theatric war that people discussed. And the more this goes on, the more ludicrous and ridiculous that idea and theory becomes, because you see the situation where now Arakchi goes to Islamabad, not even interested in meeting the American officials. I think up till they've now exhausted this, the attempt to show the world that Iran is always looking for peace. Everyone knows that now, and everyone knows that Witkoff and Kushner do not speak on behalf of America. They speak directly on behalf of Netanyahu. So everyone knows that now. So there's no optics behind going to do a negotiation. Before it was like, look, we've got to give it a chance. We've got to give it a chance. It's like a doomed marriage that's been doomed for like 5 years, but they just want to show somebody somewhere that they're giving it a go, but it's dead in the water. And that's where we are now. That they've established that there is no hope in any kind of negotiation with the Trump regime, with the genocide regimes, and that the only way forwards is resistance, continued resistance. We see Lebanon, really sad to see what's happening to one of the most beautiful countries on earth, that is Lebanon, and some of the most beautiful people on earth as well. And they are, being genocided right now during a ceasefire, which doesn't really exist because both sides are now fighting, and so there is no hope here really, other than resistance till the end. And the resistance in Lebanon said that multiple times: we will go until the last man, till the last breath. And that is the only option now that's left when you're dealing with these people who want to dominate you, and don't understand anything other than the language of force, really. So yeah, that's where we're at. There is no peace talks, there's no negotiation, there's no deal, and the only option is maintain the status quo or war, which war is most likely. And I said it will probably not come immediately. My gut feeling, I could be wrong, it might happen tomorrow. But my gut feeling is it'll take a bit more time.
Or you think it's going to be a while longer before the war restarts?
Yeah, so look, my theory is this, right? They want to go for a huge shock and awe. I think that's not really a theory. I think it's pretty much agreed upon. And to do that huge shock and awe, you really have to prepare meticulously for it. I don't think it's like they've been doing this for a couple of weeks now. I just feel that it's too soon for them to be doing it. But I could be wrong. Again, they could be doing it tomorrow. They could be doing it in a few days. But my suspicion is that when they brought all the forces over, it takes some time to do the planning, to do the to get everything in place, to do this for shock, a big shock and all. So I just suspect it might be another week or two, but it could be any time, really.
Just real quick, Suleiman, could I address that last point Hassan made?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. What is your thought from a military perspective?
Yeah,
Do you think?
Hassan. There's one thing you bring up a valid point. It takes a tremendous amount of planning, and I see Cyrus could add on that. But here's the point: the battle plans, they call them order of battle. They have volumes already prepared on the exact precise plan. That is, every platform in the United States Navy has a battle plan. Surface combatants, the United States Air Force, their bombing, their fighter craft, their tanker replenishment, everything is all dialed into battle plans, plural, orders of battle. The question now is which one is going to be used. So the planning has already been done and redone and planned and planned and planned and planned and practiced and exercised and practiced. That's not the problem. The problem is when to pull the trigger. I think we have enough evidence that it's already been staged in place for that shock and awe. They're not planning anymore. That's done. It's now the execution phase. But that's from my own observation and knowledge. I'll just put it there.
But Andrew, do you think, question to you, because you're on the military side, do you not think that once they did the first war, they didn't expect it to go as planned? So I feel like my understanding or my assessment of the situation is that they're improvising right now. They're not actually, up till, for the last few weeks, it's been improvisation. So when they did the pause, they had to replan. So I'm going to finish what I'm asking the question, and then please do come back.
Yeah.
So that when they stopped the war, they had to start a new plan, re-strategize, come up with planning things again and coordinating. And I just feel like the scale of operation it will take long because it's not like a plan that they already had from before. But I could be wrong. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you're wrong on that. Just correcting you. No, they've already have. I use have had past tense plans on top of plans that have been detailed out in excruciating detail. The plans are already there. It's opening that plan and giving that order of battle in the execution phase. Of course, there was revisions. There's, what about that? But no, the plans have already been well written and established.
But Andrew, like that the plans would have been based on like them knowing that they were going to fail in the first one, and then this scenario is going to come about, or there were unexpected consequences. What I'm saying to you is that the unexpected consequences from the start of the war, then the strategy would have to be changed and adapted, and they would have to think, bring it, with different types of munitions. They'd have to, change their manufacturing strategy, etc. Has nothing changed, or they got this scenario already been planned for? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, no scenario has been planned out perfectly. There are adjustments, but we're really talking about the same thing. There's an overall plans already in place. There are adjustments being made, but that's easily done in a matter of hours. I won't take the time to go through it, but we're not looking at a massive rewrite here. Does that make sense?
May I add to that?
Yeah, Cyrus. Yeah, sorry.
Suleiman, may I add to that before we pivot?
Yeah.
So essentially, this is a very classic example of the limits of our awesome military power, right? I mean, all the stuff we've talked about for many days. This is the limits of it. We have primary targets, secondary targets, tertiary targets. What Andrew spoke on is that all of these have been war gamed. All of the key targets have been identified with satellites, with different forms of ISR, now with other types of air assets. I mean, we have a very granular picture of what's on the surface. And we've eroded that rapidly. You talk about shock and awe, and it's a very good term to use because that happens to be America's favorite response. More firepower, more firepower. I think we finally learned there is a limit to it. What are they going? They're going to hit some more bridges. They're going to hit some factories, cause mass hardship for the people. They know that won't make a strategic change in the equation. In fact, it would be a detractor because then Iran will hit the opposing side on Qatar and Dubai the similar things that the U.S. hits tit for tat, as they demonstrated with the Qatari gas fields. So so for those reasons, and going all the way back to Vietnam, we did Operation Linebacker 2 with B-52s, straight up carpet bombed. Massive. I mean, there doesn't get more shocking out than that. Straight up B-52 formations, carpet bombing. Look into it. It's called Operation Linebacker 2. And we took some hits too on those. So firepower is not the answer. There's no doubt America has just overwhelming, unbelievable, undeniable firepower. We could talk about it for days. It's not going to do shit. I'm telling you, and we know this. All of our tacticians know this. All of our strategists know this. And I'm glad Andrew's giving me the 100%. He's really the man here. I don't know if you guys know the level of expertise he brings. He really is the real deal. So I'm happy to hear him give me the thumbs up on it. So that's the reality, right? We've reached the limits of our exquisite military technological advantage that we have. And Iran has recently, I don't know if you guys watched, Suleiman, I believe, has reposted some of the videos, the recent videos the Iranians have taken from their missile cities, like brand new videos. These things are intact, massive facilities underground. They're churning. They actually showed a production line of these huge heavy missiles. So all this stuff that I kind of believed it, but I thought there would be some embellishment. There's no embellishment there. So I'm like, dang, I was like, they're not even doing zero propaganda. They're really going full speed, full steam ahead. The Iranians are rocking and rolling in the area they're masters at, which is this missile force, and to dominate over the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz. And that's that. They dominate in one area, and that area happens to hold the global economy by the jugular. That's what it boils down to. It's not that Iran is going to roll over America and all these other countries and all this stuff. Look, Russia can't even roll over eastern Ukraine with all its might. Russia's a real superpower, right? So ground warfare is hard. The warfare is tough, especially when you have a motivated adversary. So Iran is dominating in that sphere, and the world is on the brink, guys. Like, keep on Monday when the market opens, keep your eyes on the VIX, the volatility index, and also in the oil volatility. As we approach mid-May, you will see the markets will start to be very sensitive. If there's no resolution in sight, they're gonna start dipping hard. And and I think Trump is going to make some off ramp, not a deal, not a grand deal, but some off ramp where the blockade is lifted, and oil will flow, and it will be some kind of quasi deal. Call it. It's not going to be it's not going to be either or. And I don't think we're going to go back to hostilities. I really, that's my position, and I'm firm on it. That America has exhausted it, and if we do, it will be a show of force, a 5-day fireworks show, and then done for it, so he can do a victory parade. But I don't think he needs that. I don't think Trump needs that. So I think the hostilities are truly over, and the markets have priced that in. The markets have made up all the losses they had. They made it up in 10 trading days, 9 trading days. And so that means it's priced in that there's not going to be any more conflict, and the Strait of Hormuz will reopen. And all the energy analysts I've talked to, they've only priced it in till first week of May, maybe second week of May. So that all that confidence is only baked in 2-3 weeks. That's it. So keep your eyes on the prize, and on that Strait of Hormuz, and whether it's going to open. And if they don't open it up by second week of May, you're going to see the real effects of the economy. Then you're going to really see what all the hype is about. That the Asian markets are going to get affected. You're going to watch on CNN, Fox News, rolling blackouts in Philippines, Thailand, and South Korea. You're going to see real calamity here cooking up pretty soon. I'll land it there.
Yeah, just some more breaking news, quite a lot. Trump has made a few statements. Let me just quickly give you those. Where's it gone? Here we go. He said, Trump says he cancelled Witkoff and Kushner's trip for Iran talks because there's too much travel and no need to meet with people we've never heard of. His reason in the US has all the cards and doesn't need to chase anyone. Also, he said, Trump, I'll deal with whoever runs the show. There is tremendous infighting. I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders, so the negotiations are still ongoing. Trump says, so he said they're fighting not to be the leaders. That's hilarious, bro. Trump says, enough traveling. Iran can always call. There's no reason to wait 2 days, have people travel for 17 hours when they want. then they can call. We have all the cards. We won everything. Apparently, Trump's Iran. He says Iran gave us a paper that should have been better. Immediately, when I cancelled it, within 10 minutes, we got a new paper that was much better. That's hilarious. We're not going to be traveling 15 to 16 hours to have a meeting with people nobody has ever heard of. So he's claiming no one's heard of Arakchi. And then he says, will you continue the ceasefire? He says, I haven't even thought about it. The ceasefire that's been extended twice, brokered by Pakistan, covering Lebanon and Iran simultaneously. And he's saying he hasn't thought about it. So that's the latest news on that. Okay. Hassan, did you finish the point you were making?
Yeah, I'm done.
Cool. Let's go to Public. Public, thanks for joining us. Any thoughts?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm just with you guys on this. I really hope that hostilities
Your mic's a bit low.
Oh, really? Let me
Yeah.
just change out earpieces. I'll be right back.
No worries. Okay, let's go to D-Rock.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, great space, guys. Definitely covered the Lebanon thing. I was kind of surprised that Rathbone was not up to date on that. But for Andrew, I'm gonna help him out a bit. I'm E5 in the Marines, so I didn't get that far as a sergeant. But a lot of civilians forget that deploying
D-Rock,
is not like.
I want to hear what you got to say as well, but you got a lot of background noise. Like a watery sound. I don't know if you're in the toilet or something.
Yeah, let me drop him back in.
Yeah, okay. He was in the toilet. Okay. Public, did you got your mic sorted? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I just have to just take my Bluetooth off.
Still not sorted.
Sorry,
Okay.
I just got a call.
No, that's even worse, bro. This is a problem. My man's Obama phone's just not working up to standards. Okay, Cyrus, a question for you. And the question is this. We've seen the negotiations break down. You think they're going to come back to the table? And how soon do they need to come back to the table? I mean, I think you mentioned that you believe that they only had a few days till the energy crisis just becomes unmanageable.
Exactly. And I wouldn't say they've broken down. If you recall, right when they called the initial ceasefire, when they had those rush negotiations that everyone was very skeptical of, I kind of predicted. I was like, we're going to have at least 2 rounds, and in a lot of in between, there's going to be a lot of intermediary work done by the Omanis and the Pakistanis. And right now, you see it. The Iranians went to Pakistan and independently, and Trump, saw the opportunity, quickly sent Witkoff and Kushner, obviously not to directly meet the Iranians. The Iranians snubbed them, which is a big indicator of, who feels like who holds the bigger hand in the cards. So the Iranians are playing hardball. You guys had indicated a few nights ago that perhaps Iran came in, conceding too much. I really don't think that's the case. I think Iranians are having equally as a maximalist position, if not more, than the Americans. The Americans' final position will be shown when the stock markets begin to tank. Mark that May 15th date, and Trump will push it to the edge. I promise you, he will not make a move until it's really bubbling under, and he's going to be feeling the heat. He's looking for that off ramp, but he's going to have a hard time saving face. That's the big issue. So I don't think the negotiations have broken down. I think that May 15th deadline is there. And there is a small chance of a deal. I just don't give it a high likelihood, but there's a very high likelihood of a frozen conflict where, Iran will exert their influence and their power over the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls, either directly or as some grand deal that the GCC will concede, which I think it will be the latter, because it will be so embarrassing, the humiliation ritual of paying the toll, going through, because it's not just paying the toll. They got to go, who is it going to? Where's the, like, they go through a lot. They get boarded, and they're already doing it. And they've closed off the main channels in the Persian Gulf, which is in that center route, the international waters. Now all of the traffic is traffic through Iranian waters, Iranian territorial waters. So they're already implementing the regime, right? That's why Trump got upset and did his blockade just so we don't come up short, and so we have an answer to that, which it does. It's a doubly thing. It's like it's hurting us and helping us in the sense that we don't look super weak, but it really doesn't achieve anything of substance. It's really hurting us in a fundamental way. And the real deadline is coming up in a couple weeks. So I think the negotiations haven't broken down. I wouldn't use those terms, but they are definitely very guarded and cautious, the Iranians. And the U.S. has to make the big overture. The ball is truly in the U.S.'s side, because Iran has already shown in previous negotiations through the JCPOA, through the last ones in Zurich, that they are willing to compromise a lot on both enrichment. They're willing to stop it completely for 5 years. That'll give a buffer, and then after that, it's going to be no more than, I believe, 3.5%. Although I think 5% is the important threshold. So they're willing, and also they're willing to give up their 460 kg in a way that makes sense. They want full sanctions relief, right? So the U.S. has too much pressure from the Israel lobby to make that happen. Although Trump can lift the primary sanctions with a swoop of a pen, with a signature, I just think he's too caught up in that whole gang of the Zionists, or whoever, whatever you want to call them. So I hope to see it resolve. Because if somehow it pushes past the precipice, it's hard to reel back. That's how the economy works. Once you pass a certain point, especially in the energy markets, it's a very big grinding wheel. It's like it's not easy to restart and spool up. Once that thing stops churning, it's hard to get the economy, the global economy, back on track. So we're really approaching the precipice. I just want everyone to really underscore that, to know that this is a unique situation we've never been in our lifetimes. We're really reaching a very critical edge, and that's not an embellishment or exaggeration. A lot of people voice that are much smarter than me.
Thanks for that, Cyrus. Hassan, question to you. Again, same question, really. From Iran's perspective, actually, let me ask Cyrus this question, and I'll come to you, Hassan. Cyrus, what's the situation? Well, some people claim that one of the issues that Iran may have is the storage of the oil. Now, this is what some people are claiming. I was reading into this. I don't think this is as a bigger issue as possible. They have other routes to try and get this oil out. And I am going to go speak to Pepe Escobar on Monday. We've got Pepe coming on Monday, and this is one of his expertise. He is going to explain all of this to us and the different trade routes and why this may or may not be an issue. But what's your thoughts on it?
Were you asking me, Suleiman? I want to be clear.
Yeah.
Yep. So Iran, actually, to the embarrassment of the United States, they have used this alternative trade route, which goes to show the depth of their relationship with both Pakistan and India, because both Pakistan and India have very deep ties with the United States, especially Pakistan. So Iran is using Pakistan's territorial waters and India's, and smooth sailing. I believe the number yesterday was 92 ships are getting through. This storage thing is a very real thing. I mean, these countries are producing massive amounts of oil that are covering essentially 25% of the global need. 60% of Asia's, if not more. So all of the storage tanks are filling up fast. That's the problem, and that's why we're reaching that deadline before the energy thing becomes a real crisis. Right now, it's an acute thing. You could call it just a blip. A strong spike, but anything past May 15th, I think we're in some very, very deep waters that we're not going to be able to get out of easily.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Hassan, question to you. One of the things I've been reading is that actually this pause has benefited Iran. They have been able to recalibrate, repurpose a lot of their weapons. It's not in terms of volume that they have an issue. They need to, they need to repurpose a lot of their military weapons. They need to get the various gas supplies to be able to use the military assets. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I said this all along, that I believe that the Islamic Republic would only take the ceasefire if its calculation was that it would benefit from it. Because at the end of the day, although it was hitting back, it was also getting hit very hard. It was taking a lot of losses, And the thing is, they have a lot of determination. They're very determined enemy to the United States and the blue entity right now. So they have the manpower, they have the desire, the will to rebuild, and they have the technology to do it. And there's some they're you've got to remember that they're more nimble and agile than America. America is like this Titanic, right? Whereas I think genuinely Iran is full of very intelligent, bright people, and they will have learned a lot from that, from not just the 12-day war, but this last the current war, shall we say? And they've got and they'll have the best brains and best minds under those bunkers, building, adapting their technology, building more missiles, and planning for the next round. So I think there's definitely benefit, but it just cut both ways. Although because it's Iran's land, because they have more low cost munitions, more quick to build, and they can cause a lot of asymmetric damage. That is slightly in the favor of Iran. So the more the time goes on, the more that they will benefit from this break. And so that's why what I expect it to be. But we'll find out soon enough.
Andrew, huge buildup of military personnel and military assets. The George Bush is now there. Can you explain to the audience in detail the George Bush, what it's used for, what its role is, and the various assets on it, and how it's used?
Yes, thank you, Suleiman. George Bush, as in all aircraft carriers in the U.S. naval inventory, is used for air assault in this specific context. That is launching bombing aircraft for bombing missions, and also fighter aircraft to protect those bombers, and also the aircraft for reconnaissance, for jamming, intel, intercept, but primarily to jam any enemy radar, incoming radar, to jam it, confuse it, allowing the bombers to get over target. Fighter aircraft in a high altitude called a CAP, Combat Air Patrol, to cover any enemy aircraft to intercept. In this, they can launch just from that carrier alone. At any given time, they could do a full launch, and they can have nearly 80 plus aircraft in the air. Yeah, that's going to be the extent of it. But there's one carrier, and we know we now have 3 carrier battle groups in the group. And so multiply that by 3. So the airlift capability for attack, that means bombing runs, and for combat protection, fighter protection, there's an extremely formidable force of, let's say, nearly 300 aircraft in the air from the United States. And this is also, can launch Tomahawk, they can drop bombs and stuff like that. But again, and I won't go into this in detail, we've talked about it so much, it's proven, and in the last, we saw round 1 and 2, it's ineffective because of the incredible defense that Iran has been able to put up in their capabilities. So it's really a bunch of show of force. I agree 150% with what Cyrus said. We can come in and blow stuff up, but I think we're going to start seeing our assets drop, and it's going to be another humiliation round. We can't fight that battle. The United States Navy cannot fight that battle and win. It's a no game. But that's what they'll do. To answer your question specifically, Suleiman, to launch a massive air assault, and from the sea, not from land-based aircraft. The problem is, here's a major problem, and I've confirmed this from Navy fighter pilots. I'm not a pilot. I have a private pilot's license, but I'm not a fighter pilot. My experience was all submarine warfare. But we've had Navy fighter pilots come in here. We had Puncher confirm what I'm saying, and I've talked to other pilots offline. we have done what we can do. Now we're in a terrible situation. I would hate to be one of those pilots in a briefing right now, getting ready to do a launch, which I think is going to come soon in a very limited scale, being told, here's your objective. You're going to fly over this grid, do this campaign, knowing that I have a very high percentage of getting hit. And yeah, this is a very difficult time for me professionally to watch this. It's like watching a C-grade horror movie, right? And sitting in the front row seat watching this slow-moving train wreck.
Salema, if I may add 30 seconds to that, we talk about, they're adding these extra assets, new carrier group, this and that. You guys got to understand, when we talk about shock and awe, we already did shock and awe. We have unloaded an unbelievable amount of ordnance. If you guys understood how much a B-1B Lancer, how much of these aircraft can carry, and same with the B-52s, and the numbers that they've already given out was 3 times the shock and awe campaign in 2003 that we unleashed on Saddam, which was a massive air campaign. We've done a lot. It's so don't think that we didn't give Iran our best. That's how we roll. That's how America does. We put our first big foot forward. We come in hard and heavy. We want to do that. Shock and awe. Exactly. That's the idea. It's called a violence. The technical term is violence of action, and it's part of our strategy. So we've done that. So what do we got? Another aircraft group. Okay, cool. So you're going to drop another squadrons worth of ordnance. It's not going to tilt the scale at all. We've thrown everything in the kitchen sink conventionally, short of going after civilian infrastructure, which is going to be a human catastrophe. And we've talked about that. And you do that to the Iranian people, they're going to unload every ballistic missile they have and literally set the region ablaze. America's vassal states of UAE, especially Qatar, I'm naming in an order of importance, Kuwait and Bahrain. I'm leaving Saudi out of it. They're a different case. These countries will cease to exist. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions. You can't even put a number on it. They will not function as they were. They'll just be gas pumps. And it's not in the deck of cards. Trump is a megalomaniac. He's a malignant narcissist. I think we can all agree on that. His whole thing is, we're going to lower the rates. We're gonna curtail inflation, which he did. He's that type of guy. You think he's gonna want his legacy to be left as the man who unnecessarily drove the world's economy at the brink and past the brink? He doesn't want that on his record, and he's approaching it. He's got 3 weeks left, and he's going to be in that position. He's a businessman. He was an apprentice. He's known. That's his whole shtick. He's a deal maker. He's a wheeler and dealer. He's not going to want that on his record. Mark my words.
We'll have to see. We will have to see. Daniel, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Okay, I usually just listen because there's so much good information that I take notes on. But on the domestic front, I'd like to kind of correct that Trump has canceled his negotiating team. He's canceled Netanyahu's negotiating team. Because Trump made a statement when he sent Vance over there a couple weeks ago or a week or two ago, that he's going to see what J.D. Vance can do. And if he doesn't do the job, it's his fault or something to that extent. On the domestic front here in the States, as far as opposition to Trump, opposition to the war, it's like a bizarro theater. There's nothing really that there's really a good handle on. The anti-war movement, well, the only anti-war movement going on is the veterans, U.S. veterans, military veterans occupying the rotunda of U.S. Congress. The other thing that's going on is the continuing, from what I hear, continued sublime mutiny of Navy personnel in the overseas. And as far as Trump being a megalomaniac insanity, the 25th Amendment is not being pursued by anyone on either side of the aisle. Well, in fact, there are two people that are pursuing it, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. They're both Republicans. But as far as anyone going 24/7 on the microphone in both houses of Congress and the Senate, no one is urging the 25th Amendment to be used, except for just, I mean, they might give lip service to it, but they're not actually doing any movement as far as doing that. The other thing is let's see. Larry Johnson. Yeah, I listened to Larry Johnson's interview today recently, and he basically confirms or coincides with me on what Trump has happened to Trump in the last 8 months. And he said from the last 8 months, Trump has gone full blown mental. I mean, he hasn't. He was not the Trump that he was before the last 8 months. And Larry Johnson said this when on previous interviews with Judge Napolitano prior to what he said, what Trump has been after July. Larry Johnson says, do not listen to what Trump says. Look at what he does. And so if the guy is mad and a narcissist and a megalomaniac, that might be absolutely true. But if he's playing that role, he's playing it very well. That's about all I have to say.
Thanks for that. Let's go to D-Rock. D-Rock.
Hey, sorry about that. I was in the garage. Hopefully this is a little better.
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Sweet. Yeah, I was gonna try to help Andrew out for civilians that don't really understand how U.S. I'm guessing most militaries plan their military excursions. Imagine it's like trying to deploy to Mars. You don't have water, you don't have food, you don't have anything there, so you have to plan everything, all the logistics to get to there. They can't just like change the plan like how you change a flight or change like a next exit or something like that. So we have plans for every country, I guess, the U.S. Deems as an enemy or probably even allies, that how we're going to take them out and how this and that. Now, the plan is going to change a little bit based on what's going to happen during the first couple days or weeks or whatever, but there are plans in place that are in the books that they can just choose from. They're going to modify it a little bit, but it's not like they just come up with it on the spot. The other thing I wanted to ask, if we're able to switch, Andrew, is how the blockade of Cuba differs from the blockade of Iran, because Russia and China already, I guess, bypassed the U.S., and if that at all is related.
Yeah, Suleiman, you want me to quickly just answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, quickly on that. Thank you for your point on that. Same principle of blockade. The principle of a blockade naval in the context of naval warfare is the same principle. The geography is, of course, vastly, in the geopolitical scenario, vastly different, light years apart. In the case of the blockade of Cuba, it's very, very centralized. It's very easy. And even then, as you said, China, Russia, as you noted, are going past it. The blockade working with Iran is really a joke. We won't enforce it. We haven't enforced it other than a few instances, but we could, if the United States wanted to, we could really enforce it, especially with our submarine force. Any given moment, anywhere in the world, all the United States submarine commander has to do is to receive an ROE order from the DOD to drop a ship, drop it, sink it easily with just a few firing solutions. And then that will send terror throughout the entire merchant shipping world. And for a tanker, as long as it's not fuel, we can drop tankers left and right, any target, But we won't do that. We can't, because that'll completely ramp it up to where we're looking at apocalyptic World War III, beyond that, nuclear fallout, because there will be extreme response. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Blockades are blockades if they're enforced.
Got it. Thanks for that. The other thing I guess I want to remind people, because I had to remind my friend that's civilian, even though she keeps up with all the news, that we've been using, or U.S. has been using cruise missiles from the airplane. So it's not dumb bombs where you just drop it when you're flying over the place. They're like 1 or 2 countries away. That's why they weren't getting shot down by the Iranians earlier. And I think most are all. Almost all of them are used up already. So if they do, if U.S. does another start of the war, they're gonna have to go to the conventional bombs, the dumb bombs, as Andrew put it. And then the last thing I want to remind everybody is that Iran closed the street this whole time, except for like a couple hours. It didn't even make it a day. So I still think they have the upper hand, even though all this other stuff is coming out, because the strait has been open more than a few hours. That one time, right when the ceasefire started. And that's all for me. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And most of those cruise missiles were launched from seaborne platforms, not from airplanes. And also, JDAM bombs are somewhat standoff. They can still be dropped from 15 kilometers away, I think up to 20 kilometers. And now we have a lot of small diameter bombs and glide bombs that extend the range to like 40 kilometers. So there's all kinds of standoff ordnance. But the backbone of our Air Force and our sorties are the F-15s, and to a lesser extent F-16s, and for the Navy it's the F-18s. And then the B-1s and the B-52s do drop some cruise missiles, and the JASSMs and stuff like that. But all in all, we're not lacking anything. Whoever thinks America's lacking firepower, you are sorely mistaken. That is not the case. We can't be like, the U.S. is not coming up short in critical ordnance that will inflict tremendous damage on Iran. Iran just happens to have the counter hook that will knock out the region. It won't knock America out, but it'll knock out Dubai, Qatar, and Kuwait and Bahrain real smooth, real cold, real quick. Iran can end those countries in 5 days. Unload salvo after salvo after salvo of pinpoint accurate missiles coming at Mach 4, that's faster than a 300 Win Mag bullet. Coming in, 1,000-pound, 1,200-pound warhead coming at you, and they can just repeat that, rinse and repeat. And they got factories under mountains, and not to mention the drones. So that's what we're facing. The U.S. It still imposes over the air of Iran. Yes, they can target some aircraft with passive infrared, and that's impressive. Yeah, they can touch some of our self stuff, but it's not going to stop us. The U.S. is ready to die. When were we shy about losing soldiers or aircraft? We can keep going and going and going. That's what America does. So you just have to hope that the strategists don't want to keep going, because all it does is create death and destruction, and it's going to tilt over the global economy. It's simple as that. If the Strait of Hormuz wasn't tied to the global economy, the U.S. and Israel would inflict more damage on Iran to pressure them more. The only reason Iran is still intact, their infrastructure, where it's not a catastrophe, is because Iran has real leverage. Iran can give the same back to the GCC, and that's the linchpin. That's what's holding this whole thing together, guys.
And just real quick, Cyrus, to push back a little bit on that, is any military commander that would take the hit like you described, yeah, we'll die for our country left and right, yes or no, sir. But when an honest assessment, when a commander knows that they're going into an absolute suicide mission to just keep losing their men left and right for the end game, zero strategic end game, the answer is absolutely not. That's when I, as a commander, would literally refuse those orders. And I mean, I would literally say, nope, hell no. Here's my throw down my oak leaf on the table and say, I'm out of here. Yeah, we're done.
Well said. And we're witnessing that at the higher levels. It doesn't even come down to the colonels and commander level.
Yep.
You're seeing these generals because
Yep.
they're going into these briefings, and you have Secretary of War Crimes Hexeth, singing this tune that's it's absurd to these guys, and they're like, hey, we're done, we're resigning. So you're already seeing it. These commanders are like, what are you talking about? We're gonna cause a human catastrophe. Where is 90 million people gonna go? We're not gonna. I mean, these officers have been well trained and they're very well read on the Geneva Conventions. We're honorable warfighters, and luckily, as Andrew said, we have officers like him. We're so blessed to have you on the panel, Andrew, a decorated American officer that can represent the character of our warfighters. So we have our dignity. Unfortunately, we have very very terrible leadership that are hijacked by demonic forces, but the backbone of our country are our war fighters. For the most part, these are honorable men that reflect the Constitution. We have one of them here with Andrew.
Yeah, well, God bless you. Thank you, bro, on that. I really appreciate it. But yeah, and I saw it happen. For those that haven't heard us, I'll briefly say the humiliation ritual that happened at Quantico, Virginia last year. It was unbelievable what happened. The Department of War told our generals and senior command master chiefs, and I would say command NCOs, listen, you're no longer apolitical. What? Of course, the military must be apolitical. But then they were told, no, you are now indoctrinated into the MAGA cult. Yes, that's what happened. I listened to it twice. I analyzed that speech, and we didn't even hear what happened behind closed doors when it was secret. They had more information downloaded to those generals. It was a humiliation ritual. It was the most despicable, outrageous thing I've witnessed in my years. And I talked to other senior officers retired offline about it. We were outraged by it. But yeah, so I wasn't surprised when we saw this happening. Yep, expect more military to retire or be fired.
And to add to that, we have to remember our officers and our federal agents all take an oath to the Constitution, not to the executive branch, not to the judicial branch, not to no civilian power source within the government, to the United States Constitution. If you guys need a reminder, go read the Constitution. Then you should rest assured that the folks that are running this thing, the actual gears in the machine, these are good, honorable, patriotic Americans. They're not going to let this slip too far. And that's why, by the way, Israel has the real compromat, because that 3 million unreleased Epstein files, I'm sure they're very incriminating. But if there was that smoking gun that Israel has, there would have been multiple whistleblowers, right? If there was like true video of our president being compromised, and if my assertion is right that 70-80% he is compromised, Israel has a smoking gun. That's how honeypot operations work. The Epstein files are breadcrumbs that show you what was kind of it's mhm.
Yeah, and Cyrus, real quick on that. If God forbid, if the real rule of engagement goes out, if the battle plan comes out, start hitting Iranian utilities, infrastructure, water plants, and I'm talking about that war crime orders. So help me God, I'll be standing and I will jump in my car, I'll jump in a flight, I'll be there, I'll be in Washington screaming, they'll be arresting me, you'll see me on CNN or whatever. I cannot even begin to tell you, if any officer follows an unlawful, illegal, immoral order to drop ordnance on innocent civilians and not military targets, that is an outrage. That's when we have to literally be in Capitol Hill, literally screaming. I mean, I'll join the other veterans in that. And I have a fear, a backward thought in my mind that this megalomaniac may start issuing orders to drop ordnance on innocent civilian targets, and that we have to. Where's the outrage? That can't even begin to happen.
Andrew, I think we would be having that conversation, and we would be taking that trip to the Capitol
Let's
together
do it, bud.
if Iran didn't have that counter shot against the GCC. I think Israel plays so dirty and they want to hurt you. They want to turn Iran into Syria. They would love to see Iran, this beautiful, functioning, vibrant country, into dust,
Yeah.
into a place where people can't even get clean water, where there's sewage running in the streets. That's what they want. A country that worked hard with their own people, with their own money to build something nice. They want to break it and make it into nothing, what they did to Gaza. What's stopping it, Andrew, is the ability of Iran to, via its missile force and its drone force, uh, to be able to dish out the same to the GCC. They have a comeback and a counter shot, and that's what's keeping this whole thing in balance. Otherwise, I think they would be. It's so sad to say that we would be having that very dire conversation. And thank God that we don't have to have it yet, or hopefully ever.
Amen.
Can I just add the U.S. General?
Your mic's not great, Ashkan.
Okay, all right, go to someone else. I'll fix it.
Cool. Let's go to David. Let's go Gigi first, then we'll go David. Gigi, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hi, thank you so much, Suleiman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Beatrice, for keeping this space alive every day. And I remember you were doing it 24 hours a day before. So I really thank you. And you're doing a very good job. I just want to say that. I have a question for Cyrus, because these days, he's very energetic. He keeps the space alive. But he makes me confused. He talks about different things, a lot of time repeating himself multiple times, and then every speaker that comes, he agrees with the speakers. Yesterday, when I finished, he told me Iran has blood in their hand because they killed American. Then he changed it, and that's why I dropped off.
I didn't change
No,
it.
you did. Let me finish, Cyrus, because we are all here. We are exhausted. We all have one reason or the other to be here. We want real news. We want real input. We want real, genuine things. I had to then go to your space and see who are you, because you talk a lot and you keep saying the same thing over and over. You sometimes disagree with me, and then when someone tell you that's not, and then you completely change position. Are you America first, or are you humanity first? Yeah. Are you America first, or are you truth first? Which one are you? I mean, I understand you're very young.
They go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive.
They are. Humanity doesn't have a space. If America is wrong, you should call America. If Iran is wrong,
I'm hypercritical of the government. I'm so critical of our government. But when I said that Iran has blood on its hands, I qualified the statement in a big statement about how geopolitics and great power politics work. Iran is a powerful country, and they've chosen to take on the most powerful superpower, and they're duking it out, hard-nosed. So they kill each other, and I'm comfortable with that because I'm a geopolitical and military analyst. You should hear me and Andrew. We may start a space just talking about this stuff. It's very unemotional. It's very weird. It's when we can talk about it. They kill each other because they believe in their cause. Right? America believes in liberal hegemony. America believes that they're so right, that we're so exceptional, that we figured it out so good that we have the right to go to halfway across the world and start killing people, right? And Iran feels like they should be able to help out the Shia people by giving them training and weapons to slice American vehicles and our soldiers in half. They're killing each other. So I'm calling it out for what it is.
Yeah, this is stupidity, Cyrus. And she's right. You do. I agree with you.
Yeah,
there's no changing my position. I mean, this is the reality of
Cyrus,
analyzing it.
I'm just afraid. Are you one of those that wants to drain this space to some space that is full of nonsense for people to drop off?
Space. He's gracious to have me. He sets the stage.
He's very gracious. I'm just telling you, I drop off when you go to that type of thing, because it seems that your position is not clear. It seems that
what do you want me to clarify? Tell me what you want me to clarify.
Okay, first of all, First of all, I really appreciate you. You're genuine and you're young and whatever, but maybe you're not educated enough about the problem in Iran. You keep wish-washing, going back and forth, and saying Iran has blood in their hand. Iran is giving weapon to Shia. Has nothing to do. This is just completely false. You don't have any idea of Shia and Sunni and Muslims in that
Can you
that
name me
region.
two
You
groups?
have
Can you name
okay.
me two
Hold
Shia
on,
groups
hold
in
on.
Iraq? You don't know about it. You don't
Okay,
know anything
no.
about it.
Okay, you know everything. So let me tell you, darling. Let me tell you something. This Sunni Shia problem was a UK, United Kingdom, a policy that divide the different fractions of Islam against each other and rule. Go back and read about 18th century, 19th century, how these things came about. And yes, some Sunni and some Shia were brainwashed by propaganda of the time, and they actually killed each other. But if you look at, hello, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at what happened, like 40% of Saudi Arabia are Shia. And then they are the poor and suppressed community in Saudi Arabia, right? Shia and Sunni, unless they live together, there is no answer. Iranians don't hate Sunnis. They don't militarize Shia. They are Muslims. They don't care about Shia and Muslim. And
We're not talking about
obviously,
people. We're talking about the government and the military forces.
I'm talking about
We're
the
talking about
government.
geopolitics. You're talking about humanism and people and loving and kissing and hugging. I'm talking about militaries and paramilitary groups duking it out with, and I analyze how they kill each other. So we're in two different worlds. So like
Okay, do you want us to
my analysis
progress,
is
or
like
you
totally
want me
different.
to drop off like yesterday I
No,
dropped
I
off?
want you to I want you to
Do
tell me
you
what you want me
want
to
me?
clarify.
Yes, because I
Because that's a
can.
big statement that I talk out of both
Okay,
sides of my mouth. So tell me what you want me to
you
clarify.
do.
Tell
Actually,
me.
you
So
do.
be direct.
I
So
wish
please be direct.
Beatrice. I
So
wish
please be
Beatrice was.
direct. Please be
I
direct.
am direct. I am very
So what would you
direct.
like for me to clarify?
I just want you, if you are against Iran, be against Iran. If you are pro division between Shia and Sunni, be pro that. But don't change it when someone else comes and say something and you just go exactly. I don't
What
mind.
makes you
I
think
mean,
I'm
I
pro
can,
that? What makes you think
no,
I'm pro
listen to me.
sectarian divide?
I actually don't know what you're pro and what you're against. When people like Simon, like Dark, like even Manco comes, we know what their position is, and we can discuss things, and
So
we learn.
you just
I'm
admitted
here to learn.
You're projecting. So ask me.
No,
So
I'm
you want to
not.
learn about me? Ask
I'm
me.
just telling you
So
my
ask me. So
experience.
ask me if you want to learn about me. If you want to
Okay,
learn about my
I
position,
ask you what.
talk to me like a
Are
human
you
being. All
pro
right? Be
America?
respectful.
I am respectful. I am respectful. I'm not emotional. And I'm sure you are a fine, genuine person. You're young. I'm just telling you, when you come and you change your position all the time,
Which
I get
position? What all
tired.
time? Name one time. Name one thing I changed
Like
my
I
position on.
dropped off
But
yesterday
name
when you
one
said
time. You said that
Iran
multiple times. You
has
dropped off.
blood
You
in
said
their
that four
hand.
times, but you haven't said one time what you want me to clarify. Four times you said you dropped. So, but you won't tell me what you want me to clarify.
Clarify how Iranian government has blood of American people in their hand. Clarify
Not
that.
American people. American soldiers.
American soldier.
So American
Yeah.
soldiers name mostly.
Clarify that.
Okay, most.
Clarify that for
Okay,
me.
let me tell you. Not American people, American soldiers, namely American Marines in the in the Shia crescent of Iraq, right? It wasn't direct by Iranian citizens, right? It was by Iraqi militias that were trained on the use of these very special they're called EFPs. They're improvised. They're not even improvised. They're made in factories. It's a conical shaped copper half disc and with an explosive behind it. When it blows up, you have a molten piece of copper that travels at about 5,000 feet per second. It cuts through tanks. It cuts through everything, right? Iran handed this and the training to these Iraqi militias, right? And we were having, before they did this, right? It was a clear event when this training and implementation began, right? Before that, we were getting X amount of casualties. All of a sudden, our casualties went up 10x. We directly from EFP attacks, we've lost 350 to 370 American soldiers, maimed many more. One of them, one of my buddies, who got hit with the EFP, came back without two legs and without one arm, right? So, and guess what? America chose that fight. America showed up. They killed a bunch of Iraqis. Iran chose to help their Shia brethren, and they duked it out. So be comfortable with it. They kill each other. So what? Get it. That's how
Okay, okay,
that's how
I'm with
regional.
you,
That's
but
how regional
okay,
power politics work. People kill each other. Get used to it.
but you don't say they have blood
I
in their
just told
hand.
you they do.
Who?
Both sides do.
Okay,
They're drenched in
listen
blood.
to me.
They're both
Listen,
Oh,
can
drenched.
she's right here.
can I
That's
say?
not the proper use of the word blood on their hands.
I've
When you
explained
say
this to him already. It's just
But I corrected it. But I
pursuing
never used
Zionist
it again. But
propaganda.
I
No,
never
you
No,
haven't.
used it
Yeah,
again.
you keep
Cyrus,
But I
repeating
never
it
Cyrus.
used
over
it
and over and
again.
over again.
But
Oh,
I
you're
never used
using
that
it
term
right
again. And I
Cyrus,
now.
That's
second.
why I drop
Cyrus,
off
the
because you
stylish.
talk.
Cyrus, you need to shut up. You just keep talking and talking and talking. It's actually really annoying. Your mode is to spew propaganda, and then what you do is just try and talk over a person. He's not a young guy. I thought he was a young guy. He claims to me he's 41. Who knows? There's a lot of dubious things about this individual. But yeah, you do continue to talk over people. You do make these claims, and you do propagandize. And what you do is change your position depending on who pushes back on you and the way they push back on you. So the game about blood in their hand is this Zionist propaganda to make it look like that they're both sides are acting in the equal manner. No, they're not. What's the reason why? First of all, where's the evidence that Iran actually taught the Iraqi resistance that? This is just your
No,
propaganda.
it's not.
In
It's fact.
reality,
It's fact.
right, once again, you interrupted me. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to drop you, right? It's not facts, first thing. The second thing is that that was the first thing. The second thing is you said they've got blood in their hands. This is, and I explained this to you yesterday, but you keep repeating the situation. And actually, you've done this throughout the space. From the very first day you came on here, you do play all the sides. You'll be like, oh yeah, both sides do this, both sides do that. And in reality, no, it's not, because what you're doing is, it's like when the Zionists say, oh, guess what? Israel and Palestine, both sides kind of have issues. And it's like, no, it's not. One's committed a genocide. One is defending itself through resistance. What's the reason the United States of America is in Iraq? Iraq isn't their country. The reason they're in there is to murder people, is to subjugate people. They've killed millions of people in Iraq. It isn't some kind of they weren't in Barbados chilling when this was happening. They were doing it as an invading force. They were murdering people. They killed millions of people. And you're like, oh, guess what? They killed millions of people and some soldiers died. Yes, soldiers died because they went there to murder people. They could have stayed in the shores of the United States of America. So yeah, they both got blood in their hands. No, they haven't both got blood in their hands. One is the aggressor. The other one is the defender. If the Iraqis and the Iranians went to the United States of America and murdered people directly, then you'd be like, okay, now, yeah, both people have got blood in their hands. They went and invaded the United States of America. They've killed a lot of people, and they've got blood in their hands. Then it'd be like, okay, that is fair. That is an equal and equivalent situation. And when you're saying that, that makes sense. When you're an invading force and you kill millions and a few of your soldiers die, that's not both people got blood in their hands. Try and understand the difference. That's the first thing. The second thing is, you've actually made many claims on this page. You can be like, oh yeah, name them all. And obviously, if we go back and think about them, we can. But there's many times I've had to call you out because you've made statements that are completely inaccurate, which is Zionist propaganda. And so we yeah, so okay, I didn't know that. Someone said he co-hosted Zio Space as well, so that's interesting.
Co-host. I've never co-hosted any space, and I go there to argue
Okay.
them. And please go to look at the recorded Zio spaces
Okay.
to learn my true position. But Suleiman, in all
No,
fairness,
I know your true position.
but Suleiman,
You
in all
come on my
fairness,
space. You're on my space a lot.
but Suleiman,
I've heard all of your positions.
no, but
Your
one more.
positions are that you basically play both sides, and it's smart to do so because it's basically the manipulative position to hold.
It's not though, but I'm not
It's
doing that.
because, and it's basically the Mario position, because what he does is he plays both sides, but what it does is it spews Zionist propaganda through it.
But
And so
look,
what it
what
does
you
is
said, but in all
manipulate the
fairness,
public in
Suleiman,
order to think about certain things. Okay.
Suleiman, in all fairness, Suleiman, when you met what you said, I said America.
Okay. So yeah, this is
I'm
Gigi. You're right to
sorry.
point out what
I
you
didn't.
said
I'm
because that's
sorry.
definitely happening.
I didn't want you to drop him. I would
No, I told
drop
him if
off
he interrupts me,
anytime
but
he comes.
he does it all the time. He just anybody who speaks, he wants to interrupt, and in reality, he's used the space to kind of grow a following to then use them to manipulate them and misguide them. So it's not happening. But yeah, so that's that. But he does do that. He plays all the sides. He plays all the positions. He tries to spew it like it's ridiculous. Like, of course, every human life is important. We believe that all human life is important. American life is important. Iranian life is important. Um, Palestinian life is important. All life is important. That being said, contextually, when someone gets murdered, it's very important what the context is when someone's killed. And so, when you've murdered 1 million people in Iraq and subjugated that country and controlled that country and not given it any kind of freedom, then what? Some American soldiers dying isn't they both got blood in their hands? It's just completely ridiculous. But yeah. Anyway, we covered that. David, you wanted to jump in as well. Go ahead, give us your thoughts as well, generally.
Who, me?
Yeah, David.
Yes, how are you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Of course, I've enjoyed listening to Space. I think it's very sad when someone is asked the question, are you America first or humanity first? Wouldn't that be an easy question for anybody that has a soul? I'm humanity first. I'm always humanity first. And America can fall in line or they can't fall in line, but you should always pick humanity when someone offers you that choice. If you listen to Truth Teller Space, where you took down Cyrus, I think that should tell you everything that you want to know about him. I will say this: it really is also just awful to hear someone say, "Well, Iran chose to take on this superpower," as opposed to what? You're saying that Ted Bundy's victims chose to take on Ted Bundy? I mean, when a civilization, when a country starts mass exterminating the people within your own borders, what choice do you have? It's like saying someone's drowning took on the ocean, or someone that's burning in a fire took on the fire by running out of the house. This is the most ridiculous and absurd thing I've ever heard. But I wanted to come on, my friend, and say the political fallout is absolutely, there's no take backsies. What's happening in America right now is absolutely, the deck is reshuffled, as you've heard me say, in a way that it never has been before. And it's just, we're weeks away from a no turn back position there as well. I mean, when you list all the people that have walked away from Trump, they pretty much all voted for him. And now anybody that doesn't use a walker, now they are basically going to not vote or vote for a third party or try to vote in the primaries, which are just, a couple of months away. It's just so amazing to see this. It's startling. The media is just blacking out on this, but we all know it. This is a tsunami about to fall over on top of the Republican Party. And then in what is left? What is left for America? Where is the small government contingent? Where is it? Where's the anti war contingent? We know that it's in the heart of the people. We know people want smaller government. They haven't changed there. We know the people don't want these endless wars. They haven't changed there. We know that they don't want to be owned by a foreign country, which is Israel. They haven't changed. And yet the denial, the political denial is such like we have never seen. So we're I would say maybe a month, 2 months away from absolutely never coming back from that. And then what's left? Just the government grows out of control, goes bankrupt and collapses. I don't see, unless there is a new political party that arises, I don't see how they come back from this. What do you think about that, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, we cover this in detail in all these spaces. I think, not even 2 months. I think many people are predicting that already financially we're in a crisis, which will be very difficult to recover over. And as time goes on, things are going to start to break throughout the world, which is going to be unrecoverable. And we're moving towards a likely long-term depression. So yeah, completely in agreement with what you're saying there.
And don't you think it's when people talk about hurting China, I don't know if I feel that they must completely misapprehend how global economics works, because if China were to, for instance, collapse, it would be terrible for America, and vice versa, by the way. So doesn't it seem odd when they're saying, oh, well, if we could just cut off oil to China or majorly disrupt their oil supplies, well, America would benefit because they're an oil producing country. Don't you find that ludicrous, the idea that devastating China would somehow benefit America or without destroying the global economy? Don't you think that?
China played the long game. They culturally and politically are different from America. All the assets of the mining, oil, everything owned by the people. They play the long game. American always play the short game. They are run by financial institution. It's a completely different game. That's why China is so silent, sitting in the back. They're thinking about 5-10 years from now, not 2 months from now. Donald Trump think of 2 months in midterm election. And that's why he's so anxious. One day is this, one day is that, it's just completely chaos. But China is completely different. But I want to say something to Soleiman, and I'm so sorry that I called Cyrus, but I just want to tell you, Soleiman, your space is incredible. The interview you did yesterday with Stanley Cohen, I watched it twice. I sent it to all my friends. It was amazing. It was informative. It was educational. The reason people like me, which I don't have lots of time to leave or lots of time to spend on a spaces, to come to your space and only to your space, is because how wonderful your space is. There is a danger. People like Cyrus could be, I'm not saying Cyrus, I don't know him, but there are people that are paid by Zionists to come to a space and talk nonsense and make it so boring that people like me drop off. Like yesterday, I couldn't take it anymore. I just turned off my thing and left. There is a risk on that people are paid not to argue with you because
Well, he's Jewish. Okay, so I think he doesn't need to be paid.
No, I don't know what it, but I just want to say that there is a risk that people drop off your space just by boredom because he talks.
Wait, how do you know he's Jewish?
Well, he said it in Truth Teller Space.
Are you sure?
Pretty confident.
You get them guy, like there's a lot of people just call everybody Jewish, you see. So
yeah,
is he actually Jewish?
I don't think I was in that space, and I don't remember him. I think I was there when he got kicked off, and I think he kind of is
these guys
awkward
do call
about
everyone like you. I know people just call everybody Jewish as well.
No, I don't. I wasn't inferring. I thought I remembered him representing himself as such, but you can go back and listen to the space.
On this space, he claimed he was Iranian.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Azerbaijan. He said he's Iranian and from
I see.
Azerbaijan.
Okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's not Jewish.
I understand that, Ashkan. What a genius! Of course, I know that he can be Iranian and be Jewish, but I'm saying he didn't represent himself as a Jewish guy.
Well, I think he
Okay, let's go to Doc. Doc, bring the conversation back to politics.
Yeah, thanks. So I want to comment on David's comments about the destruction of the Republican Party and conservatism. David and I share a lot of opinions, and I respect them a great deal, but I don't share his fatalism that this means the destruction of conservatism in America. No, I do think we have people and leaders to turn to if we're looking for the anti-war center. And that's Thomas Massey, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and in some respects, it's Bernie Sanders. So there are people who will step up. Joe Kent is one. Tucker Carlson is another. The leaders can form out of chaos, and they almost always do. So I don't share the fatalism that David has, but I respect his opinion immensely, and he could be exactly right that this is going to lead, as Sully mentioned, from an economic standpoint, if this goes on much longer, just a massive depression. And when America goes through a depression, so does the world. And there's going to be a reorganization, even out of what we have right now, if peace were declared and kept, which isn't going to happen anytime soon, I don't think. So, but as far as what's his name, the guy that just got kicked out of the space,
Cyrus.
yeah. Sully may remember. Beatrice probably remembers really well that one of the last times I had a rant and a temper tantrum and left the space and got called out in DMs was when I took on this guy. One of the first times I saw him on the space, and the over talking and the yelling and that sort of stuff went on. So I've he clearly is an agent of his own making, or he's paid. Whether he's Jewish or not doesn't matter. He's clearly a Zionist, and he's he's here just to be argumentative. I couldn't understand when I came up on the space 45 minutes ago what he was talking about, because he was taking a position that seemed just totally anathema to positions I'd heard him take in the past. So he's a chaos agent to I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your Gigi. I'm sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing it, but the woman who's been speaking, it's new to the space to me. In any case, you didn't cause anything; you precipitated it. This guy was not a welcome presence in the space. When you're running 24-hour-a-day spaces, as Sully and Khaleesi and other co-hosts have, sometimes it's very, very helpful to have someone who will go on a dialogue like that lasts 10 or 20 minutes, because you can take a break, you can have some Pop-Tarts and go to the bathroom, and still draw an audience. So yeah, he will drive a lot of people away, but I'd be willing to bet, and I don't know the metrics for Sully Spaces, that he attracted just as many people as he drove
Drove
off.
away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
drove away, because unfortunately people like the controversy. People want to hear the arguments, and so there's a bit of drama that goes on, intentionally and otherwise, in having spaces like this. And so I'm sorry that it drove you away. I get driven away all the time, all the time. And you can't be engaged and passionate and caring human being, be involved in this space and its topics and what's going on around the world, and carry that with you all the time. Sometimes you just have to get away, and I do it because I just get so angry in the spaces, and I embarrass my
Well,
host.
my friend, I have a question for you about your beautiful comment about Thomas Massey. And I mean, I agree. I mean, he and I follow each other. I really, really would like to see what you said happen. But the money, I mean, that would still be a total realignment in American politics, wouldn't it? And the people that control us, and we know who they are, they control trillions of dollars. And it just maybe it can happen. Of course, I do believe that in the long stretch of time, ideas went out, and the beauty of America, I mean, everything that America was, let's not forget our ideals were so beautiful and wonderful upon our country's founding, including the non-interventionism that our forefathers clearly expressed. How do you see through that incredible endless supply of money and the control of media that happening, that sort of a Massey movement or a
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson thing? How do you see that happening?
I mean, I already see it happening, and so I try and pull back, and I am able to pull back. I think more than younger people. I've just seen a lot more. Not to say that I'm wise in this, or that I'm correct in this, but the Streisand effect is being magnified a billion times every day, with the kind of nonsense that Trump posts about Tucker, Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and other America First conservatives, just heightens their message, just brings it to more people. With the increased control of Zionism in our government and our media, there's been no more powerful force to bring the truth, particularly to the younger generation, even though whose poll numbers of both Zionism, Israel, and Trump are all in the toilet, cratering very, very quickly. That's the future. And the efforts of Larry Ellison, other prominent billionaire Jews, Peter Thiel, and whoever their controllers and influences are, they're serving sort of the same purpose right now. I think there is enough freedom on the internet, in this place, and any number of podcasts Like Tucker Carlson's content, whether you agree with him or not, never could have reached the audience that it now reaches without the attacks by Trump and others against him. Because people want to see both sides, but there are, you said the Walker class, referring to elderly boomers, are going to be the only ones that vote for Trump. I don't think so. I think they're losing them as well. Yeah, Fox News is still popular, but popular is comparison to what? CNN or any other network source, any mainstream media source. They're all losing influence and power. People pay more attention to Joe Rogan and some of the more prominent comedians like Dave Smith than they do to Trump. It's just he has a megaphone behind him because of the money and the mainstream media controlled by the Zionists. But I think that they're raising voices up that people never heard before. So I see a silver lining, not to say that this is going to result in someone like Massey or Marjorie Taylor Greene or Joe Kent or any of the others I mentioned come to power, actual power to make actual change. I think change happens much, much more slowly. And I look at my political life, what started with Reagan as I was an 18-year-old in 1980 was the first year I got to vote. I walked the neighborhoods for him and been a conservative supporter ever since until now. I will not vote for any Republican and certainly will not vote for anyone that supports Trump or endorses Trump because he's turned his back on America. And why he's doing that, if it's intentional, just keep in mind he's a former registered Democrat, acknowledged, extremely good friends with the Clintons and others. The fact that he could be ignorant of some of the worst crimes alleged against the Clintons and their ilk, and still continue to go public with a Truth Social post saying that he thought it was unfortunate that Clintons had to come to Congress and testify under oath about their connection with the Epsteins. Trump is certainly compromised by the Epstein files. That's why we don't see them. And so I think that is, for me, that is Occam's razor. That is the most reasonable and logical explanation that's supported by the facts, is Trump is compromised by these files. And that's also consistent with what I see in his personal character and his behavior. He seems like he's crumbling. And who wouldn't, under the pressure that Trump's under, even without my being correct about the Epstein files or any fear that he might have of that sort of exposure or accusation. So I am emboldened by the notion that people who are really aligned with you and I politically, who want the same things that we want a constitutional republic, we want our rights observed, we want the voice of the people to control, not the voice of the elites to control. And now more than ever, since 1980, I see alternate voices like the ones I've mentioned with the real power to communicate a message, and I think that message is getting through. And that's about as optimistic as I can be on it.
Well, I will say, Hegel's overarching theory in his historical dialecticism was that truth tends to win out. And I think the lie machine is still on full tilt. I still think they have the knob turned all the way up and the lies are just going and going and going. But it's like you said, we just, no, I'm not listening to Ben Shapiro. I'm not listening to I go into Suleiman space if I want to learn about the Iran war. I can't learn anything about it by looking at the mainstream news. I can't learn anything about anything that's going on. The Epstein files, not there. The biggest scandal, by the way, in American history, not even close to anything else. The fact that a small cabal of pedophiles and human traffickers are extorting American politicians and the most powerful people in the world in order to get them to help them and fund them in bombing children in Gaza. It's just unthinkable. And I just think that lie machine, a truth spoken once can shatter a lie spoken 1,000 times. I think that lie machine is just becoming more ineffective. And I agree with you. it's hard to dam up half the river. So the fact that we can speak freely somewhere, let's not forget that Suleiman also posts, I think you have a show on YouTube. Like, it's a big deal, the fact that the truth is getting out. And if it weren't so, it's like what you just said. No one would even be hearing from Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or this space or Diligent or any of the people that are growing and growing and growing in popularity. So I hope you're right. The thing that scares the crap out of me is the amount of money they're willing. Thomas Massey's opponent is almost entirely funded by Israel. Now we could say, lobbying groups or whatever, but come on. A foreign nation is funding the opponent to an America First candidate named Thomas Massey.
But
Think about that.
you're right. I have thought about it. I have thought about it quite a lot, and I followed the way the race is going. And look, Massey won his district in 2024 with like a 90% vote from Republicans. Trump won it with like 65. Massey is much more popular in Kentucky as a more direct representative would be. He's their congressman. He's the guy that brings home the bacon. If bacon is being brought home by anyone, it's federal dollars. It's the congressman. The polling reflects Massey's continuing popularity, and when Massey wins, he's going to prove the same thing to me that Trump proved to me in his elections. He didn't outspend the Clintons, didn't even come close to that outspending against Hillary or his next election, right? He used the media. He used podcasters like Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan to put his message out there. And that avenue now is broader, wider, and more frequently traveled. So it's going to take time. And here's, I think, maybe the biggest impediment to pushing forward the new conservative party, what I still refer to as America Firsters, is the fact that getting people to run, the seed money to start campaigns, is very, very difficult. But we also see there's an alternative to having the sort of, check writer that will help launch a candidacy. Dan Blazarian, I think he's in Florida, right? I mean, he's used his media popularity to position himself against probably the worst Zionist in our, naked Zionist in our government, Randy Fine, yeah, I think Fink.
Yeah, Randy Swine. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's got a real chance. So, again, I'm trying to be optimistic. I really am, and I may sound foolish in some regards, but I'm just talking about what I see from a positive aspect.
Doc and David, I have one comment for you. I may be wrong completely, but because I'm not American. But in my view, Benjamin Netanyahu has been your president for the last 20 years. He's the longest lasting president of the United States. That's for sure. And every politician in both Democrat and Republican are seated by AIPAC. So that says it all. And speaking of Epstein, do you think, because you're American and I really value your views, Doc, I've been listening to you a lot. Do you think Epstein is one of a kind episode, or there are even more
No,
plot going on, and Epstein is just one of it?
no, and we're not the only country, and Israel is not the only country who's ever run a honeypot blackmail operation. I mean, the fact that it's protecting pedophiles and pedophilia, I think, is unique, and may be unique to Epstein. This rapper here in America, P. Diddy, ran a similar compromise organization that helped control Hollywood and the entertainment industry, and particularly the music industry. So no, I don't think this is unique in that regard, and I think it's the collective intelligence agencies of the world who are first and foremost the most successful purveyors of this sort of blackmail. You have to look at British intelligence history, American intelligence history. Um, uh, so no, I don't think it's unique, and there's very There's very little that can compromise man more than the videos and photographs that we know that are out there of these humiliation rituals that go on in American and English universities historically. The Skull and Bones chapter here that George Bush Jr. and Sr. were part of. Of course, George Bush Sr., President, head of the CIA before that. Really well integrated into the British American intelligence community. No, none of this is unique. What's unique about this situation is it's reached to the very highest powers. As far as Bibi being our president, no. I'm going to reject that rhetoric. I agree with you in principle, but no, the president of our country is elected by the people, and to just sort of acknowledge and agree with you as to Bibi's status as the president, he is the de facto leader, right? In regards to anything that he and the Zionists believes in the best interest of Israel, in the best interest of making a lot of money, in the best interest of controlling people, in the best interest of protecting themselves from scrutiny that they're inhumane and satanic, I'll use that word, even as an atheist, behaviors. So there really is real evil in the world, and that gives me the most hope that I have for an afterlife in God, because with this kind of evil, physics tells us that energy balances on both sides. So there must be good. But I keep looking for, particularly here in America, as we've supported this ongoing genocide. And the genocide has been going on for a long time in Gaza and against the Palestinians. So this is a long answer to your question, but no, I do not think Epstein's unique. I think there are others in place and currently still operating.
Thanks, Doc. I want to welcome Gary and Joe onto the stage. Gary, I hope you're doing well. How are you? Gary, you there? Cool. Okay, let's go to Joe. Joe, you had your hand up. Go ahead, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I wanted to answer David's question about Massey because, look, this is the area I've been working in for, almost 30 years. And for you to understand, like I wrote in the Telegraph, which is a British paper, and on the TED Talk stage where I said I bet my career that Trump's going to win the election in 2016, when he was only 20% in the polls, which was the May before the election. And I didn't like Trump. I think everyone up here knows I don't like Trump. Knowing that he was spending a lot less than Hillary, and for one of the first times in history, someone who spent less was going to win the election, right? You can look at almost every election for the past 50 years. The person who wins is the person who raises the most money. This is also why I don't think the 2020 election was stolen, because Biden outraised Trump. And he did so only in August is when he surpassed Trump. But besides that point, look, there's a book called Propaganda, and it was created by the nephew of Sigmund Freud, called Edward Bernays, who is a Jewish man. There's also a documentary. I advise everyone to watch it. It's an amazing documentary called Century of the Self. It goes into how to manipulate masses into buying things such as getting women to smoke cigarettes and getting Americans to believe that eggs and bacon is the perfect breakfast, right? When it's not the perfect breakfast at all. Hitler's regime used this book, much to the demise of Edward Bernays, that Goebbels studied Edward Bernays' thing and understood how to rise to power. Okay, Mussolini did the same thing. If you look at what they did, they spoke about the forgotten German or the forgotten Italian. The Italians had come back from war. Things were actually worse than when they left. Very much the same in America. So when Trump started his campaign, it was about bringing back mining towns, which have been forgotten by every president for the past 20 years. taking care of our veterans that went off to war and came back to an America where there was actually more divide in the salaries than there was prior. And this is how he got elected. But this is also how Adolf Hitler rose to power. This is also how Mussolini rose to power. And it's all documented in the book. And if you look at Trump's first wife, she wrote in Cosmopolitan and in her divorce papers that Trump slept with the book about how Hitler rose to power and what he did in terms of controlling the media. And this is something that Ivanka Trump spoke about in her divorce, that he slept with that book next to his bedside pillow every single night. He would read from it. Right. So this man understands media, right? And we know he understands media, but I'm just giving you the back context of why he understands media the way he does. Massey does not do enough. Massey would have to outraise, although there is an incredible opportunity. I think Dan Bilzerian actually has a chance of winning without outraising people, right? Because he calls things out. The problem is he calls things out that aren't provable. You can't just point your finger and say it's the Jews. Most Americans aren't going to believe that, but they will believe that the only government official ever to be released for pedophilia in America was an Israeli cybersecurity officer. The only other two cases was an Indian for visa fraud and a Dominican Republican government official that was smoked on a plane. Those are the only other two times that we've released someone from a crime that's considered federal. It's pretty serious. Also, when you start to point out the fact that in some states, you can't boycott Israel, but you can boycott England. You can boycott Tom down the street. You can boycott an American, no problem. But if you boycott an Israeli, you're gonna have a fine or go to prison. Massey doesn't call that stuff out enough. Massey does not call out how this affects Americans, and how this system actually works enough for him to be able to amass the followers and begin with the tribe that he needs to begin with, right? And the way this thing works is if you get people to love you, like miners and vets that come, war vets, the rest of the people will follow because we don't make most of the decisions ourselves, although we think we do. That's why X is so important. And I'll give you guys an example. All of you guys have driven home from work one day, gotten behind a car, and then when you get home, you're like, I don't even remember driving. Why? Because you trusted the car in front of you not to want to crash, so you barely pay attention to that while you work on other stuff. That's how humans work. That's how fads work. That's why all of you guys 5 years ago probably went out and bought a pair of all white sneakers because a group of girls in California said, hey, these are fashionable. And you went out and bought the all white sneakers because they're the ones who decided for you that, hey, now these are fashionable. That's how society works. And you need to get that core group. I don't know if Massey has it, right? I haven't seen signs that he has it. He has support, but that support is so fragmented on the messaging because he's not controlling it himself that he would need to outraise. And if he needs to outraise, he's going to lose because AIPAC will outraise him. And that is the problem. His communication strategy needs a lot of help.
He's winning right now by
Yeah.
every poll that I've seen. He's comfortably ahead. Has maintained the margin he had over Trump in terms of popularity, the percentage of support he got among conservatives.
Yeah, I agree with that. The problem is once the fundraising machine starts, Doc, right? Because right now he's winning, but there's not really like a race going on. Once the actual race starts, he's going to get wiped out by the amount of cash.
I don't think that's true anymore because the vehicles and mechanisms of focusing the focus of that money doesn't exist anymore. The advertising for politics has changed. You can't just outspend, and you had to outspend massively to get TV time, particularly on the networks or at times where most people were watching TV. People aren't watching TV anywhere near the numbers they were before. People aren't listening to
I agree, but it's mind share. It's called mind share, Doc. And yes, you pay for mind share. Trump paid to go on these podcasts, right? It's
No,
just a
that's
different
not
form
true.
of
He
just a
didn't.
different form of media.
Look,
Yes, he
he did.
did.
No, he did not pay to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, the most popular one in the world.
Not on Rogan's, but he paid on the Nelk
Okay,
brothers, and so
but
did
he would have been welcomed on these
Netanyahu.
podcasts even if he hadn't paid, because a controversial figure who drew eyeballs and ears. And Massey is getting that same sort of attention. People are paying attention to this one of 535 congressmen in the country. There's a reason we're talking about him, and it's because, not in a perfect way, not in the way that you or I or David might wish he focused on the issues that are important to us, but in a way that is make him a counter voice to what's happening, the corruption in our conservative movement here in America.
Doc, there's counter narrative that money does matter a lot about, right?
I'm not
And
saying that money doesn't matter,
okay,
Joe, but what I am
that
saying
hasn't
is it's not as
started yet.
important. It's not as important or as determinative as it has been in the past. And I think that process, that degradation of the mainstream media control, is only accelerating. But when I was a kid in America, and when I started becoming politically aware, the only messaging you got was through TV, and there were, in that day, 3 networks. There was no cable, and newspapers. That's gone. That's gone.
Doc, it's
And
not
and
gone. I'll tell you why it's not gone. I'll tell you why it's not gone.
it's gone
Okay,
as
because
a controlling force. It's a
but it's
contributory
not.
force now.
It just changed, right? Because
Yes.
Massey's going to be fighting the algorithm, and if he's not spending the money, he's not going to win on the
Okay. Well,
algorithms.
let's
And
have
who
a
controls the
gentleman's
algorithms?
bet about who wins and by how much.
Well, I can't tell you yet. If he changes his message, then I'll change my mind. But
Yeah, no, he's not
till
going to
then,
change. What message is he going to change that he should change? That's a good question. I don't know what you're
I
talking
mean,
about.
that's what I just brought up. Show how this group of people affected decisions of American politicians in not in favor of Americans.
Oh, I think he speaks to that all the time.
To a degree, I don't think he does. I don't think he
No,
does
I don't
harm
think
enough
he's Dan
because
Blazarian, but Dan is clearly on, hanging tin off the tips of that surfboard right now, and rightly so. Dan is welcome in this space. A lot of his opinions are shared opinions among you, I, and many others who are regular speakers on this panel and have been for years. But whether that can carry the day in an election, I'm not sure. I don't think he would have a chance if he wasn't in Florida or another still red state like Tennessee.
Doc, how does what he speaks about, okay? How does it affect the average American? From his words,
It doesn't. Okay, other than
right? Exactly.
no, but listen, that's not his job, Joa.
It is
That's
his
not.
job. If you lead the people,
He's
that
not
is your
looking to
job.
be
If
the
you want to
leader.
win,
He's looking to pass legislation that he believes is important. He only has 24 hours in the day. He whenever he speaks, right, it has to be in service of what his priorities are, not what mine or your priorities are. He first serves the people of that district in Kentucky. But he takes on the bigger issues. He doesn't take money from AIPAC. He does promote the fact that he thinks AIPAC is a destructive force in American politics, and he's taken on the slings of arrows and taking that position. And all the money that's been spent against him by now, by a never Trumper that Trump endorsed, right? He's still winning.
yeah, look, I'm not taking anything away from Massey. But as someone who's consulted for the past 30 years at the highest level of media, I'm telling you, it's what with the communication strategy he has, because it doesn't hit like the number one thing you need to do is address the pain point of your constituents. He's not addressing the pain point of the average American of why this matters to them. And if he doesn't do that, he doesn't generate love. If you don't generate love, you don't get social proof. If you don't get social proof, everyone else doesn't follow. Right? That's just the way it works.
Yeah, I maybe on a macro basis, but this isn't a macro question.
But that's not even true. I thought he does, because like even he's talking about not sending money to foreign nations or increasing the debt. He's telling Americans, even within his own area, that things are going to be more expensive. Affordability. If there's one thing that impacts Americans and actually the world more than anything else.
You're
It's
doing that, but
affordability, and
he's not.
Mamdani won on that issue.
Right, but Mamdani actually did a good job. Massey, because he brought it back to how it affects New Yorkers.
And Trump loves
Massey's
him.
not doing that.
Trump loves the guy. Couldn't have shown him more love by inviting him into the Oval Office and joking around with him. And he hates Thomas Massey. What does that tell you about the effectiveness of Massey versus Mamdani? Come on.
But just on that,
Trump
Joe,
did
back
not
to,
love him in the
but
beginning. Before he
Joe,
won.
on the point. So one, how does he not do that? And second thing, can you explain how? Actually, three questions. I might forget them. So the second one is how. Why do you think Dan's gonna win when he's gonna have less money than
I don't think
AIPAC?
what I said was he has a better chance because he's addressing the pain point.
Okay.
Problem is he goes too extreme. That's the problem.
Okay, and then the other question is that you mentioned about Massey, but isn't Musk supporting Massey? And if that's the case, then don't you think he has a much better chance?
No, if he had equal money, I think Massey wins. If he does it
Without money,
he doesn't
without
he
money.
does,
But let's say someone like Musk in your corner, with all the data that he's harvested in Doge and the control he has over X, we've seen it now. They've decided, the Israeli government in the United States of America got on the phone, told Twitter to change the algorithm, and now it's completely shifted over the last few days during the ceasefire. The ceasefire was one of the situations that happened. So I'm just asking you, I'm not saying this is the case, but from your perspective, do you don't think that's going to be, do you think that would be impactful?
Look, X is very important for one reason. Although X is not powerful in terms of the masses, X is very powerful in changing leader opinion, right? So majority of people, not just on the
I agree
stage,
with
but
that.
even the listeners, are way more educated on politics than the average person. You probably are the person your friends come to understand what's going on in the world, right? Because you're on X. So your opinion matters a lot because you influence the opinion of your friends because they'll probably just follow your opinion. You are their news source, right? And that's how media works, right? That's how society works. You trust the opinion of the expert. If your circle has one guy that spends 6 hours a day on X listening to Soleiman, he's going to go back and be like, hey, Iran's in the right here.
But also, why X is important, Joe, is because if you look at the big social media content creators on YouTube, on TikTok, what's the other one? Instagram, all of them get their news information from X. Mainly, a lot of the time from us. And so now that I'm spending so much time on other social medias, I'm like, blood. They're just literally regurgitating what we're saying, which is good. I like it. It shows the impact we're having. But what happens is your social media guys take the information from X and then relay onto the other social medias to the normies. So X is just so important in that regard. But I think we're agreeing. So
yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. The other social medias are more so what you would call traditionally called connectors, which are people who bring a lot of people to hear a certain voice. That's what the other platforms do. They're not really specialists in anything, right? But X is when it comes to thought leadership, right? And that's why X is important. But I would love Messi to win. I just wish he would focus on how this hurts Americans and what he's doing.
Also, you don't think
this
Joe,
is taking money away from us, blah blah blah.
And you
it's
don't think,
not enough.
like
it
with
doesn't hit
Americans,
a pain point.
Joe, a question. So with Americans, if you look at the two major issues right now that people may be annoyed with Trump on is Epstein and the Iran war. And Massey is not just being against it, but he's kind of being the central figure, especially when it comes to Epstein. You don't think that would have any kind of impact, or you think it's just solely about how much money you generate?
It has to address. Look, and I mentioned this too before, Salman. Iran would have been a much different story if not for Epstein, right? We saw 18 months of a buildup of Muslims in America destroying America and stealing money from America.
Completely agree with you on
and
this.
They're doing fraud in Michigan and blah, 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 blah. And if it wasn't for Epstein and people being like, wait a minute, the government's lying to us, that propaganda would have worked and most of Americans would have supported going to Iran because Muslims are horrible and they're conducting fraud and Iran is a bunch of Muslims.
I agree.
Okay. It didn't work because for the first time in history, their premeditated propaganda, just like they did against the Japanese before Pearl Harbor, um, broke right before they decided to start to go to war, right? And that messed up the normal cycle of things. Thank God. Um, but in terms of Massey, yes, he's leading that part with Epstein. That is a pain point because a lot of people care about their kids, right? And they wouldn't want that to see their kids. And in America, unlike most countries, like if a pedophile goes into jail, he's not going to live very long, right? So even the most criminal element in America hates pedophiles. That's not true in every other country in the world, right? Um, Pedophilia is seen as a crime, is horrible, da da da, but they're not going to kill you in jail because of it. So it is a very, very big sore spot in America. So that part, yes, that part I think is very, very important. But that's not the APAC part, right? That's not the Zionist part. He's not making that connection. I have never heard anyone said that Epstein was a Mossad agent. Am I wrong? Because I've never heard it. I keep waiting for him to say it
But that's
so that he could connect Epstein and
oh, you talk
Israel,
about yeah,
but he
but that's
refuses
because
to do
if you
it.
look at even many of the people who cover the Epstein files, they always try and say, "Oh, it's not about Israel." So I can see why something like that people would not make the connection. But anyway, do continue.
Right. And if he did, it would help him tremendously. But he doesn't. He refuses to go far enough to connect the dots to the sect of people who fund politicians in America to do things against Americans, including the Epstein files, and why this is happening. And he doesn't go that far. That is not going to get you the love that is needed to win. That's all I'm saying. Without raising more money than your nearest competitor. That's a different way to win. You either do it by money or you do it by growing a social movement, like Trump did in 2016. And right now, although it feels like a social movement, I'm telling you, the elements are not there for the actual social movement. So he's going to need the money. Unless he changes his rhetoric and goes sharper and starts connecting the dots for most American on why this is creating pain for them. I mean, Solomon, this is what I've done for 30 years. Like, this has been my focus for a very, very long time. I understand how to build movements, build tribes around brands, or even for other things. This is all I've done, right?
No, I agree with you.
Um,
When you made the assessment about the Muslim thing, I was like, that is bang on. I agree with you. And I agree with you in terms of how easy it is to manipulate the masses. This is what people don't realize because on the rare occasion in terms of Palestine, and even then it wasn't the case at the start, it took time. And with Iran, the majority are with the truth, but largely speaking, it's easy to manipulate the majority of people and misguide them towards the way you want. I just thought that another part of it is, Joa, to consider with Massey is he's won that seat many, many, many times. And another thing about humans is they're very much a creature of habit. And so they may just, a lot of them will automatically vote for Massey thinking, oh yeah, like it's Massey, we're going to vote for him and he's really good and he's a Republican. So there is a number of other factors to consider. It's not like two random new candidates are coming up to try and win.
yeah, I mean, look, I agree with that part. I just wish if someone from Massey's team was listening, I wish they would hear what I'm saying and know that he could win by a landslide if he were to connect the dots for Americans and show
But does
why
he
this
need that for
creates pain for them.
Kentucky? Like he might need that for if he runs for president, but would
Yeah,
he
I'm
need it for
talking
like
about
Kentucky?
president. I'm talking about president.
Oh, were you guys talking about
No,
president?
no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
I
Joey
was.
just wants a job. He's actually dipping
No, I don't
himself
want to
out.
job. I can't.
Yeah,
No, come
yeah.
on,
I
dude.
felt like he was
Fuck, I
pitching.
can't. Look, I can't. I gave up my American citizenship because of the tax law that they passed.
Oh my God, traitor!
I cannot consult a
Oh,
political party.
that's nonsense. Of course you can.
No, you can. I don't think you can.
Joe,
You?
have you heard of something called the APAC?
Just register as a foreign agent, Joa. We've always known this about you, and you're
yeah, Joe, foreign agent.
No, they tighten their tax law, so now any American, even if they leave, has to pay any money they have to America, even though if you're not using any of the services whatsoever, which is first country to do that, and it's absolutely ridiculous because of the amount of retirees that decided to. They're not getting enough to their retirement, so they decide to go live someplace cheaper, but now they're still getting paid taxes from their own country. And in some other countries, they got to pay taxes there too. Right? It's basically a jail cell without any bars. That's basically what they're
Oh
doing.
my God! Stop being a traitor. Being American isn't a jail cell, Joa. Stop being a traitor.
If you have to pay tax to a country you don't live in, I'm sorry that financially you are a prisoner.
That's crazy. We also, Joa, I'm so glad you're up. I had a question for you. It was a financial question. Because Gary and Darkside and Robert and Simon haven't been on for a couple of days. And it was this one. We need you to translate what this means. Let me get it up. Let me find the tweet first. Here we go. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Just finding it. It was Galibaf's. Okay. Oh, no, that was from before. He deleted it. Oh, here it is. So he said, this is what Galibaf tweeted, Sir Joa. Swaps given, quote, to prevent disorderly sale of US assets. Talk of the swap line, right? Translation, some holders can't sell. ICYDK, hidden single digit % sale cap limits some institutional holders. Door closes if things escalate. Get out while open. Their front line is the yield curve.
That's over my head. I can kind of understand. He's basically talking about, but they didn't approve the swap lines in Dubai. So what is he talking about?
They haven't approved it, but Scott Besson has talked about not just Dubai, but actually Asia and many, many Gulf states. So this isn't even specific to UAE, because I know that Simon was like, oh, this makes UAE look awesome. But actually, apparently, they want to do it to like many, many countries.
They would have to. Argentina, okay? These are the ones I know. Argentina, practically the entire Middle East, Macau, Hong Kong, and there's a ton of other ones I'm just forgetting right now, that have their dollar pegged to the dollar or to currencies that are pegged to the dollar. For example, Macau is pegged to the Hong Kong dollar, but Hong Kong is pegged to the US dollar. So there's like 20 of them. The problem is if America does that, they basically allow printing of manipulation of their dollar by foreign countries, right? I doubt America would do that, right? But if they don't do that, these countries are saying, hey, if you don't do this, then we're going to have to go to the yuan, right? Which is what Dubai told America. So what does America do there, right? It just shows America's getting squeezed in every direction, militarily, energy wise, financial structure wise. They're getting squeezed in multiple ways, all because of this trade, right? And as you know, Solomon, when I said in the beginning, is I don't know if this is to defend the dollar or to actually make it fall and put in the stable coins, right? And the moves that we're making, I still cannot tell. Are we trying to defend the petrodollar or are we trying to actually kill it? Because some of the moves that are made seem like it's absolutely ignorant. And there's no way in the world that he doesn't know, or the people making decisions don't know that this would actually hurt the dollar. Or, trying to keep going this war and not just settle with them shows that they're trying to defend the petrodollar. So, I still can't make heads or tails out of which way they're trying to, what they're trying to do. I just know if they go into war, that both of them don't work. Like neither one of that works. So now you have, that's why I keep saying I don't think we're going in. and Manco last night said wrongfully, he said, "Oh, Joe has said that we're not going in." No, I didn't. I said we'll go in for a decapitation strike, which is why we went in. Just here, I
No, no, you
don't see
didn't,
us
Joe.
going.
You said you believe they weren't going to go in, but in the
Yes,
unlikely scenario they do go in, it will be for a decapitation strike.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And we went in for a decapitation strike. Right. So, but in terms of the dollar, I
By the
don't
way,
know. I know
do you
that.
think this is over, Joe? I've not heard your view on this.
Yeah, I said it the other day. I think it's. I don't think America can.
You think
And
it's
I said if
over, like completely over?
I don't think we're going to be kinetic.
Joa, but listen to what you're saying, brother. You're saying that we're going to pack up and we'll buy now. We're leaving
No,
completely. It
I'm
can't
not saying
happen.
we're leaving. I said we
Yeah.
won't go kinetic.
Well, so all that force there, they're just going to hang out for. I don't know. Joe, you have to at least look at the possibility of being a strike. Let's blow some stuff up and then leave.
I think they'll try to continue to squeeze Iran. They'll fund rebel groups. They'll try to sow more division, keep putting pressure on the Iranian currency, and try to do everything possible to create an uprising against the government, or pay one of the factions because Iran is now broken up into multiple different leadership. Let's say it's decentralized. Can they get to some of these people in order to have the regime change? I don't think they're done trying to have regime change. I think they realize that using missiles isn't going to do anything and actually continues to hurt America across the world. So I think they're going to look for other avenues. I don't think they're done trying, though. I don't think they're ready to pack up and leave.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of on that same page there. They're going to do something. I mean, they're not going to just walk away. They're trying to put some more hurt on them, but if they haven't figured it out yet, it's just making them more galvanized. That's why I'm shocked that we're even ramping it up again, but we're seeing it. I just pray to God more, as I said earlier in the space. We've got to have more military officers and resigning. We've got to start seeing that.
Joa, what is your recent view over GCC? I know you love Dubai. I've been watching you for a while. And what do you think of the recent...
No, do continue, Gigi.
Sorry, the recent developed... they're asking for continuous war and etc. What do you think of that? Because I want to know if you have changed your mind or not.
Look, I do love Dubai. I think it's an amazing city, and I honestly see it very different than many people here. I see it as they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Why did they make a deal with America? Well, the petrodollar's priced in dollars. The person who's done the most damage in the Middle East has been America. Why would you not do a deal with America if you want to prosper, right? And that's what they did. And because they did so, they're now stuck. They were stuck in this thing where they were against this war in the very beginning, right? And now they're saying they're for it. But other moves like this one about, hey, give us a swap line or we're going to go to the yuan, shows that that partnership is breaking, right? So I'm looking at what they're saying, and then also looking at what the other ones are saying and what they're doing, and they're not matching up 100% like they used to. So yes, while they probably want this to stop, which look, if you lived in Dubai, you would probably want it to stop, right? You would probably be scared of what Iran could do. But they are saying, hey, you either give us this or we're going to look towards China. That's a direct threat to America. And it's the first time, well, not the first, it's the second, because the Saudis did the same. The Saudis did meet with the BRICS and did show interest in joining BRICS before, which I'm very surprised didn't get a lot of pushback from America. And I think you're going to see a lot of the Middle Eastern countries do the same thing. Be like, we need to get this to stop. And some might think attacking is the best option, which I don't agree with. And others might think, hey, we need to start working with China, which is what I hope they do. And I hope because Middle East has the power to um, support a hegemonic world more than anywhere else in the world. They really have that power. Except right now they have contracts with America, which would be very hard to get out of and hard not to back up. Right.
I also lived in Dubai, Joa, but not recently, back in 80s. Dubai is a modern slavery, as you well know. There's a local population of, I guess now, maybe 300,000. I'm not sure. And the rest are basically slaves, and some foreigner like you that love the modernity and the food and all the shops and all of that. But the local are a very small group of people. And well, recently they are educated, but when I lived there was basically no local that had a college degree. Now they send their kids to US and UK and back, and obviously they are. But they're very small, they're very, very wealthy, and they don't care about the rest of the humanity or the world.
But Gigi,
And they're very, yes.
Are you in America?
I am in Canada.
Okay. Do you love Canada?
I love Canada.
Okay. How about America? Do you like America?
I love America. I love American, not America. My son-in-law is American. I have many friends American, but I don't like America as like, you know, how it runs itself. I don't like it that they don't have health insurance, for example.
Every first world country around the world does the same thing Dubai does when it comes to people, right?
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Hold on, let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish. America lets in a lot of Mexicans, pays them below wages, and if they don't perform, we'll call ICE on you and you get sent back to your country. How is that any different than the Indians and Pakistanis that go to Dubai? It's the same.
No, Joa. When you go to Dubai, your passport is taken from you. I went there as an architect. They take your passport. You are held by the local, and only when they have to agree to give you your passport if you have a work permit to go out. It's a modern slavery. Don't paint it nice. It's not. It's very pretty. It's like a modern jungle. Yes, they have a ski resort in middle of the desert, which is terrible, awful. Why would you want to go skiing inside a mall? I've been to Dubai multiple times. I used to go to anyway. It's a modern slavery. They are not very sophisticated in terms of politics. They don't have a deep culture like Iranian has 4,000 years or whatever. And they are calling to be rescued by United States. And they are part of the problem right now. GCC is part of the problem. GCC is actually completely on the side of Zionist. I'm done.
Yeah, I agree 100% with Gigi. And you got to look at where the workers in Dubai live. They don't live in those nice buildings. They live in such slums that, and like 10 to a room in like triple bunk beds. It's really modern day slavery.
But Ashken, the same thing is happening all over Europe. Like
what are you talking about?
Look, my family lives in a small town, okay? And it's a town that has a lot of agriculture and probably the highest concentration of injection molding plants in the world, right? And there is no Portuguese picking fruit anymore, right? The ones that are picking fruit are from Bangladesh. And they're all living 10 to 12 people in a home, which has increased the rent prices because they're willing to pay $1,000 a month. Because they're stuffing 10 to 12 people into one house, right? And that is happening everywhere across Europe, everywhere.
Yeah, but those
Germany,
people are free to leave.
Sweden.
Those people are free to leave. They don't take their passports. The Portuguese don't take their passports.
They're not free
And
to leave. They're being interviewed now on national TV saying, I'm waiting for the immigration office to give me the permit to leave. They're not free to leave. If you come in on a work visa in Europe, you're not free to just pick up and go.
well, in America you are, and in Canada you are. I don't know. Europe is maybe sliding into the dark ages also, but just because somebody does something in Europe doesn't mean it's okay worldwide. And that's terrible too that Portugal does that to Bangladesh people. That's indentured slavery. You can't do that in this day and age. That's ridiculous.
I'm just telling you, around the world, people from third world countries want to go work in a first world country to work hard, like my parents did in America, to work hard, make their way up, and then give their kids a better life.
No,
And that's the way
I
it's
have
been.
employees right here from in Los Angeles who are Mexicans, and they're free to go. A lot of them did when I started rounding people up. They got scared. A lot of people left,
Yeah, they're
and
free to go, and they're not free to
they're
come
free to
back.
go.
And in Dubai, you can go, you just can't come back.
No,
It's
in
not very
Dubai they
different.
have your passport. Your employer holds your passport. Why are you defending
Because if
these
you go
people?
to your embassy, you can leave. Do you
That
understand?
is
Like you
not
can leave, you just
true.
can't come
That
It's
is
not
back.
not
true.
true, Joa. That's
It
not
is
true.
true.
You just see the Jumeirah Beach and Bulge Arab type of Dubai. You don't see what's happening
No,
there.
I've been to the
Yeah,
And
Europe.
I lived
they
there too. I went to
they
elementary school in Dubai,
you don't
so
see
it's not
what's
like I don't know what
happening.
I'm talking about.
I bet you're speaking about the Europe, right? The area that's where they live, right? Yes, and it's not as well kept. I wouldn't call it a slum. I think it's nicer than most of the hoods I've seen in America.
It's not only that they have, like, I don't know, ship in the
They
sea.
have
They bring
communal
sex worker.
bathrooms.
They bring sex workers from, and then they pee on them. You've seen that. It's terrible. These people
Joe has
are
definitely seen that.
awful.
Yeah, Joe has
You
definitely
have
seen that.
seen that.
I
It's
have not
Joe
seen
has
that.
definitely seen
Yeah.
that. Joe, you've
So
definitely seen that.
where? But
Yeah.
now
Never,
they are
Joe,
never,
part.
ever.
No, I mean on you have seen it on online, but now they are doing they're building casino in Burj Al Khaimah, and they're bringing it's, I mean, if they're Muslim, they're Muslim. If they're not Muslim, let them say who they are.
They're
Uh,
not.
they are
They're not.
horrible, and they are really, 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 really not to be defended. Please, just because
so
their
Gigi,
city is glossy
one thing is, I would
and
say
modern.
just one point of disagreement with you. I don't like it when people call other people non-Muslim. Like you can, be bad, you can break rules. It doesn't mean I don't like excommunication. So I don't agree they're not Muslim. As long as they tell you they're Muslim, they're Muslim. You may think that they don't act in the best way that is prescribed by Islam or the Quran. That's a totally different perspective. But I never like this when basically people are like, "Oh, you're not Muslim. You're not Muslim." It's just like we're not the arbiters of who's Muslim and who's not. Someone tells you they are, that's fair enough. But the rest of it, I
You're
agree with you.
right. I misspoke on that point. You're
Ah, for sure.
100%
I
right.
agree with the rest of what you said, which is look. I know Joe loves Dubai, and that's fair enough. He loves his
But
little.
Suleiman,
He loves chilling in
how
Burj
is
Khalifa. But the thing is, I'll explain to you how it's different. So the difference with these countries is what they do is they bring these people in legally, and then they use them as slave labor. They don't give them no rights, no, there's no rights. They have to basically conform to whatever, they have to conform to the situation. If there's a scenario where, for example, they have an act, you don't have this issue because you're a white American. But if they, for example, have an accident with a Emirati, they are put into underground prisons. They are beaten. Some of them are afraid that they're going to get deported. And so there is this level of, whereas in the UK, like as much as you want to attack Europe, but in the Europe, for example, I'm a minority. Even when our family members came to the country, if they and let's say, for example, an Anglo-Saxon, they'd hit them or something, they'd be able to report it to the police. Now they did so less so because of the culture or whatever, but the opportunity was there. You had the equal legal rights. These people don't have equal legal rights. Even in America, if you go to America and you've got a green card, I go to America regularly. I go on Esther, and if an American was to, I don't know, do something to me, I would be legally be able to take him to court. I would go to the police. You can't in those societies. It's a tiered system where these people who are underclass, where there is supremacy, don't have the same rights. I know because, and not just that. This is well known. So I'm surprised you're like, no, none of this is happening. And it's the reason why a lot of a lot of supremacists, and just white, like not white supremacists, but like white supremacists, Jewish supremacists, Arab supremacists, all of them love it in that country because it does exude supremacy. So they're like, oh, guess what? Like one of them I was with, and he was like, oh, guess what? Dubai's so awesome, and I was like, why? And he's like, oh, because they put their people first, and I was like, okay, so what's good about that? Like in what aspect? And he said, oh, because you know, if for example, now if like such is the level that they give value to their people and even their own property. So let's say a Bangladeshi worker was to basically hit one of their camels or something, or accidentally hit one of their camels, they would kill that worker. Or for example, the camel would have more rights than a Bangladeshi worker. So to be like, oh, guess what? This happens in Europe. No, it doesn't. Europe has so many great values that these people don't have, and Israel doesn't have. And it's actually an antithesis to those ideas.
And so I just haven't seen any look, and I know people are going to push back on me.
You're in
but
Burj. You're in.
I
You're amongst
honestly
rich
have not
millionaires, billionaires,
seen.
bro. You told us you're like the poorest out of your billionaire friends. Like, come on.
I have not seen what you're speaking about at all, or I really haven't. And I'm not exaggerating.
When I lived in Dubai, when I was in elementary school, my mom got in an accident with a local guy. It was the local guy's fault. He hit her from behind. They went to court, and the court said no, it's my mom's fault. So that's just not true what you're
Yeah,
saying.
because there's supremacy. There's a. Do
Yeah.
you mean what I said? You agree with what I
Yeah,
said, right?
but Ashkan, I can give you a very similar example. I had a friend driving from Philadelphia to Long Beach Island, which is in New Jersey. It is a 2-lane street for about an hour, and the kids from this car were throwing toys like McDonald's toys out the window at his car. He freaked out. He pulled out a water pistol, okay, pointed at them to like give them a signal. He spent 9 months in jail because he pulled out a water pistol. Why? Because it was a judge's car that was driving, right? That's why. So you have the same thing happening in America.
Again,
You
that's
do.
totally different. And Joe, it's a bit
It's not
tight for you to.
different.
Now, I'll explain to you why it's different. Yes, it is because if, for example, you said to me, guess what? In Dubai, the prince basically has different rules, and like for example, if someone hits the prince, there's no way the prince. Okay, that. Oh, but it's not right, but it makes sense. So, is there people in Europe, if they're a judge, if they're a police officer, who take advantage of their position? Yes, there is. Is it a systemic issue? Well, in you could probably argue that in the past it definitely was, but there's a lot of fight against that, a fight for equality, a fight for giving people equal rights, and over time things have gone a lot better. In these countries, what you're basically saying is that what you're basically telling me is if you were in America like 60 years ago, you'd be like, okay, well, other countries are worse. I'm not really bothered about rights of black people. But the problem is that in those countries, and actually this is a good indicator, like if one would actually speak about these issues. So in that country right now, it's not based on a judge, it's based on your race, your racial makeup. If you are the wrong race, which you're not, you're lucky, you're a white American, you don't have that issue. But if you're of the wrong racial group, even myself, I get more rights because I've got a British passport, even though I might be Pakistani origin. But if you're an actual, let's say, Bangladeshi from Bangladesh, yes, you will be considered an inferior being. And one of the things we speak out against Israel is this supremacy, where there's a rule for, or there's a supremacy between Jews and non-Jews. And so we're just consistent on that. That this is just unacceptable.
But Soliman, if you think a Mexican has the same rights as a Texan in Texas, if they go to court, I got an igloo to sell you in Alaska, right? Same shit happens, right? It really does. It's just look. I've seen it. I've seen how whenever I got pulled over and they see this white guy, and then they read my license, and then they see Santos and how quickly the treatment changes. I've suffered that in America, right? This happens everywhere, everywhere, right? I really don't see it as different. I really don't.
Yes,
And
it
yes,
does
you can say,
happen.
hold on, and you can say, yeah, look, I don't like the fact that you don't have freedom of speech. And Dubai basically says, you know, you can't talk politics, blah blah blah. I'm cool if I'm not paying taxes and I don't have to lock up my bike if it's outside my door because I know no one's going to touch it, and I can leave my phone on the table while I go get the thing from the food court. I'm cool with that. I don't got to speak about anything. I'm
Yeah,
happy.
cool.
You
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
safe?
Well, that
yeah.
you just said it right there. Just because you don't have to pay taxes, you're cool with it, and that's not a trade-off that moral people would really make.
I wouldn't say it's
Um,
moral, Ashkan, because look, I've been
yeah,
fighting for
dude, you
kids
just said
since
you
October
just said,
7th.
oh, I don't have to pay
It
taxes, so
doesn't
I'm
have to do with
okay.
it. It doesn't. What does not speaking about politics have to do with morality?
You heard about the other girl, the American girl who was a stewardess in one of the airlines, and she took a picture of one of the buildings that got hit, and she didn't post it on social media. She didn't do anything like that. She's just sent it to her mom, and she's doing 2 years in Emirati jail. I mean, what kind of country is that? I mean, it's not even a real country, man. Seriously.
If you don't think that exact same thing has happened in America 1,000 times, you know, you're just crazy.
But the difference
Taking a
is, Doc,
picture
when
of
it
That's never
something?
happens,
happened in America.
No, it's
Taking a
injustice.
picture of something and going to jail? What are you talking about?
It's injustice that you're talking about, large or small. Your injustice is injustice, just as the injustice that I experienced is injustice. And by the way,
Right, but
You're attacking Joa as being immoral for something that really is not a question of morality.
well, he
Right?
said it himself. He said it himself.
You feel that
He's cool with it. He's cool with it
you
because he
feel that
doesn't have to
he
pay
owes
taxes.
some sort of he has to sit down
Dude,
and kneel to
he
another
said it
country.
himself. He said it
I
himself.
think there's
I'm
a
cool with it because
misunderstanding.
I
What?
don't
It
have
One
to
has
pay
second.
nothing to
One
do with
taxes.
second. One
morality,
second.
Ashkan.
There's a misunderstanding.
It's
I
not a
think
moral question
where
here.
it. Well, I think it is a misunderstanding. I think what Ashkan's saying is moral, but what Joe is saying isn't, and I'll explain to you what I mean. So I think what Ashkan thought Joe said, which I do think would be a morality issue, that if you were given the opportunity that you didn't have to pay taxes, but then you could be part of a society that treats people who are of a different racial category with lower rights, I do think that's a moral issue. That is a supremacy and being against it. But I think that that's not what Joa said. What Joa said was, what was it again? That he prefers paying tax. Sorry, he prefers not paying taxes over having the ability to speak out against the leadership is basically what he's saying. He says he's fine with not speaking out against the leadership if it means he doesn't have to pay taxes. So those were the two
Yeah,
things.
and that it's extremely safe environment.
Yeah, and safe. Yeah. So that's where the kind of thing is. But I think Joe, if there was, I know you disagree, but I know you're wrong on this. But it's maybe your love is blinding you, and I do think it's different because you have injustices everywhere. We're not talking about individual injustices, we're talking about the entire situation in that entire society. So the entire racial class is treated differently to the entire Emirati class, is what we're saying. So that's completely different to random individuals. It's basically, for example, saying, these people need to drink out of a different fountain, these type of kind of
But Simon, it's the
analogies.
same.
But in
Like the
terms of Joe,
political class in America gets treated differently than the regular class. That just
again, it's totally
happens
different.
everywhere.
It's totally different. This is, you're basically saying what's happening now in America is the same as when black people didn't have the right to vote, and you're like, oh yeah, no problem. Black people having the right to vote is no problem because guess what? In 80 years' time, the political class is going to have more values. It's completely different. Like black people not having rights before the civil rights era is not the same. People having
I
no
agree with
rights
that. I
based on
don't
your
see
racial
that happening.
category is not the same as right now rules being different for the oligarchs.
But rules are different for races, even in America. Get a black person up here and get them to tell you they get treated the same as a white person in America. I'd love to see it.
Joe, my
That's not a function
question
of
was
rules. That's
only
a function.
Do you
my
agree with
That's not
that,
a
Doc?
question.
function of
Sorry.
rules,
Do you agree with
Joe.
that, Doc? Do you think
That's
black people are treated badly in America? I thought Doc was
no.
arguing something different yesterday.
No, look, it's not a function of the rules that happens, right? This is about man's inhumanity to man. You can't make rules that are going to overcome that, right? You can try, and then you you land back into the injustices that we all talk about that exist everywhere in every culture.
Yeah, I
Humans are
I agree with
hierarchical,
you, Doc.
right?
I agree with you, Doc. But at least in America, it's not the rule. It's like some asshole cop or a racist cop or a racist judge you come across. It's not systematic. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
we have
over
to.
there,
What you're
it
talking about,
is.
it seems to me, is you're talking about fundamental rights and a subjective moral opinion about those rights. And this is where America has really kicked itself right in its own ass. Is that we feel our morality, our rules, what works for us, should be imposed on people who don't live that way, have never lived that way, and aren't asking for America's assistance in creating our type of democracy, or which is really just an excuse to come in and take natural resources and exercise power for usually economic reasons. But look, there is no perfect system that's going to keep people who are inherently corrupt or corruptible and evil from doing those things, no matter what the system is, no matter what country there is. So to sort of suggest that there's a moral hierarchy that America stands on top of some of these other countries, like the ones you've mentioned and the ones that Joe is defending, is somehow kind
No,
of to go against
nobody said
all.
America is clean and scot free in this.
No,
Nobody
no,
said that.
I wasn't suggesting you make that point. But the question of
there is
hierarchy that you were trying to establish here
no,
with America
there
above.
is
No, there's not,
fairness.
Doc. No one saying
There is
there's not. No one saying there's a hierarchy with America sit at the top. It is certain instances you could put as a hierarchy where America sits at the bottom, but specifically on this idea of an America as a people, and even Europe, even probably more so, there is this idea or need to make sure that irrespective of your race, you are treated. The law basically ensures that everyone is treated equally. So if you and me have an issue, Doc, we can go to the legal system in the UK and I can file a complaint with you. And as long as things the law says that I can sue you, even though you may be a white Anglo-Saxon man or wherever it may be. In Dubai, if you were an Emirati, I just couldn't take you to court because I would be guaranteed to lose and my life would be wrecked and I would be deported and all these things. They're completely different. Now, if there's a hierarchy about murder, of course, and when it comes to warfare and murder, America sits at the top. They've murdered more people than, well, I think Dubai, again, is quite close in terms of what they've done in Sudan. But again, there's a hierarchy and you'll basically work out what's worse, what's not. So we're not saying
But
America's the epitome of all
but
brilliance,
but
but on
Simon,
that specific issue, when it comes to me as a brown guy, you as a white guy in America or in the UK, we overarchingly have equal rights. Now, it could be that I'm unlucky and I go in front of a judge who doesn't like brown people. At the same time, I go in front of a judge who's basically believes in equality and
Okay,
the law.
I'm more likely today as a 67-year-old white man to walk into any court in California and be the party who's going to be subject to minority bias. Okay,
So
we
so you're
joke about
proving
it.
my
Joke
point.
about it in this space,
So you're
don't
proving
we?
my point. If you believe that, you're proving my point even more. Whereas,
I'm not disagreeing with the particular point that you're making at the
oh, okay,
moment.
cool.
Right? I'm not. What I'm saying is, look, if the Emiratis are this that and the other thing, and they're contemptible for whatever reason, subjective or objective, a minority or majority opinion, that's their country, right? So if you don't like it, leave. If you like it, stay. No one's making you do either. You have free will, and you don't have to subject that to. And if you come to a country whose traditions, laws, and customs you object to, you don't have an unlimited right to say that they're immoral or unjust or improper because
yeah,
you don't agree with their way of life. I agree.
and
Under the
so
law, we should
Doc,
all have
even
but
equality.
Doc, I agree with
and
you on that. So yeah, if you don't agree with their way, you don't need to live that. But at the same time, we can challenge from a political perspective. We can challenge their ideas talk about how there's issues with that country, talk about the negative impacts they have in that country. For example, when they commit genocide in Sudan, it's not like, oh, I'm not from the UAE, therefore I'm not going to speak about it. I'm going to speak about it because they're committing injustices in order to highlight it. So there are a number of injustices that this country conducts, which is horrifying, and so we call it out. And for me, it's because I've never been the person who's just going to call out Israel solely because of Israel's crimes. Of course, they're the worst at it. But if there are Arab supremacists or Muslim supremacists, I will call them out. And the UAE is an example of that. And if there's Christian supremacists, then I'll call them out. And maybe Hexeth and these type of people are examples of that.
So, Suleiman, if you make fun of an Indian in America, what happens to you?
If you make fun of an Indian,
Nothing.
nothing,
Nothing,
yeah,
right?
just bans, isn't it?
Yeah, in Dubai has a law. You go to jail and you pay $250,000 fine.
Yeah, unless you're
Right,
an
they have
Emirati. Okay, give me an example when Emiratis
They
took
have
the mick of an Indian and he's had to pay
hold on,
250.
hold on,
Give me an example.
hold on. They have laws on the books. Like
I'm not
there's
asking
going
about
to be
laws in the
individual
book. Give me an
cases.
example of
No,
when
but
an
you guys did.
Emirati has took the
you guys
mick
said
out
there
of.
were no
You'll never
laws.
find it. You know I'm right. You'll never find it.
Yeah, because the political class in America also nothing would happen to them when they break the law most of the time.
Well, actually,
understand?
didn't
It's
Donald
not
Trump
very
get?
different.
Didn't Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America, get found guilty for like 37 counts? You would never have that in
Because
Dubai.
Democrats were in power. Because Democrats were in power.
But
Wait,
then,
hold on
but
a
then it
second,
happened, right?
Joel.
You
Hold
claim wars, oligarchs don't, and I just give you an example of probably the most powerful person in the United States of America who was basically given 37 counts against him. So it does happen in America. It would never happen in UAE. You can claim about some law in the book from checking AI, but let me guarantee you that you'll never find it on the AI an instance when that's actually happened.
Wait, but hold on. You think that's a good thing that
I didn't
you
say it's a
can't make
good thing,
fun of an
Ashcan.
Indian? You think, yeah, but the way you said it, you were like saying it's a good thing.
Oh, no, I'm just
You
showing
can't
you.
make fun of it.
Just-
You can't make fun of an Indian,
Ashcan, you
or
said
you go to jail,
I'm
or you have
saying
to
I'm
pay
just
$250,000 fine.
I'm
You
showing
Yeah,
that
it's
think
your
true,
that's a
Joe.
previous
good thing?
Joe, stop promoting racism.
I'm showing that your previous point, right, was wrong. Where you said they don't have anything in the books against discrimination. When they do, they have it for employment. They have it for hate speech. They have it for multiple things where you're not allowed to discriminate and you're not allowed to be racist. You're not allowed to in Dubai, right? But you guys are saying no. Look, they do whatever.
But yet they
And that's not
are.
true.
Yeah, give me an
But yet
example
they
of when
are.
Emiratis went to jail for that.
But yet
Yeah,
they
it's never
are.
happened. This is just it's a fake law that doesn't exist, that isn't applied.
Let me ask you something, Joe. Do you think an ethno-supremacist state is legitimate?
No, I do not.
What about you, Doc?
Ethno supremacists. Well, if it's a native population, I think they have a right. I observe property rights in this country. I think they're broadly observed in other countries. I'm not
That's
going
a
to bring a
wrong
moral
question. That's a
judgment to
wrong
this
answer,
question,
buddy.
but you keep asking.
That's a wrong answer. You support
No,
ethno-supremacism.
that's not the case at all.
You just said you did.
No, you're asking me to object to it. I said that it's not objectionable if the people who live there, the natives there, want it that way.
So if the Japanese want to
Japanese are
treat
probably the most
everybody else who goes to their country,
ethnocentric country in the world.
they're ethnocentric, but I don't think they're ethno-supremacists like Israel.
That's
yes,
your
they
moral
are. They don't
judgment.
allow
You
people
keep
in.
confusing morality with reality.
Excuse me, morality with reality,
Yeah, you're
confusing
confused.
morality with
You are
reality.
implying an emotional overlay to the situation that exists for yourself.
No,
Yes,
no,
that's exactly what you're doing. You
I'm
actually come
applying an
across more
ethical
like a shift
overlay.
than you are. Dude.
This is an ethical overlay.
Oh,
This is
okay,
about
ethical.
ethics.
Same difference. You make my point for me. I'm
Yeah,
not concerned with
So
ethics.
it's bad to
I'm
be
not
ethical
concerned
now?
with ethics of people on the other side of the world. It doesn't matter to me unless my country is funding a genocide or a war. Right? It's not my battle. I have my own to fight. And I don't have to join you in your ethical or moral condemnation of other people that I have no experience with, no basis in fact to agree or disagree, except conceptually, as it applies to what I believe are inherent human rights, constitutional rights for us here in
Yeah,
America.
and you're talking about Japan. Japan, it is legal to ban any other ethnicity besides Japanese from your building or your business, right? And they do that regularly.
Joa and
I
Doc, I asked the question was completely different. GCC, including Emirate, is now putting fuel into the fire of war. They are siding with Israel. They are the one who opened their space for bombarding Iran or sending missiles to Iran and drone to Iran. And I forget about their morale and their code of conduct within their society. But at this point, on this space that we are talking about war, we are talking about aggression against Iran and 92 million defenseless Iranian in Iran, they are siding with the evil. My
But
question was,
Gigi, if you're
have your
getting
love
choked,
changed a little bit? Are you questioning your love for that country? Forget about,
Gigi,
yes, go ahead.
if you're getting choked, okay, and I think we can agree the GCC is getting choked, right? The strait is closed, money's not coming in, they're getting choked. Should they just continue to be like, yeah, okay, keep choking me? Like, I understand. Look, I side with innocent people, and Iran should not be getting attacked. Do I side with the IRGC? No, I do not. But I side with the Iranian people. But I don't expect a country who's being choked to just sit there and be like, yeah, do nothing. It's okay, we'll wait.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
they
yeah,
didn't.
but
expect them to
Yeah,
Iran
but
do
this
that.
is
Iran's been
false,
choked
Joe.
for 40 years.
Now this is false, and Joe, this is kind of wrong. It's not that they're being choked. It's not like they randomly became choked and then they had to make a decision. From day zero, even in the 12-day war, they helped facilitate the attacks on Iran. They were the perpetrators. They were the aggressors. They didn't just
I
allow.
don't see
They didn't
them.
just
I
allow
don't see
their
them as the
airbase.
perpetrators
Sorry.
for a reason. I don't see them as the perpetrators
I know
for
you.
one reason.
Well, of course,
They
everyone,
have
just like Israelis don't see Israel as perpetrators. But the point is,
no, but
yeah,
because they have contracts with the U.S.
yeah,
The
and they
U.S.
know the
even
result
if the
of that.
leadership,
But they know the result of that contract. Just like, for example, now Pakistan has a contract with Saudi Arabia, and so when Pakistan, hypothetically, if Saudi was to say, "Look, we're now activating this contract where you need to use your fighter jets and your personnel," I will be calling out Pakistan. I won't be like, "Oh, but they got a contract." Like, no, it's kind of confusing for them. I feel bad for them. It'd be like, no, you basically signed that contract that allowed your weaponry and allowed your personnel to be used. So similarly, this country, and it wasn't just that. So this is actually a misnomer. They signed the contract. Let's we go with your contract fallacy. They signed a contract to allow them to use their airspace. They signed the contract to let them use their base. Where was the contract that they can actually fire on Iran from their actual land? For example, they fought. They hit from. Was it Fujairah and from Dubai? The first one, it could be Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah, and then from Dubai Central, maybe near your house, they fired at Iran and at Karg Island. So that's not part of the contract. So that's an example of them basically hitting Iran aggressively. So they're not we're getting choked. They are an aggressor. They are a perpetrator. That's never mind the fact that these people have funded a genocide in Sudan, murdered millions of Sudanese people. Now, I know a lot of people probably don't care because like they're black or whatever, but they murdered a lot of Sudanese people. They killed a huge amount. They even used to have a scenario where people's kids' limbs would be amputated in order to be
so
sold off. And
should
on all of
Hezbollah,
this for what? Gold? And then that doesn't even to take into consideration that this nation financed and funded extremism. So they financed and funded extremism. Then they financed and funded the opposite side, which is they financed and funded the attack against Muslims and the Islamophobia industry, the hatred against Muslims industry. So they they fund the extremists to act extremely, and we're like, wait, why are you acting extremely? We don't agree with you. But then what they do is they fund the other side to basically demonize Muslims. And I'm like, I don't agree with these extremists, but you're funding the extremists and you're funding the industry that makes Muslims look the bad guy, and now you're making our lives really hard. So that's another example of one of the things they did, and they never mind the funding that they did with Israel, and we can go on and on and on and on. This is without a doubt
So,
like a prior state.
so
I see them as just the sister of Israel, and I just find it weird that a lot of people disagree with Israel, which they should do, rightly so. But then with Dubai, it's like, oh no, but Dubai, a majority of the things that Israel does, Dubai does at a similar or slightly less manner on various issues. And so that's an example of why this nation is an evil prior nation.
And not to mention also that when the genocide was happening in Palestine, when 80,000 people were killed and children were chopped to pieces, none of this GCC said anything. None of them sent anything towards the people that were killing people in Gaza. So
No, but they sent weapons for Israel to
exactly.
kill them.
So
UAE did. I think
I
Qatar
mean,
did though. Yeah.
by being silent and not doing anything, you have your hand in the blood. Because they could, they're close, right? They have all the missiles. They have in that beautiful city that you love, Dubai. They have a lot that they can offer to Palestinian. They can do a lot. They can actually accept some refugee, but they don't.
Look at what they did to Sudan. They destroyed Sudan to steal the oil, the gold. The genocide in Sudan. It's sick country, Joe. I don't know how you
We'll let Joe.
just because you don't have to pay taxes, it's cool.
Okay, let's not make it personal. Let's keep to the political
no,
aspect
the
of
people
it.
live in the U.S. and they say, and you have many Americans up here. We committed a genocide in Iraq, and I don't see the same vitriol against them.
No,
Like,
we agree with you.
I
No,
don't
but this
get
is the
it.
point we do though, Joe. This is what Sochara said. And I said, look, when it comes to the UK, when it comes to the US, you know you've been part of it. How many times do we have to call out the US? How many times have we called out the UK? Almost every single day we're talking about America's complicity, UK's complicity in the genocide, in the murder, in this space itself. I talked about, I don't know who it was, and I was saying them killing 1 million Iraqis. I was discussing with someone earlier on today in the space, I can't remember who it was, about them killing 1 million Iraqis. Oh, it was that Cyrus guy, killing 1 million Iraqis. So we definitely call out the American government. We definitely call out the European government. If you said, look, I like the people of Dubai, but I don't like the actions of government. These guys the government is evil, but you're not, I mean, I know you can't say that because you'll get arrested. But the point
No,
is,
but
that's where
Solomon,
the
I can say
differentiation.
here, Solomon, here's the thing: is there's not a government in the world that I like. Okay, but to make it seem like they're the center of evil, I just think is extremely
Well, they're
misplaced.
not the
When you
center because
have
Israel's the center, but they're a
Israel
close second.
and America, and basically from what you guys are saying, Hezbollah should be attacking Crete right now because the British army was helping the Israelis. So they should be hitting Crete because Crete is complicit. And if Crete's complicit, that means the EU is complicit. So you should be attacking the EU, right? I mean, like, how far are you guys going to take it?
Your
First things
country,
first.
your country carried out and helped with a direct attack on Iran, actual physical attack. So that's one example. And so it's not how far you take it. This is without the GCC countries, the Israelis and the Americans would not be able to carry out the same attacks in the manner that they're going to do, in the rotation that they did it. They would be struggling immensely logistically to be able to do it. So yeah, you can say other countries, it can be done from other countries, but logistically it would be a nightmare. You've seen all the problems that occurred even with the current logistical situation. So yeah, when you say they're the center of evil, I would say, just to help you out, Israel's the North Pole and maybe they're the South Pole.
So, and America's not in there at all.
America's
See what I mean?
America's controlled by Israel. So Israel being the North Pole is America as well.
Oh, okay. So America's not in that north or southern
America and
pole.
Israel. America and Israel is the North Pole, and East Israel is the South Pole. Is that better for you, Joe?
No, because it's not right. They're not the ones conducting the action. It's very different.
It is. They did the action right from their country, right from your bro. Was that attack done from your house? Just, can you confirm or deny that?
There was an attack two buildings away from my house.
Good.
Hit
Good.
A building, two buildings away from my house.
Good.
But
But I'm saying the actual missile that was fired towards the fired and hit Kog Island, was that done from your apartment building? Yes or no? Can you confirm or deny this?
Well, what I can confirm to you is that Dubai did not hit Iran, but Iran did hit Dubai.
That's false.
That's not false.
I just told you Dubai hit Kog Island, and that's why I'm asking you.
After they were hit.
But you said they did not hit.
No, I said Dubai is not the one who started an attack.
Oh no,
Iran.
Dubai started the attack. So Dubai started. Dubai started the attack by allowing their base.
America.
Sorry.
Exactly. They supported America because of the contract they have.
Yeah.
America is allowed to use their airbase, and although for months we have reports that the GCC was against this to begin with.
Yeah, so what the GCC, no, but what the GCC did was they lied. Your country lied because they are deceivers. Because what they said was to Iran, they said, we will not allow you to use our airspace. They said, you will not be able to use our airspace, which seems to suggest that they have an autonomous decision to make when it comes to the airspace. Despite them saying that, what happened? They allow them to use the airspace. So they say something else to the public, and they do something else privately. So that's the reality of what's going on. So yeah, your country did
not what happened, Simon. They were not allowed to use the airspace, and then when they got hit, then they said, "Okay, use our."
That's
airspace.
not true. That's not true.
That is true.
They allowed them to use their airspace immediately. We have flight records, flight evidence that the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia allowed them to use the airspace. And later we found out that they were allowing them to use the bases because they lied about that. But then only when we got the satellite imagery from China did we manage to get evidence that actually they allowed them to use their military bases as well. So Dubai definitely perpetrated this, and in the 12-day war they also facilitated it. So this has been an attack on it by an attack by your country on the innocent country of Iran, and then Iran defended itself.
Let's call it by its real name, East Israel.
Yeah,
right?
East Israel. Yeah.
Well, the way I see it is, look, if you condemn when Israel hit Qatar because of negotiations, I think you also condemn when a country hits another country who is not involved in the attack, and make them seem like they're the axis of evil here, when we know that that's not true.
That's a false equivalence. So
I just don't see it.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. Just like Israelis love Israel. But the false equivalence is that you're basically saying that when a country is neutral, which I don't even think Qatar is neutral, because I don't think it's a great example. But when a country allegedly at that point was neutral, that Israel hitting that neutral country, Qatar didn't help facilitate the attacks on Israel. Qatar didn't allow Palestine to use their airspace. Qatar didn't let Palestine use their military bases. That was a neutral country. Your country is not neutral. It had the radar systems that allowed and helped the Israelis out in this warfare. They allowed their military bases. They allowed their airspace. They allowed all those things to be used and helped facilitate it and helped facilitate the attacks on Iran. And Iran said, look, please do not get involved. We beg you. We beg you. You're basically helping a guy. You're pulling up a guy so you can, it's imagine you're giving someone, a guy trying to jump and to hit you, and you're high in the air. You're on the one-story building, and a guy helps the other guy jump up and get to you, and you're like, please stop it. Without you helping this guy, he wouldn't even got to the first floor to hit me. And you're like, no, we're gonna help because we got a contract. And then you help, and then what happens? Of course, you'll be thinking, okay, I want to go after this guy. Let's take the guy who is helping, because without him, he wouldn't be doing it. Let's weaken him, and that'll stop this guy from jumping up to the first floor to hit him. Without them, it would not work at all. So this is the problem you've got. If UAE was not involved, the attacks would have been completely problematic for Israel and the United States of America. If your country is not involved, Iran one-on-one would dominate all that region, and that's the problem that you've got.
Salman, do you agree that in January and February, the GCC wrote Washington very publicly, also obviously paid for press,
no, I don't believe
saying that they refused air access to America?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
because
They
of
were
fear
lying.
of.
They were proven to be liars. This is the
It's
problem with their country because they
but
said that.
it's everywhere. It's
No,
on
I'm
every
telling you,
even left and
Joe.
right
I
major
know you love your
media.
Zionist controlled media, but they said this publicly to the Zionist media.
So Middle Eastern Times, the Zionist controlled media.
They
Like,
said this publicly to Middle Eastern. I got this from the Zionist controlled media. They said this publicly to the Zionist controlled media, but privately they were allowing it to happen. Just like now, publicly they were saying during this war, you're not allowed to. America's not using our bases, and the mainstream media was publishing it. And then it's only because of China and their satellites that we found out that actually they were using their bases. So publicly, this country lies, and actually also the mainstream media is claiming, because we have two separate reports on this now, and they were reporting the same thing at that time, that actually your country, the GCC, as well as Saudi and all those, they were begging America to carry out these attacks. We also know the president of the United States of America says that these countries were helping. So again, we don't know. A lot of these, you could say, look, I don't believe Trump, I don't believe that, but you can't use one thing as a source and say that's evidence, because the evidence quite clearly is physically what we've seen is they facilitate. And in terms of before, we were getting both information. So that's not evidence for me, is what I'm trying to say.
so what makes your evidence real in my
So I'm saying I'm not listening to reports. So just like I'm not listening to reports that say that Saudi and the UAE are begging for this war to continue, that they're begging for Trump to bomb Iran right now. Similarly, the reports. Similarly, the
blocking.
Sorry, no, I'm explaining to you how I'm choosing. I'm explaining to you how I'm choosing on what bits to deny. And similarly, I'm not accepting reports that say that we don't want the war to continue, because both of these will be sent to the public as a propaganda piece. I'm looking at what happened in reality. So what happened in reality is their airspaces were used, their bases were used. They did facilitate these attacks during the 12-day war. And now I'm not looking at the statements of the media, because media has given both perspectives. I'm looking at physically what happened with my own eyes and observation. Let's go to. Okay, John, continue. Yeah, I thought you want to move. Bro, I don't want to get you in trouble in Dubai, so it's fine. Oh, maybe actually they might give you 50,000. I'm hearing they're giving. I know. I'm hearing they're giving Dubai people 50,000. Actually,
you think I'm paid?
No, I don't think you're paid. I'm saying I know you're not paid, Joe. I know you're not paid. I'm saying I've got evidence.
That's even worse, though. He's not even.
Oh my God! Don't attack
do
Joe. Listen,
Joe.
Don't attack Joe, Beatrix. Listen, I'll drop you as co-host and replace you with Joe, bro. Regime change. But Dubai. By the way, this is confirmed, Joe.
Beatrix.
You know, in Dubai, this is confirmed. I've been sent this by a few influencers. Dubai, and just to show you know my integrity, I could be getting this type of bag. They're paying influencers 50 grand per post. 50 grand, not 750.
Yeah, they got money, but what to do? What to post? What
post like, oh, Dubai is awesome. It's brilliant. There's no issues in Dubai. They're the most moral country.
Look,
or say positive things, Joey. You could have probably earned $500,000 on this space by now.
That would be amazing. Because you wouldn't be paying me to do it, because I actually believe it.
Okay, let me just read these super chats. Yeah, I don't think you believe it. I think you need to. It's a decision you got to make in order to be tax free. Right, Grand Psycho, thank you for the membership. Appreciate you and appreciate your support of the space. And Grand Psycho said we have a different perspectives that will come together. America is a great civilization who has been in the same position. Research your baby. We have different perspectives that will come together. America is a great civilization who has been in the same position. Research your baby. You're gonna have to explain that. I don't know what that means, unless you agree with Joe. God bless Sully, chat panel, constant news feed. I nominate Brother Sharif from Political Alchemy for an interview with Brother Suleiman. Would be a informative interview. I don't even know who that is. Okay, cool. Appreciate all this. Well, the few super chats we got, we appreciate it. Okay, let's go.
I want to say something, Suleiman. Right?
Don't be attacking Joe though, because you'll get smashed.
Even when I'm nice to Joa, it seems like an attack, because it's the best that I can do. But anyway, what I want to say is that, if Ashkan was a Mexican, legal Mexican in America, in Texas, as Joa said, legally there, like born there, but Mexican, and he had a garage where he was fixing people's cars, and Doc or Andrew, white-born American, walked in there and gave their car. And then when they took their car out, they found a fault in it that was unrelated to the work that Ashkan had done. But they took it back to Ashkan's garage and said, I'm not happy with this. You've messed up my car. And they had a dispute. They'd have some sort of dispute resolution procedure, right? They'd have like a claim. He'd be able to fight the claim, etc., etc. It wouldn't be based on anything else but the process that has been put in place by the laws of the state or the country, the federal laws. In the UAE and the GCC generally, if Ashkan was a migrant working there and he had a garage, and Doc or Andrew were an Emirati, and they walked into his garage with their car, and then they took their car out of his garage and went back and said, you've messed up my car, they could literally just shut down his garage. Like that, just at the click of a finger. He'd have no rights, he'd have no, I didn't do it, no dispute resolution,
Beatrix, you honestly don't know
nothing, zero.
America. It really depends on what state you're talking about.
Okay, but you don't deny that this would happen in
I
the
don't know if
GCC,
it
Joe.
would. I really don't. I know they have laws against it, just like America does. But then you have
And let me tell you
people.
about the Indian thing, right? Let me tell you about the
But then you
Indian
have
thing,
people who act
okay?
differently.
The-
That happens everywhere. It's what Doc was talking about.
No, but Joe, it's not about people. Look, I'm not against the GCC countries, right? I'm not. I don't have the same position as Suleiman.
We
but
definitely have the
you can't
same. We
deny
definitely
what
do not
goes
have the same position. We are the moral resistance. Or can I read the super chat as well? There's
I'm
a
the
couple of
moral
super chats.
resistance.
One says, Amjad says, lived in the US 10 years and 10 years in the UAE. Both are right. Lebanese says, can someone tell Jua that the GCC countries are not neutral, but serve the Zionist regime? Okay, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is that this law, right, that you said, Joa, about Indians, it's probably never been applied. They've only put that in place for Modi because they do a lot of trade with India and business with India. It means nothing. Let me tell you something. Somebody sat in the GCC can mock Indians as much as they want. Suleiman sat here in the UK, did one post about atrocities in India, and just like that, his Buy Me a Coffee was gone with all the money in it. So you can't say, oh, but there's a law there. The law, you know what? An Emirati can rape an Indian maid 10 times over. She can go to the police. She'll
So
probably get thrown out of the country with her
is
family
that
in tow.
America quelling Suleiman's free speech? I thought it only happened in GCC. Thank you, Beatrix. You just
No,
helped my point.
I never said it only happens in the GCC, but Joey, you know it doesn't only happen in the
so
GCC.
so
because,
exactly. I'm saying what you guys talk about the GCC happens
no,
everywhere.
but what you're talking about, Joa, listen.
Well,
What
she
we're
doesn't have the same
talking about,
position
and
as
I
me.
think
Don't
you're
be putting her. She's like in the middle of our two positions.
Yeah, I don't have the same position
Well, you
as
have the same position.
Suleiman.
Oh, you do.
I don't have that thing of everything in the GCC is is bad and all of that. I think that I've got a different position to him anyway. But
50,000
I am
has
the
been
moral
deposited
resistance.
into your account.
I don't get paid, but I am the moral resistance. But what I'm saying is that you're talking about, I mean, these are values that we can still speak about. We can still sit here and say, don't you think it's disgusting that Buy Me a Coffee took his thing away because of that? It's an isolated incident. What I'm saying is in the GCC, there are no rights for migrants. And we know that there are no rights for migrants. I've been across the GCC. I've been to Saudi so many times. I love Saudi. I don't hate these countries, right? But I see how people are treated in those countries, and it's not right, Joa. On a human rights level, like all people should be equal, whether they're poor, whether they're rich, whether they're white, whether they're brown migrants from foreign countries. They should at least be treated as though they're human beings. They just have a job.
Are they treated the same in London? Probably one of.
I treat everybody the same in London, and I think so. I think if you walk down the street. I think if you walk down the street of London and you treat somebody who was, you couldn't just, okay, let me give you an example. If somebody was sweeping the street in London and you walk down the street of London and you push that guy over, you would be demonized by anybody else who saw you do that. They'd probably lynch you, right? Because he was just sweeping the street. If you did that in any of these GCC countries and you're an Emirati, nobody bat an eyelid.
I don't
Nobody
think that's
even go
true
to
at
help
all.
that guy.
Also, let's be clear on that, Joe. If I walk in the streets of London, it don't matter if you're a white guy or a brown guy or whatever, you're gonna get stabbed. The stabbers don't look at race, color, or creed. But do continue, Beatrix.
Nobody got stabbed here. Okay.
You're like the stabbing capital of the world and throwing acid on people, which is probably the craziest thing.
You know, when Suleiman says your country, I have to figure out which country he's
Yeah,
talking
because
about, and then I
I'm
realize what
everything.
country
I'm
he's talking
American.
about.
I have a mezuzah.
You're
I'm
not American. You
GCC
gave up your
now. I'm
citizenship. You're not
Portuguese.
Portuguese anymore
Yeah,
either.
I'm
You're
everything.
not. You're Mario's brother.
Yeah, how do you guys live together?
Have Donald
Solomon,
Trump
you're
has
the one that took me to
announced
his place
that
in
Jared Kushner and
Singapore,
Steve Witkoff
not
are
the
going to
other
go
way
Joe, I
around.
know
Yeah, I
Paul.
did.
Joe,
I
I know
did.
Pakistan for
Paul.
I
more
don't get it. I took you,
talks
bro.
with
You like
Iran, but
you were like Suleiman. I'm
I don't see how this is
I
even
didn't know where he
possible.
was.
And then
I know. I knew where he
checked and I saw
was.
that
I was there
Iran
with
has
him. But
not
I mean,
made
like you
any
like
comment that they're going to meet up with
man. I'm fanboy. You know,
Kushner
can I
and
meet him? I
Witkoff,
said,
and
yeah,
we
cool,
know
I'll take
that
it.
they are persona non grata, according to the Iranians. They will never meet with
Touche,
Kushner and
touche.
Witkoff again. So, what do you
Yeah,
make of
Beatrix, I just
this?
don't
Nah, I
see
love
it.
Joel. I
Jennifer's
love
just
Joel.
saying
Listen,
it's
this
really
is all
interesting
jokes. Like
because
not jokes.
we've
Obviously, we
got
disagree
so
with
many
each other
different
politically there. But
conflicting stories
what I mean is,
throughout
I
the
love
day.
Joel a lot. We
But I
disagree.
think we
You know,
kind of have a rough
I
idea
think
of
I
what
think he's a great
happened,
person. I
but
definitely
then
don't think he
still we're
paid.
not
I just think
sure
that
about the kind of
obviously,
conclusion of it. So initially,
Solomon, to make this straight, I don't
the
see a
Iranians,
country
the
who
foreign
had,
minister Abbas Araghchi was meant to go
look,
to
look,
Ir-
Joel. I'll tell you
Pakistan
what it
GCC
is.
alliance
No,
for
no, I'll
is
tell
war.
you
He was
yes,
going
because
to
your
go to
100%.
argument is
Islamabad
you don't see a
first,
country
then
anywhere.
he's going to
My issue
Oman,
is this. It's
and
very
then
simple.
he's going to be going to
I,
Moscow.
as a human being, believe
And
that this
so
world is
Abbas Araghchi
finite,
was going. We
and
knew
I don't
Ghalibaf
care
was the
about.
lead negotiator.
I only want
going.
wealth in so much
And then
as
American
it just
media,
allows me to continue to
Zionist
do what I
controlled
do.
media, basically
And because
perpetuating
I
a
really believe
different
in the
perspective.
importance
They
of like
claimed
doing good and the
that
importance of the soul,
Ghalibaf wasn't
I could never
going,
be in
J.D.
a
Vance wasn't
situation,
going,
whether
so
it's
the
a
lead
country, a
negotiators
place, an
weren't going, but
organization,
the
whatever it
secondary
is,
negotiators, if you want to
and
call it that,
someone was being oppressed, and
maybe
I
it's
couldn't
not
say
really the
nothing.
case.
I
But
just couldn't remain silent.
Jared
And
Kushner,
so the problem is that those things that we're mentioning.
Can you fix the audio on YouTube, please? Because they're going to start crying.
Oh, crybabies.
And they're saying they can hear Rathbone.
Oh, that's because I'm editing. I'm editing a video. Yeah, boys. Is it gone now though? Because it's already edited.
Beatrice is back, and the nagging has started all over again.
Oh my God, dog, shut it.
Confirmed.
Listen, Jennifer said on YouTube, right? She said, let's not forget that, oh, where's her thing gone? She put golden. She said, Trump recently called India a third world hellhole. He did.
Did he? What did he say?
He said it a couple times. No, he said that more than
Called
once.
India a third
He
world
said it more than
hellhole.
once.
Yeah, and then he had to apologize for it, didn't
Yeah.
he? He called it a third
Yeah,
world
shithole.
hellhole.
He said it's a third world shithole. Yeah.
That's what he
I
said.
didn't want to
Yeah,
use the
Trump
S
did,
word,
yeah.
but I had to, Beatrice. That's because I'm quoting.
It's cool, Andrew. I think Suleiman would prefer it anyway.
Prefer what?
I had
S
to use the
word.
S word,
That's what he
Suleiman, because
called
it was it was a quote.
Okay, guys, YouTube guys, can you let me know? Is it is the audio gone now? Because I can't find it because I'm editing the clip. But let me know on the YouTube if it's gone. Okay, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, that's what Trump said.
Deep.
Oh my God, look at that. Effing Gamba's gone straight on there and said Beatrice is back not even for a day and the audio got ruined. Like they're literally blaming me.
True. If you actually think about it, yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, like throughout your whole absence, I don't remember there being any issues with the audio. Okay, let's go to Kanna. Go ahead, Kanna.
Yo, good evening, Suleiman. Appreciate what you're doing. Appreciation out to the speakers. You know, to the listeners, follow these guys, follow Suleiman's work, interact with and engage with his posts. It's important to, you know, get the algorithm working. It was spoken about earlier on. You know, X is limiting these posts, and I'd like to give a quick example where, you know, Mr. BB sends out a post, it gets 10,000 retweets with 13 million views, and then you get I saw one in particular where a Turkish influencer, he shared a picture of a cucumber and it got 3 times the amount of retweets and likes on it, but only 3 million views. So only 1/4 of the views that, you know, BB got. it's funny how they're working the system. And I truly just want to add this quickly as well in regards to that subject, where I believe, you know, platforms like X and social media owners are learning from these types of spaces. I think, you know, they got their AI systems interacting in such spaces. But at the moment, we should be retweeting the room, even putting a comment in the pill down below. Share where you're from, share your country's flag, put a dot in there, you know, share a full stop, get the algorithm working on behalf of Suleiman and the great speakers on the panel right here. You know, I'm just a low-key average guy from London. I am of Turkic race. I was born in the UK, you know, British citizen.
You
I'm
were doing so
43
well
years
until you
old.
told us you're from London, bro.
And he likes Iverson, so that's a win too.
You know, up north in Middlesbrough, somewhere close to Middlesbrough, I heard that white on white stabbing is at its highest rate in
Fake
the
news.
UK. I read that somewhere.
Disavow,
so,
disavow, fake news. This is Hasbro.
It could be. But yeah, stabbings and acid crime in it down in London is crazy. I mean, I can't lie. I had to run away from Tottenham. I was born and raised in Tottenham, and I you know, I got a family that lives close to outside of London, I'll just say. But inner London is just.
Kana, were you there? Kana, were you there when the Duggan riots happened? Was it Duggan riots in Tottenham?
I watched Allied carpets burn down on Seven Sisters Road. On the very first day, literally outside the police station, while the rest of the police.
Are you Beatrix's next door neighbor?
I don't live anywhere near Tottenham. I live west. But that was like some crazy stuff. Let me just tell, just very quickly before I give the mic back to you, the listeners, what I'm asking about. So a guy called Mark Duggan was shot and killed by the police. He had some sort of previous criminal record. I don't know what it was. But what they said when they shot and killed him was that he was carrying a weapon. So they shot and killed him. But anyway, he wasn't carrying a weapon because they searched everywhere and there was no weapon. He was in the back of a taxi. And as he got out of the taxi, they shot and killed him. But from what I remember, because I read up about it, his family, they didn't even bother telling his family. This was all in North London, in Tottenham. So his family found out about it on the news. They're watching the news and they found out that he's been shot. So they went to the police station and it was a black family, obviously. And then the police said to them, I'll wait outside and somebody will come and speak to you in a minute. And then nobody bothered to go speak to them or explain what happened. Like nothing, we're sorry or nothing. So the next day they went back to the police station, waited outside, but the crowd was obviously bigger, the community went. And then by the third day, and do correct me if I'm wrong on this, Kana, but by the third day, the entire community was outside that police station saying, he's dead. We need an explanation. We need somebody, one of your officers to come and tell us. And obviously the police had their own panic because they'd put all out there that this guy had a weapon and he was dangerous and everything. And they were doing some mass searches of the entire area and there was no weapon where they killed him, nothing whatsoever. And then the community got mad. And what started off in Tottenham as a riot spread all across London, outside London, right up until the Midlands, Birmingham. Half the country was on fire. And I'm not joking. Like they were just like busting up shops and looting shops and stuff. And Boris Johnson and David Cameron were on holiday. I think David Cameron was the prime minister at the time. And after like day 4, they were like, yeah, we're going to get under control. They didn't want to break their holiday and come back in it. But then after like day 6, by the time it went outside London and got all the way up to Birmingham, they both had to break their holiday and come back. And they were pissed that they had to break their holiday and come back. You could tell they didn't care about the country. It was just because they had to break their holiday and come back. And then they said, right, we're going to really go hard on people. And they did. Because, like, do you remember one of the girls had walked into a shop that had been looted and she just took a bottle of water, a 50-pence bottle of water. She was a law student, never had a criminal record. She got 6 months in prison for that. Like, literally. And then that's when Boris Johnson bought the water cannons, which we never used in London, saying, if this ever happens again, we're going to use water cannons on people. Was that not what happened, Kana?
I'm not sure about the girl, but you know, more or less that is what took place. You know, the police kind of tried to hide it, and then the family was pissed. They had the community behind them, and everything just hell broke loose. And the same thing happened in '82. I can't remember who it was. That was actually the year I was born. And I lived around the corner to the farm. I actually went to White Hart Lane School. The name's changed now. I don't know what it's called. But I mean, we used to walk into the farm and do naughtiness in the farm just because the police wouldn't visit there for the first 15 years of my life. It was definitely a weird area to live. But yeah, I mean, the riots, I mean, I don't wish that upon any society. I mean, a lot of the community actually took the piss. You know, they broke into local shops who had nothing to do with you know, Zionist regime or the racist police, you know, the racist Met police. I mean, I've been projected to racism in London growing up. It's not so prevalent today. You know, you were talking about the laws in Western society. I mean, I'm a Muslim, right? Alhamdulillah, and we appreciate the laws in Western society. I certainly do. I was born here, you know. I love the land that I live in. I love my neighbors. I have more in common with my foreign neighbors, you know, of different race and different religion than I have with any of the leaders that are sitting in Parliament or in the Lords today. I mean, we're not even run as a democracy here in the UK. You know, I look at my passport; it has the United Kingdom on it. Kingdom. There's a reason why it has the United Kingdom. It's because it is a kingdom. You look at the GCC countries, and I agree with a lot of what Suleiman says and what Beatrix says too. You know, there's love for the GCC country. I mean, these people are human. We're humanists to begin with. To be a Muslim, you have to be a humanist. It's one of the most profound laws in Islam. You have to be a humanist. It doesn't matter what race or creed you're from. You have to be accepted. This is what we believe. But the people that are running the GCC countries are run by kingdoms. It's not
true.
No different to the Zionists that are running the Western world today.
True.
Let me just quickly. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to rant.
No, all good. Appreciate you. You're echoing a little bit. Let me just quickly give some breaking news. Israel is currently bombing Lebanon. Strikes in Hadatha in Lebanon, Bazuria in Lebanon, significant and ferocious attacks on Lebanon right now. I need to post this actually, but yeah, it's quite bad. And what else? Let me just say this.
I don't hate the GCC for the record. I think every country has its issues.
50,000. Okay, guys, I need to promote something, which is the tweet in the nest. The tweet in the nest has a couple of important links. Thanks to Grand Psycho with all the super chats. The tweet in the nest says that first of all, you can follow the YouTube channel Moral Resistance. We got so many great interviews on there. I don't know what it is with that channel. It's doing so well. Like, in the sense of it's only got 2,000 followers, but all the videos are like 2 of the videos are like properly blown up, which never ever happened on our other channel, even though we had such big guests on. So definitely, it seems like our other channel was blocked somehow. So yeah, that one there.
You finally have a good logo.
Oh, it might be that. I mean, Joe did make the logo. It was fire. But Joe, you know the banner on the top? Like when you're on PC, it doesn't show it properly. Does that make sense? Because it's like the framing or the size of it. But on the
I'll redo it for you so it shows up everywhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, that logo is fire, bro. I like it anyway. Yeah, the logo is probably the reason why. To be honest, people. No. Like you said, we have different opinions and thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, we might but we're still the Moral Resistance.
I can't even excommunicate you because you were never part of it. So
Andrew and I and Resistance, we're all the Moral Resistance.
Missing now. I don't know if he's gone together. Maybe he's trying to get into the GCC as well. Yes. But
he's despondent about Iraq. He sees that it was all a big game. Everyone's in it together.
What? Come on.
That's
Nah.
why he's despondent.
So yeah, bro.
His moral
Right. So
resistance.
anyway, there's a tweet. Well, irrespective of what it is, we'll always stand for the truth. We'll always fight against Zionism. Irrespective of what the situation is, our mission continues. So there's 3 links in the nest, which is the first one is the YouTube channel for Moral Resistance. You heard Gigi saying she loved the interview with Hamas and Hezbollah's lawyer, Stanley Cohen, and I enjoyed it a lot. I was buzzing over it even today. My mum was like, "Oh my god, that was so amazing." I was like, "Mum, why did you watch it on the other channel? Watch it on the new channel." She's like, "Okay, I'll watch it again." I said, "Good." So got Mama on locks, doing it and watching it. So y'all watching it, lay down the law and the mama. You guys better be watching it as well. So send it to all the mamas. My mama was like, "Oh my god, it's so amazing. He's such a nice guy." All this guys. So basically what Gigi was saying. And so yeah, watch that. That is awesome. But also follow that channel. That channel already I think is gonna do really, really well. And then the other thing is the second one is the link to the Discord. We put the link out and already so many people joined. It's crazy. Like I only put the link out yesterday and already like, is it 400 people are on there. So that's kind of crazy and brilliant. So I'm glad that we're building such a great community on Discord in case we do get banned anywhere else. And then we can come back bigger and better than ever if anything ever happened to us. Because they're definitely targeting us, targeting these spaces, targeting anyone who's anti-war on their pages. And the third one is this channel, this YouTube channel we're on, so follow that as well. So that would be awesome. And I've just seen, is Siddharth posted this is the X for our link. Okay, there's a link to the nest, okay. Yeah, Siddharth, could you post the other channel? I want to pin that one. So if you do, actually, let me pin the one you just posted. That's actually better because it's got all the links on it. Replace pinned. Okay, and then follow both of those things. That would be awesome. We've got so many interviews lined up. Let me tell you the lineup for this week already, but I need to just get a few more people sorted out. We've got Professor Morandi tomorrow. We've got Pepe Escobar and Larry Johnson on Monday. We've got Matthew Ho and Rathbone on Tuesday. So these are up to now. I just I was mentioned. Who else? Yeah, there's a few more still have to get back to me. So we've got really good interviews lined up for the rest of the week. So make sure you're following both of those channels. Make sure you're following the Discord as well. That will be awesome. And I feel like I forgot to say something, but oh yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys advice. Joe as well. You're good at this stuff. So at some point next week, probably around about Tuesday or something, we're going to start streaming 1 hour before the space for 1 hour just to give an update on all the news because I feel like sometimes it gets lost in the ether. So on the new channel from 7 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern for the first hour, we'll be streaming on the Bridge the Gap channel, the news. But Joe, we're going to ask you, like, the aim of that channel is to have 3 or 4 segments where we'll talk about 3 or 4 news items, and then the team's going to clip it up into separate videos. But the issue is that should I post it on a new channel? Because my concern is it gets too cluttered and it'll be like people won't be able to find the interviews, or how would you suggest to do it? The other option is what someone else does is they, rather than do a 1 hour live, they do like 4 15-minute lives, and then therefore the videos are just in the live section.
Yeah, that's probably better. I mean, if I were you, I would use one channel, but then change the subject every hour, and then run your clipping campaign, because I guess that's what you're doing, which makes sense.
No, so what I mean by that is like let's say this is an hour news show, 7 to 8, right? So in that hour, we're gonna go through 4 different news items, and then what I'll do is just cut it into like 4 15-minute segments, because not everybody wants to watch an hour show. They might want to just know about Lebanon. They might just want to know about the Pakistan deal or something. And then you put it into 4 separate videos. But then if you put it into 4 separate videos and put it in the video section of this new channel, then you're going to have all the videos of the news mixed in with all the interviews. And will it get lost in the ether, or do you think that doesn't really matter? Because people...
No, just make playlists.
Do you think people watch playlists?
Yeah, they do. It's probably the biggest revenue driver for you too, because people click a playlist and they watch one video of yours after the next.
Because I've done that. I've created a geopolitical interviews, military interviews, and finance interviews playlist, And it literally says, so on this channel, we've already got in 2 days, like nearly, what is it, 70, 80,000 views, and only one view via the playlist.
Yeah, I mean, it'll start to happen, but I would definitely put time into the playlist because a lot of people watch them, and then sometimes people fall asleep with them, and they just keep playing all night. You know those like sleep channels, like Hypnotize Me to Sleep. Those make a ton of money because people aren't really watching them; they just fall asleep with them on.
Yeah. So what would you advise? So just do the 4 different lives. So the 4 different live method would be like 7 o'clock, you talk at the first segment, and then there's another live, but then it means people need to switch over from live to live to live, or do you think do it as a 1 hour and then clip it up?
I would do 1 hour and then clip it up. I wouldn't do the keep making people move. You're gonna lose people.
Yeah, you always do lose people. The aim of that one is always that the watch afterwards is like high. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then the video section, how like, oh yeah, okay, so you think that okay, cool.
The
and
playlist, yeah.
Let me know your thoughts, guys, on the YouTube comments, and in the X comments, I will read them. But yeah, appreciate that. Okay, back onto the space. Lots to talk about, lots to speak through. So do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Let's go to Hezum. Hezum, jump in with your thoughts.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, assalamualaikum. Yeah, thank you for space. Appreciate you guys. I just want to offer a perspective to what usually goes on in the Gulf states with the labor issues. I'm not denying the issues that you mentioned earlier. That
your mic, either your mic's
sometimes
really bad, I don't know what it is, but I can't really hear you that properly. Is it just me, or does everybody else have the same issue?
That's his mic.
It sounds like you're under a duvet.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. It's difficult.
now. Is it okay now?
Yeah, speak again.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, all right. So I wanted to offer a different perspective. I'm not denying that some issues.
Yeah, you're still
with,
echoing.
labor.
You're still echoing. It's louder now. It's better than it was before, but there's like a weird echo.
How about now?
Yeah, go and speak.
All right. So just wanted to offer a different perspective.
Yeah, perfect. Continue.
All right. So I'm not denying that some issues happen in the Middle East with labor or the Gulf states. But the issue with keeping the passports, I want to offer some perspective on why that happens sometimes. I know it happens sometimes. It's used for some sort of abuse. In some
You're
cases,
rubber banding again. So up until when you said about the passports, you were fine, and then you start rubber banding again. Maybe they took your internet off you, and that's why you can't speak. I don't know what's going on.
No, I'm not in the Gulf states right now. I have an okay internet.
I'm joking. Continue. So gone fine again. But if it messes up again, I'm just gonna have to drop you because it's a bit of a headache. Continue.
All right. So in some cases, laborers would run away. So you would pay all the fees to bring them as a sponsor. A lot of money to bring them, and then they'll just run away and freelance.
It's not working. You're gonna have to get a better mic. Sorry. I think he's trying to say that they steal their passport in case they run away, but I couldn't hear it because he was just rubber banding. If he sorts his mic out, you can come back again. Let's go to Darag.
Hi, Suleiman. It's pronounced Dara, like Dara O'Brien, the comedian. It's just with the Irish spelling. It doesn't, or Irish names don't always look like it is how it's written, but it's pronounced Dara, just FYI. But yeah, brilliant space and very educational for people getting on here. And it was a great spot that you did with Cyrus the Virus. He was definitely a plant. I mean, last night, for instance, as soon as I mentioned about the fuel tanks being secretly ship to the Argentinians so they could hit the British fleet, he straight in went and, oh, they're great pilots, aren't they? They're really good at attacking. As I was in mid-sentence, to stop straight away when I mentioned Israel. So you learn a lot of the panelists here about how to identify spoofers, people who pretend to be on your side, or, oh, you know, it's a bit of both sides where it's pure propaganda. But here you get the truth. You get people who are very knowledgeable, they know their stuff. I mean, Beatrice last night mentioning about Fahrenheit 9/11 and Michael Moore. I mean, he opened my eyes from the days when he used to do The Awful Truth, a TV show, brilliant. And then there was Bowling for Columbine and so many other stuff that he's done. He was a great inspiration. Now, there was a mention earlier about the EU. If you get a work permit,
Isn't he a Zio? Or
you can't leave.
am I getting this wrong? Didn't he not speak about the Gaza genocide?
Who?
Michael Moore.
That I honestly don't know, because
I about what he's talking about, Derek, was last night. I said to Cyrus about Michael Moore that he was the first person when he wrote the book in America called Hey Dude, Where's My Country? That's where he talked about, he produced all the receipts about the oil pipelines that were going down in Iraq and Dick Cheney and how they were all involved. And then he made the movie Fahrenheit 9/11. That's what Derek's talking about. That's what I was saying to Cyrus last night. That, you know, he made some crazy statement like we're always seen as the good guys or something. And that's when I was telling him that something.
Yeah, but I'm
he
asking
was
that.
totally against the Gulf War and that. I don't know if he's a Zionist, because I haven't really seen any of his stuff for the past 3 years. I've been very focused, especially what's been happening since Palestine. I always have been like that for years. So I kind of haven't watched any of his stuff for years. But I did during the Gulf War, after the first one, where I was the fool and believed what was going on. And then the second one, when he was sounding the alarm bells going, yeah, this isn't what you think it is. And he was very factual about that. So that's where he opened my eyes to the media manipulation and the power that the Saudis have in America and foreign policy. Funny enough, now that you mention it, he's never mentioned Israel. So that is, now that you mention it and thinking back, he mentioned about the Saudis a lot, but he never mentioned Israel. So that is a very good point you just made out. But when it came to the second Gulf War, he got booed in the Academy Awards because he said, "How dare you take us into this illegal war?" And he got booed and cut off. But anyway, I don't want to digress from that. Another thing I just want to verify, Andrew, you were an inspiration. You were a true gentleman, and you were a man of your word, and I have a lot of respect for you. I did not in any way whatsoever want to say that you were a liar last night. Unfortunately, the orders by the sailors were to give a certain storyline about what happened with the Belgrano. But I put a post in the Blue Pill last night to show you what actually happened. The chap who blew the whistle was taken to court to try to prosecute him. He won because it was in the public's interest. And the Conservative government lost the collective S and changed the law that you can't use that as a defense anymore. So yeah, you were lied to, unfortunately, but you're an honorable man, and I really enjoy your input and your life experiences. And I mean, I'm sorry for you losing your son. That's really bad.
No,
you know?
no offense taken, sir. I'm reading what you wrote, and I read over it, but I have not studied it, and I thank you. But no offense taken. I highly respect you too, sir. I was very closely involved with that war, with the Royal Navy and the submarine. I'm talking submarines, the Conqueror, specifically the HMS, the Royal Navy Spartan, the HMS Spartan. I know the crew. I talked to them. We hung out for a week together. I listened to the actual audio. Explosions of when the Belgrano was hit. But anyway, I have much to learn. I don't know it all, but thank you and respect to you, sir. And no offense taken.
Yeah, I mean, they were ordered to give you that story because obviously it wasn't the truth. But as a military man, you understand when the higher ups tell you to say something, you have to say it, especially in a wartime situation. But yeah, we've got, I mean, great experience. Beatrice, you sounded a bit better, which is great. So those sniffles are definitely shaken off, which is nice. Suleiman.
Let me tell you what happened today, Darragh, right? Let me tell you what happened today. So it was a really beautiful day here. And I thought, you know what? Like, I don't know what this is. I've never had this before, but I like, sometimes I just can't breathe. I'm wheezing a lot. And I thought, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to go out and just go for a short walk because I just need to get out. I'm sick of being in freaking bed, right? So I went out, and Suleiman happened to call me when I was out. And he's like, oh, you're out? And I was like, yeah, I just thought I'd go for a walk. I said, he was like, oh, okay. And I said, but I can't walk and talk at the same time. And do you know what he says to me? He says, oh, that's the key, is it? That's how we get it to happen. That's what he says.
But the thing is, the Suleiman's part Irish, and if we don't slag you off, it means that we don't like you, because it's a term of endearment for the Irish, slagging folk off. As for being from Borough, I doubt it. I think you're really from either Hartlepool or Stockton, because when I mentioned the Parmo, you stay silent. I mean, that's a secret dish in Middlesbrough.
I love the Parmo, bro. I love the Parmo. I'm literally...
Well, that's what I was expecting. And you said nothing, thinking,
I wasn't listening when you were talking.
From Hartlepool or Stockton.
No, Darragh, I wasn't listening. Darragh, I wasn't listening when you were talking. I went to get some food when you were talking yesterday. But no, bro, I love Parmo. My mum's literally about to go Middlesbrough. And I'm like, listen, you better go bring back me. You better go and bring me back a Parmo. It's literally a national dish. It's literally one of the best foods in the world.
It is phenomenal. I mean, I was like, what's a Parmo? And they were like, you've got to try it. And I did. No, like, Jesus Christ, this is amazing.
It's a taste revolution. It's a taste revolution.
It is. A part eating a mouse while you're eating it is just phenomenal.
Exactly.
It really is. Another thing, a wee update regarding what I was speaking about yesterday is there was an interview today with a Navy commander talking about using Oman as an excuse for them to get involved in the Straits of Hormuz, being in their part of the waters. And especially with Trump threatening about the Falklands, and then the Argentinian Prime Minister chipping in, saying, yeah, well, we're going to change our stance about the Falklands. And the biggie is, Argentina are buying F-16s from the Danish. And the Americans told the British, you can't stop this deal. And the British had to back down. So the pieces are starting to get put into place for that. And that will force the UK, they use that as a threat to either take it, or the Argentinians go in if you don't help us against Iran, which is, I'm thinking that's what they're trying to do, to force their hand into it. And I mean, Iran has shown the world that the might of America is a paper tiger. All the bases are decimated, and the fighting spirit of the Iranians is just phenomenal. And they've been demonized so much, like the Muslim religions. I've been other spaces where I call out people who are talking absolute bilge. It's and you have to inform people, and it's so important in spaces like this is to educate them, tell them the truth, have receipts. So anything you say, you can say, well, look, I can back up what I'm talking about. Everything I talk about, I say from either lived experience or information I have been verified, not hearsay or what the mainstream media. So this is a very important platform. Unfortunately, people do get targeted. Now, which people should do now is set the rebel on Suleiman's account, so when he does have a space, you can find it, because no longer does he show up. In the past few weeks, I never see him if his space is on now. And it's happened to, I hardly see any spaces now. I've been totally narked, because I've gone into some spaces and tore people to shreds because they were saying blatant lies on everything I said. I could back up with verified facts and say, well, look, there's information, look it up, you tell me if I'm wrong. And they couldn't. And then all of a sudden, I don't see any spaces anymore. So it's something that people who do listen to your channel and the friends, is you have to set those reminders, because the only way I can see Suleiman, if he's got a live, is when I go through my alerts and I go, the space is up and running, and I chip in because it's a great melting pot. He's got people from different points of view. A lot agree with the same, but he does let the other side come in and basically pull the pants around their ankles and show them for what they are: genocide apologists or liars. And that's what we need to do. And it's so important that we do this and spread the news and help as much as possible. Now that you're in Discord, I've been using it for a few years now. It's a great tool. You can put so much data in there, especially like you've got your videos, not just that, lots of documents where people can read the history, the background. You can go into so much more depth um, with Discord that it can be like a library of the truth, fighting for the cause, fighting for the resistance, fighting against the narrative that people have been brainwashed in for years. It's like in America, to appease wars in foreign lands, they started introducing in speeches in the late 90s, thank you for your service, because it silenced dissent, it silenced criticisms of the war, because what are you doing talking against our soldiers? Not the whole political reason why they're there, and it's just the narrative. The British government did the same in the Iraq War too, because people going, there was a million people marched against it, and then all of a sudden, when it came to the poppy, oh well, now we remember all military forces throughout time, not just the Great War in World War II, which was just an evil move to do. Didn't go down very well in Ireland, I can tell you. And you've got people who get demonized because they refuse to wear the poppy. I used to wear a poppy until they did that, and I refuse to wear one now because it's been politicized to appease foreign wars and to stop people talking against it. Because why are you talking against our soldiers? You know, it's an evil, evil trick that they do, and they are manipulating the public. And the media does this, and I mean, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And being Irish, looking at news and having lived in Ireland, lived in the UK, grew up in the UK, came of age, lived in America as a kid, went to school there, then went back as they're growing up. When you see it from the outside and then see it from the inside, and you're thinking, wow, these people really have been not told the truth. The chap earlier was talking about his passport. He goes, his passport says the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. That's the official name. A lot of people don't know that the UK had to change its name officially back in the 30s. No, because Ireland became
So
independent
Dara, let me
and
just
they
give
couldn't
some
have it.
let me give some news.
Oh,
It's getting a
sorry.
bit off track. Just let me give some news. Uh, no, where's it gone? Flipping out. I missed it out. Let me bring it back up. Okay, quite a bit of news. Like I said, Lebanon is being bombed quite hard right now. As I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned this at the start. I did mention it in the start that the IDF are going in and basically ransacking Lebanese villages. But there's a video out there which I posted, and what they did was they went in there with a basically went in there and destroyed solar panels in a Christian village in South Lebanon. That specific village is Christian. That village itself relies on the solar panels for its energy, and they went in and destroyed it. And so now that village does not have access to any kind of electricity. And you can see that they didn't just randomly bomb it; they specifically went and dismantled it. This is how the Zionist regime acts against anyone who isn't basically Jewish. If you're a guy, you're gonna get attacked in that way. They're bombing Gaza right now. They killed 2 Palestinians and wounded 6 more. They hit Jabalia Mosque, and that's how they were able to kill those people. The air defense system in Kermanshah is being tested as well right now. Let's see what else we got. 1 second. That's it. That's the update on the news. The Lebanese resistance is smashing and banging as well.
I've got a question on Lebanon.
I'm reading the super
Do you
chat.
think that
Oh, go ahead,
it's-
Beatrix. This is obviously not serious, so I was going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, no,
I'm just reading a
what was
chat
the
where
super
you
chat?
explaining what a palmo is. Golden! Educate the public! Let it flourish! Let this delicacy be known from land, to ocean, throughout the known worlds. Anyway, do continue, Beatrix.
Yeah, I want to ask, do you think they're using Lebanon, Israel and America as the front for a proxy war? Is that what you think they're doing? Like they're trying to kick it off there to see if they can instigate Iran or something?
That they want to instigate Iran, is that what you're trying to say?
Like I just feel like Lebanon's being used as a front for a proxy war, so they're not fighting Iran directly, but they're fighting on Lebanese soil to hit back at Iran.
I mean, that could be their motive, but I think the overarching motive is the Greater Israel Project. They want the entire region, the entire area, the entire place for themselves, and they don't really care about how they get there. This is a dream scenario for them. They've been talking about this for a very long time, and they're trying to expand into the region for that reason. I can hear your sniffles are much better. So what's all the drama about?
Yeah, you said it today as well, didn't you? You said the other day as well, didn't you? When I said I was getting better, I was getting my voice back, and you said that was disappointing. That's what you were like.
True story. I do think about what is best for the space for sure, at all times in all situations. Okay, let's go to Andy. Andy, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
I mean, yeah, Trump has his White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. I mean, it's like a comedy roast dinner or whatever. So yeah, he's doing that while instead of negotiating. So you can tell that that's not serious. I mean, yeah, it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner hosted by Grindr. So whatever is going on there, he's clearly not serious about negotiating. We knew he never was. But yeah, of course, Israel's bombing Lebanon. We never expected them to follow through on the ceasefire. I don't think that should shock anyone if they've been paying even the slightest bit of attention for the past 3 years or before that. It's just sad to see. And yeah, the resistance is going to strike back. But yeah, war is definitely going to be coming soon. If not this weekend, certainly by next weekend. All the assets are in place, and Bibi, it has his finger on the trigger, and he's going to start it up. And Iran will not be even caught remotely off guard, as they have said. They have their fingers on the trigger, and it's going to be an immediate response. And they have already picked out their targets. And with the amount of troops massing in the UAE, that an attack will definitely be launched from there. They've been stacking planes there, so they're going to get smashed up hard. And if you decide to be terrorists yourselves and work with terrorists, you pay the consequences for your actions. You don't get to play victim and cry, why are we under attack, when you're aiding and abetting terrorists. So when Ian Miles Chong or Andrew Tate or whoever cries about them getting hit, they don't get to say crap about it. Your country's aiding and abetting terrorists, and there's consequences for your evil deeds.
Andy, you mentioned the White House dinner, right? Grand Saigo, appreciate you. You mentioned the White House dinner, and before I realized there was a White House dinner, I was thinking, wait, he's going back to Washington. Is he going to start the war in the weekend? But then he has got the White House dinner today. You think that he went to Washington just for that? Do you think maybe the war may start tomorrow or even today? Or do you think it's possible that it could start today when he's got the White House dinner? Like, what do you think's going on?
I don't know. I mean, wasn't he down in Mar-a-Lago when the war started the first time? Or so that doesn't mean he needs to be in Washington to start it. He was in Mar-a-Lago, I believe, when they struck the first time, wasn't he? Didn't they have like that makeshift room where they did that recorded statement in his BS justifications about we need to stop these Iranian terrorists and the BS he was spewing the first time? So he doesn't need to really be in Washington to start it. I mean, I doubt. I mean, it's not like Trump's just giving the green light to Pete Hegseth to really be the one to start. It's not like Trump's the one giving detailed strike plans. Trump just has to be like, yeah, the plan's a go now. So it's not like Trump really has to be there. But yeah, I could see them starting it. I mean, especially during the dinner might make sense theoretically because that you'd think, oh, he's at this dinner, so it wouldn't make sense for him to start it, which would be actual cover to start it. Not saying it's going to happen, but that would be cover to start it because you wouldn't expect it then. Did you
Yeah.
Did you see that video from Aaron Rupert or whatever, or the post where Trump was asked, "Have you thought about extending the ceasefire?" And then he's like, I haven't really thought about it yet, so it's just more Trump making irrational statements.
Trump being Trump, basically. Trump being Trump. Trump doing his Trump things. Let's go to Disoccupied.
Hey, Suleiman, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great. How are you doing?
You asked about if Michael Moore is a Zionist, and he definitely is not.
He's not.
I
Okay.
was at
Explain.
No, he's not. I was at the New York City campus protests. He physically put himself between police and the protesters when they started arresting people, and was on Instagram Live calling people in to help him out and stuff like that. So he was there at the protest the whole time.
Awesome. I wasn't sure either way. I thought I'd read somewhere that this guy hadn't said anything, but I mean, thanks for clarifying. It's not good to have a wrong impression of someone.
I wanted to talk about something that I haven't heard. I've been listening to the space for a while. When it comes to ceasefires, you can never trust a Western ceasefire. If you look back at history in 1948, Egypt was the five armies that came to help the Palestinians. Out of them, four were they were insignificant. The only one that was significant was Egypt, because the other four had were just towards getting independence, so they were ragtag armies. Egypt was a significant army. They had come to the outskirts of Tel Aviv, and then Britain and France, playing both sides as usual, called a ceasefire. Egypt agreed, a mistake, and then during that time, the Israelis got shiploads of weapons in from Eastern Europe. And they had the experience from fighting in World War in Europe as well. And from then on, the Nakba began. Tantura, every ungodly event that you can think of started after that ceasefire. So yeah, never trust a ceasefire from the West. That's all I have to say.
So what do you think is going to happen next?
They're just going to come back. I think they're going to go into war. This is a planning and rearming stage. Boots on the ground.
You think boots on the ground?
Yeah, the goal is to fragment Iran, right? That's part of what the long-term plan is.
You think boots on the ground though, bro?
Yes. Long-term, yeah.
Andrew, do you agree with his position on that?
Yeah, well, can you define boots on the ground?
To come in and take away their capability to be an independent actor.
Wow. Okay.
Make them
right.
make
Yeah.
them like in Iraq.
Yeah, there's militarily speaking, from hours and hours of listening to many different military analysts, from my own experience, that's going to be, never say never, but I'll say impossible. And I'll use impossible. It's unthinkable. But there will be some action, no doubt, mostly from the air. Bunch of shock and awe fireworks, some incursion maybe, but to go to great lengths for full, type of invasion, it's not going to happen. It can't. It's impossible.
Disoccupied?
I'm not a military analyst. I look at history, and I'm just looking at this from a historical standpoint of what has happened in ceasefires. There's plenty of other military people here, but I think that they're trying to destroy Iran, and they're taking this time to get themselves ready for that. Whichever way it could be. It could be boots on the ground, it could be air. Uh, whatever ways it works, but the ceasefire isn't good at all.
Yeah, certainly, I never discount any opinion, thought, and that's what's great about Suleiman Space. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I really do, and we will see something, no doubt. And I think it's going to come down here. This weekend's looking good. I know we're halfway through the weekend, but you're talking, about, unless I misunderstood you, about a serious ground incursion, meaning in full movement of forces of U.S. Army forces moving with artillery and armor and everything. Correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
Look, this is the 7th country out of the 7 on the list that they need to destroy.
Right.
So
very familiar with Wesley Clark. Yep. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Whatever way for that goal to be achieved, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, but the goal has not been achieved, and they've tried and tried, and will keep trying and try again. And of course, a week, 2 weeks, a month from now, a year from now, we can look back through a rearview mirror and we can say, hey, we will see. But it is impossible, and I hate using the I word, impossible, because nothing's impossible, but it really is. So let's agree to say this. There'll be something, fireworks, but yeah, we'll see some fireworks for sure. Only a fool would say we're not going to see fireworks at all. But it's not going to happen. Iran, I believe with all my heart, from everything, and really seriously studying this, looking at this, and listening to, when I say hours, it's been hours and hours of listening to a lot greater minds and me, a lot smarter than I am. Generals, plural, colonels, I'm talking senior ranking officers. My own career, I had a very good military, full naval career, and literally rose up the ranks and worked in the Pentagon and at the Systems Command. I was with the Type Command. I was deployed for years and years. It's not going to happen, sir. It's just the I word, impossible. And if I'm wrong, I will come up there as God is my witness, and I'll say, man, I really made an ass of myself. I was really stupid. I'm sorry. I was wrong. And I will admit when I'm wrong. But I absolutely cannot see a full-blown, let's go take out Iran. Iran is in the driver's seat. Iran won the war, past tense, and they will continue winning, because all they have to do is just sit back and watch the world melt down and keep doing. They could literally do nothing. As long as the strait's closed, I think we'll agree on that. They've won, past tense, have won. And I use the present perfect tense. If you can really study the grammar on that, give yourself the discipline to study the present perfect tense in English grammar. It's a powerful tool. Have, using the verb to have, and then as an auxiliary, and then the past preterite tense of one. If you really study that, we saw that happen with with both two things: existential war and asymmetrical warfare. United States will and America will study Iran's military tactics for years. Our war colleges will study it. Our military academies will study it. I know I've been studying it from the naval point of view in asymmetrical warfare. And not only, I was told some attacks, some asinine, very low, feeble-minded idiots, and I use the word idiot clinically, have attacked me saying, "Oh, you're just an old man. You've been out of the loop." Well, yeah, I did over 20 years plus consulting plus. I stayed very connected with Naval Institute for over 20 years. And even a year ago, I was talking to engineers, brilliant naval engineers at a Navy lab. So I kind of know a little bit what I'm talking about. But Iran won this, and they're going to be the seventh that we're going to knock off, but it didn't happen, and it won't happen. And then I can take off my military hat and put on my Christian eschatological hat, which we're not doing in this space. Iran's going to be an end-time player, and they are. Persia is there, and they're not going away. And America will and has backed into a position, and we're just a player, not the. We're not using the player. We're not the, and I use the definite article the, and you need to really study that word the. Conversely to an indefinite article of a player, we're now no longer the player. We're a player. And we're now in a multipolar world, and America is really butthurt about that. And I get a lot of hate, like, you're not an American, man, you're not a patriot, you need your ass kicked, you need thrown out of the country. I've had my terrible. And I even recently been told I'm a Hamas sympathizer, and you better check yourself, bro. Yeah, I've checked myself. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Hamas, Hezbollah. Yep, I vote for them. Yep, Hezbollah. Yep. Oh. But I'll shut up here by saying this. I'm sorry I'm ranting. But I hear what you're saying, but Iran will not fall. And if I'm wrong, I will apologize, and I'll end it there.
No, I didn't say they'll fall, but I'm just saying that with this administration, uh, all cards, they're keeping all their options open. It's an echo chamber, so you can't trust what they're even if they're going to go with what the military generals. The doctrine has always been, they've done war games before. They know they can't win, but they keep going ahead. They've gone ahead and launch the war. So you just don't know how far they'll go. Hopefully they won't, though. We have an election coming up in November. I am here in the U.S. and the public is completely against it. I mean, I talk to people all day long who are just, they don't even understand what's happening. But um, I feel there's a disconnect between the administration and what the public wants.
Yeah, definitely. The disconnect is there. It's only going to get a wider gap, and eventually it's going to break. That's why. Well, I heard Andy just talking on the space. He's a political analyst, and Suleiman's laid it out over and over again. All the speakers on the panel have, and I'm glad you came up to ask that question. But yeah, we're witnessing unprecedented times, where we are now looking at the moral resistance, and we throw that word around, and we don't throw it around lightly, but really look at that carefully. It's good versus evil. It's not even ethnicity. It's not racial. It's not religion. It's not political belief. It's really good versus evil. It really comes down to that simplicity of it. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate your points. Yeah, America's going to keep poking the bear. No, but they're going to back out carefully, walk out one way or the other. Either we're going to walk out really ugly, walk out. Like I'm talking, we're going to get our ass kicked hard, and walk out, or we're going to carefully moonwalk our way back out of this. I say we. Sadly, I say that as an American who's being embarrassed every day on the world stage, and America is in derision. Means brought to open shame, rightfully so, because God will not be mocked. Israel, national, when I say Israel, I'm not talking about the true Israel. I'm talking national Zionist Israel. They are in open derision, open shame. God is not mocked, and we will continue to be brought into open shame and derision, rightfully so, until this is made right. And I'm not going to go into that, but yeah. So I'll be quiet. Sorry, I'll sit down, but thank you for your commentary, sir.
I mean, we've seen this just with how desperate they are to try to cancel everyone. You see them going after Schenk's wife. You see them going after Anna Kasparian's husband just because Schenk and Anna speak out against Zionism. So now they're trying to go after their families, and it's absolutely disgusting. You saw Canary Mission pull up a clip of Anna Kasparian and Nick Fuentes and say, "Oh my God, this must be a foreign-funded influence op. How dare they both speak out against this?" And it's no, good people, whether they be on the right or the left, are speaking out, and it's not a foreign-funded influence op. It's people have had enough, and they're speaking out. And all they're doing with this attempt at cancel culture and shaming is they're bringing right and left closer together because they realize that people are realizing there's bigger differences than our right versus left politics. We're in a moral war with good versus evil. So yeah. And I saw some groypers in Anna Kasparian's comments, and they're like, it would be awesome if Nick went on the show. So like, yeah, that would be incredible if that ever happened. Truly bringing right and left together against this evil. This is exactly what we need. They want to divide us with these right versus left politics, open border, closed border, trans, whatever. That pales in comparison to children being killed overseas.
Cool. Let's go to 1984. 1984, jump in.
Yeah, hello. Could you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's clear.
Awesome, awesome. I just had a question. I mean, we were talking about boots in Iran, and that's not going to happen and whatnot. Is there a slight possibility that it could happen because, you know, people are insane and whatnot, but also because somehow Trump wants to drag it because he's obviously going to lose the elections? And do you guys see like a civil war kind of scenario popping up sometime soon in the States?
Yeah, well, if I can jump in on that, yeah, that scenario is always there. We've seen that building for the past 10 years. I mean, seriously built. I don't think it'll happen. I'm not saying that because my head's buried in the sand. I don't see that happening because there's so many factors. America, United States, I'm talking geographically, culturally, they're so massive, so diverse, so it's complicated and complex. I was born and raised in this country, all right? Boulder, Colorado. I'm a Colorado boy, mountain boy, ranch farmer, trapped, hunted, fished, grew up that way. And then I lived for years in the city life, suburbia. It was down in the deep south, my father's roots, and black and Hispanic. Soy hispanohablante, soy bilingüe. I learned Spanish. I used to get my ass kicked by the Mexicans. I learned Spanish. I mean, I've been around a little bit, traveled all around the world, lived overseas for years and years. I'm speaking from a little experience here. We're not going to see, I don't think, really civil war. But if, and only a fool would say, there would never be a civil war. There could be, but it's so complex because we have so many in my neighborhood, I'm not kidding you. I walk out of my door and I've been transplanted here. A long story short, I can go talk to a Vietnamese. I can go talk to a Punjab, an Indian, Sikh. I can go talk to a good old boy redneck who grew up here in this area in Indiana. I can go literally walk 2 houses down from there, and I don't know what those people are. I know they don't like to talk to people. I wave at them, and they kind of like, leave me alone. I don't know what their ethnicity is. But my point is I don't see American flags flying around here like I used to when I grew up, and I don't give a rip about that. But my point I'm making is America is so diverse and complex, and stuff could be blowing up 2 miles away. And you know what you're going to talk about? Hey, man, what's on the TV? Or, hey, let's go watch the races. Or, hey, we're Punjab. We don't even talk to other people. We stay in our Punjabi community. It's so diverse, so complex. So I don't see a civil war happening. But I tell you what I do see happening is the very strong possibility of a 2030 agenda being laid out. Yeah, now that gets my attention. We've been talking about that on this space. Beatrice has brought it up. Suleiman's brought it up, and this is the Pax Judaica thing. If Iran loses this, which I don't think they have or will, but if God forbid, then we're looking at nothing stopping Pax Judaica. And Suleiman, I don't know how long you've been listening to this space. Please go research his past hours and archive videos. Why are we all pulling for Iran? Why are Englishmen, Brits, Suleiman and Beatrice? They're from the UK. Why are they pulling for Iran? You say, well, it has nothing to do with our stance and religious beliefs. It's about the moral resistance. Because if Iran loses this, it's Zio rain from hell, the Pax Judaica, and that scourge will bring in all of the Palantir, all of this 2030 agenda. We've been talking about it over and over again. And then it'll be the planned meltdown, the planned absolute collapse. And that's what Joa talks about if this keeps going on the way it is. And there's this continual stalemate. So we're either looking at the existential very end of this end of the world as we know it, which will literally go into, you're talking about biblical end times, meaning wrap everything up. We're at the end times where everything goes into this 2030 agenda when we're living in this dystopian time, or we're going to go through an ugly little bounce around here, straighten it out. But the conflict and tension will always be there. But I don't think we'll see civil war, and I think it'll be years before we're actually in the 2030 plan, but we're going that way. And I don't want to start rambling here, but yeah, something to talk about.
Yeah. And what about look, in terms of ground invasion, I think it's unlikely in the sense of because it's going to be a complete illogical move to make, but nearly every decision that's been made in this war when it comes to a military offensive action has been illogical. And so I don't think you can completely rule it out. I think the possibility is there. 1984.
Yep. I'm listening.
Yeah, I think it could happen.
Yeah, only a fool would say, "Oh, it never could happen." I'm saying it's impossible, but there again, that's being kind of stupid to even say impossible. But I'm making that as a strong point. But absolutely, Suleiman's right. As crazy as it's been, yeah, it could definitely happen.
I feel there is no.
Whoops, Gigi, you're rubber banding. Unless it's me.
Gigi?
Yeah, I think she got
She
bugged.
got, yeah, she
But
free, so.
since we're waiting, I think there was like some talks about Iran playing this in a way.
Exactly.
You broke up, Gigi. If you can start from the beginning.
Sorry, I don't know what.
Hello? Okay, Gigi, you're gonna have to reset. Let me drop you. You can request again. Go ahead. Whoever was speaking? Who was speaking? A4? Who was speaking?
Yeah, it was me. I
Okay.
was just mentioning that there was like a theory.
Yeah, go ahead, Zuckerberg.
When they mention civil war, in what context are they talking? Left versus right? Uh, America first versus the war lobby. Who are they talking about that would be fighting? Because if it's war versus no war, it doesn't make sense because you have people on both sides, the far right and the far left, that are opposed to the war. It's the centrists that want the war. So if they can clarify, who are they talking about that in America that would be part of the Civil War? What would be the parties?
84. I think he's talking to you. Who would you think, if there would be a civil war, who would be the forces, the Confederacy, and who would be the parties involved?
Who dropped?
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
don't
guess.
think there'd
Yeah.
ever be a civil war. I don't think there would ever be a civil war in the U.S. It's just the people. It's an island. They're just influenced by what's going on around the world. And before Iran, there was it was the people that wanted to, the MAGA group, which at that time was far right, that didn't like the left, the trans agenda and things like that. But I don't think that was enough to push towards a civil war.
Yeah, I agree.
Gigi, can you speak now?
I have some problem, I think, with my mic. Can you hear
Yeah.
me? Okay, yes. I was just saying that we all of us in this space, and all of us that are concerned about the war and what's happening in Iran, we want to know what's going to be next, but we really can't. There is no way that we can foresee if there is going to be boots on the ground, or if it's going to be a a forever ceasefire. If I want to think what's going to come next from what I gather and from what I read and from what I see in the news and what I follow, I would say this is going to be just the posturing going on back and forth at this point. America will not put boots on the ground because they know it's impossible with 17.5 million Iranian already registered for the Basij, meaning for being enlisted in the military for war. To defend Iran, I mean. There is no way that America will put boots on the ground. This is impossible war. And with midterm election coming and with all that is happening inside America, that's a suicide mission. I know Donald Trump, all he cares about enriching his children and himself, but there are some smart people in America, and there are some people that can see this is not going to win them anything. So I'm 100%, not 100%, but I'm quite sure that boots on the ground is not going to happen. What I think America wants from this war to claim victory and just go away. And maybe they're negotiating with Iranian to give them a lot of whatever they need, but in return, Iranian government somehow say that America won. I don't know how that's going to happen. I'm sure they're willing to lift the sanction, to give all the frozen assets, to have Iran having a toll on Shariat of Hormuz, all of that, if Iran somehow says that we defeated. But there is another part. Israel wants Lebanon. That's a given. Israel wants every little land that they can get around them. That's their mission. So that is another point in this war that will not bring ceasefire so quickly, because Iranian won't give up on having ceasefire included in Lebanon, which I don't think Israel will agree on that. That's my point. I also think there are so many things are happening at this point in the world with AI and all those surveillance that is happening all over the world. Every thing that we use, they record our conversation, they see us, all of that. Some stuff is happening that you and I and other people on this space may not know, but they are stuff happening that this war may or may not have a lot to do with that, because what if there is a way to actually control the West by AI, But then Iran is in the way because Iranians are completely different. They have different ideology. They're completely on the other side. So there is so much in play right now. All we can talk about or we can see is what we actually, it's maybe a few days ahead of us. We don't know what's going to happen further down the line.
Yeah, great point. Cynthia, do you want to add anything?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just unmuted. I live in Florida. I live in Martin County, which is one county up from Palm Beach. And what I'm seeing, and I've been an activist for a long time. What I see on the ground is Palm Beach County South is going to support Trump no matter what. The rest of Florida, as far as the war is concerned, the rest of Florida is now very questionable. MAGA is dying. It really is. People are angry because they were lied to. People are waking up to the 2030 plan. We fought UN Agenda 21 here in Martin County on the local, and we won. And so I sent out the I mean, for years we've been sending out the 2030 plan, having people come and speak to get people to understand what's going to happen. So I just think that South Florida is a lost cause, but the rest of Florida, maybe Tampa and Naples would be not so good, but the rest of Florida is anti-war, and they're getting sick and tired of Trump. They don't believe a single thing coming out of his mouth. It's he's very destructive. And then also the fact of his son, Eric, and Don Jr., and his daughter in law, Laura, they bought into Salem Media, and then his son goes and buys into a company in Israel like a week before the war that makes drones. I mean, and then did something the other day. I mean, I'm like, I mean, if Biden was doing that, we'd be screaming, from the rooftops. So they're starting to wake up, but Palm Beach and Broward and Miami is all in with Trump, and they would put boots on the ground because they support him. It's just the way that it is, and it's unfortunate. We have a lot of people that are not as educated, like you're talking about on this space, and I'm very lucky that I found you because I think it's important that people understand what the consequences will be. Thank you for letting me speak.
Whereabouts in Florida
Well,
did you say you live?
I live in Martin County, which is one county up from Palm Beach. So we're north of Palm Beach County.
Ah,
So
okay.
on the East Coast. On the East Coast, yeah. We're very conservative. Matter of fact, I had James Fishback, who is amazing. I had a big event here for him. He's running for governor. He's 31 years old. In a fight for free establishment. I mean, Donald Trump endorsed Byron Donalds, and Byron is just bought and paid for by Palantir and all the rest. We already have a smart city in West Palm Beach, soon to be a 15-minute city. So, Fishback came out of nowhere, and he's pledging no cameras, no Blackstone, no BlackRock. He's going to chase private equity out of our state because, I mean, they're just buying up everything, and it's very corrupt. It's just very corrupt. So I think he has a good chance to win in the primary, but he's running against establishment, and they'll use every tool to get him get him off the out of the primary, but they can't win because the crowd is getting bigger and bigger. I had probably over 500 people. He's had thousands when he goes to the universities. He's speaking truth to power. He said Netanyahu is not welcome in Florida, and he wants his money back if he becomes governor. He's speaking out about Israel. And there are other candidates running, like Aaron Baker running against Randy Fine and Dan Brazilian or whatever his name is. He jumped in. So people are starting to get educated and looking to see who the donors are in APAC. And Florida is, I mean, they wrote an anti-Semitism bill in about 2020. And Randy Fine was instrumental in that. They passed it, and Ron DeSantis flew over to Israel signed it into law, and kissed the wall. So does that tell you something? It's just ridiculous. And the ADL, just so everybody knows, is when you, in every state, they're meddling in our education for schools, telling us how to teach the Holocaust, and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. I mean, they don't belong here. This is not your country, and you shouldn't be telling us what to do. And Florida, listen, $37 million in bonds, Palm Beach County bought in Israeli bonds. Did the people of Palm Beach County know? Apparently not. And we sent a lot of money to Israel from the state. So that's Florida.
Cynthia, how many Floridians even knew about DeSantis signing that legislation? He was in freaking Israel when he signed that. I was going livid. And I would talk to people. They go, "What are you talking about? We don't know what you're talking about." I mean, can you believe it? I'm sorry to jump in on that.
No. I want you to. No, I agree. I think a lot of people have become aware, but they're still in the state of free Florida, because of what happened during COVID. I don't know what's wrong with DeSantis. I met him years ago when Marco Rubio was running for president, and he decided to run for that seat. And I had a one-on-one with him down in Lauderdale at a tea party and took him aside. He's a pleasant person. I thought he was a constitutionalist, to be honest with you. He lost his way. He's bought out, and he bought out by APAC and all the rest. But see, this time they can't. What's really amazing to me is that Laura and Don Jr. bought into Salem Media. Salem Media has a lot of talk shows and all that. They're going to try to change the narrative. That's why they bought into it. It's crazy. But, people aren't listening to them anymore. There's too many people out there of influence that are talking about what Ron DeSantis did. And if they're not, uh, they don't have a big audience because people are aware now. And, this is how I frame it. Because somebody asked me this, it sounds like you just don't like Jewish people. And I'm like, well, I'm Greek Orthodox. My great aunt was Jewish. My cousin is Jewish. Another aunt by marriage is Jewish. I don't have anything about the Jewish people. I don't like the government. And well, yeah, but what about China? Yeah, the CCP does give money. Yeah, they're involved in our elections and they give money, but nobody has the influence that the Zionists have created. I mean, since what, John Kennedy?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just pathetic. Yeah, and it's pathetic, and the people don't know the history, but they're waking up. And I'll tell you what else is going on. Okeechobee. We did, and we had him all set to go, and then he got frightened. He didn't want to come, and I was going to have him come at the library because the minute you say something, they're like, "Well, you're being you're anti-Semite," and I correct it, and I say, "No, I'm antiseptic." And then I go, "Well, what about China?" You have to. It's sad, but some people are never going to understand, and they're just they bought into that whole MAGA thing, and I just think what Trump is doing, it's a disgrace. Every day he says something you just want to cringe. I don't know what happened to him, but during the inauguration, when I saw the shit show that was, Marianne Adelson sitting next to Newt Gingrich and all the technocrats and corporatists, and then he didn't put his hand on the Bible. I was like, what? So let me tell you the excuse now that's being told. The reason he didn't put his hand on the Bible, because he didn't have to, because he was already the president. That's the crazy MAGA people, or what's left of them,
Cynthia,
I should say.
what people around you in Florida think of this war? What do they think of Iran and Iranian? Do they still think that Iran is a terrorist country and all Iranians are terrorists, or do they still think that there is a nuclear weapon is somewhere there and American are going to go get the nukes and all of that? What do people that you talk to or socialize with think of Iran and this war?
In my world, everybody knows we don't have a problem with Iran. Everything you said, that people just don't believe that. They're educated. But there are a lot of people that do, and I would say down in Palm Beach County, they think that way. They're just stuck. The narrative has always, after 9/11, here was the narrative: Muslims bad, Jews good, and that's how it stuck. I mean, it's pathetic. You can't tell people, and I have a mosque here. It's not a very big mosque. I mean, you would probably never know it was there. It was down a side street. We're going into a residential neighborhood. And this family came in from Beirut, and they built this kind of gas station, Middle East food, like a bakery and other Middle East products. And I'm Greek, so it was lucky for me because I had a long plate ride to go to get some Greek cheese. So I became really friendly with them, and we had many discussions. He voted for Ron Paul, but people, I wouldn't say so much in my world, but if I go down to Palm Beach County or some of the group texts that I'm on, yeah, they bought into that whole, Iran's going to kill us. They have a nuclear bomb, and da 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 da, and that whole thing. And they just, I don't know what to say. They're not smart. They don't critically think. Um, I don't know. It's sad, but I will tell you, James Fishback is 31 years old, who's running for governor. The young people that came out and brought their children, babies, it was amazing. And I think the young people really get it. I really do. They don't want to go to war. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I agree with you. Young people will change this world. And I hope that young people in America, especially, rise up to
Yes.
the plate because it
was around. They went to church on Christmas Eve. They went to church on Christmas Day, on Easter. Um, Family's not around. Nobody goes to church. So they've shown their true colors. They're showing us who they really are. Eric Trump is making money on the war. His wife and his brother are bought into Salem Media to control the narrative. They don't give a shit about the American people. It's all about making money. It's disgusting, and I hate to say that, and I'm taking a lot of heat for it. But I'm sorry. I'm with the truth, and I don't believe in killing women and children. And I think, listen, Tucker went over there and he met with some of those people in Gaza, and it was the Palestinians. It was very sad. And people were saying, "Oh, that was a psyop. Oh, that was AI. He's a traitor. He must be getting paid by Qatar." I mean, it was ridiculous. But most of the people don't believe that. They really don't. So I just pray for peace. Really, what are those people going to do? They're going to hate us. This is now how you. I mean, they're not very good diplomats. Somebody gave me the file for the Epstein file, and man, I opened it up today and I read some things, and I was reading the emails, and I was like, wow, it's dirty. It's really dirty. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'll pray
Cynthia,
for
can I
everyone.
ask you something?
Sure.
Sorry, Suleiman. Okay.
Go ahead.
I thought Suleiman was going to jump in. So just a couple of things I want to say, and I want to ask you a question. Or a couple of questions. Were you ever a Trump supporter?
Oh yeah, in 2016 for sure, absolutely.
Did
Yeah,
you
I
vote
fell
for him
for
in
it.
this election?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I did. And
Okay, that's really
I had that really sick feeling when I went to vote. Something was off, and then when he got inaugurated, then I knew I was right because I had already seen Adelson. The wife gave him $250 million.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
that's
did.
really good though that you voted for him, but you've got your wits about you to see what's going on, and it's important. But just a couple of things that Rabbi Shapiro, he's a fraud, Cynthia.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, we did a space with him, Suleiman and I did. And anybody who's listened to our spaces and me knows that I won't have anybody say anything against Judaism. There's
Mm-hmm.
supremacy, yeah, there's Zionist supremacy, but
Yes.
not against the religion. And he was like, "You filthy anti-Semite." This is what he was calling me. He was crazy. He's mental, Cynthia. Do you remember?
Ah,
Yeah,
I know,
he's
and it was
absolutely
so
mental. He's a
strange.
fraud. There
Yeah.
is another rabbi that we did have on our space before. And I can't remember his name, but I'll find him. He's a good guy.
Okay.
And yeah, I think he's from New York. I'm not sure, but he's genuine and he talks about like Zionism and Israel. But that Rabbi Shapiro, he's a complete fraud,
Yeah,
and
and
probably why he backed out.
Corey got in touch with him, and he's half Jewish and half Italian. And then when he said to me, no, he's really nasty, and he wouldn't come, and he was like all like we got all weird. It was like, nah, we better, you know what I mean? I was glad that we pulled out. I thought about having
Yeah,
trying to get Finkelstein. Isn't it Finkelstein? He's not a rabbi,
yeah, yeah,
but the professor from Harvard, right? But I think he'd be
yeah.
pretty hard to get. But we're going to give it a shot because I think people would. And here's the good thing: we have two synagogues. They're not large. One is right behind the library. The other one, and they're two different. I don't know. I don't know why they're two. One is maybe Orthodox. I'm not sure, but one is different. There's not a big Jewish community in Martin County. There is in Palm Beach County. But I thought it would be interesting to bring Finkelstein in anyway because people have been sold. Iran is bad. They're going to bomb. They have the nuclear, but nobody says about Israel has a nuclear bomb. But that's okay. I just, the common sense is not there. What can I tell you?
I've tried to find the name of that rabbi, and I'll let you have it.
Thank you.
Suleiman has interviewed him a couple of times. He's a good guy. And we had him on Spaces as well. But also, when people say to you about China or any other country, you just need to say that, China never really hit your Twin Towers, and America's never gone to war for China. American taxpayers' money doesn't go to China,
Mm-hmm.
it goes to Israel. So it's what goes out of America. Everyone's got
Mm-hmm.
influence. Every country will have some influence on some level in a nation. But like in London, we have a police force for London, which is called the Metropolitan Police Force, and we've got the ambulance service and hospitals. But then we have a small Jewish community. Well, I say small, but they say small everywhere, but then they seem to take up a lot of land in North
Uh-huh.
London. The government gives them taxpayers' money to have their own police force. We pay for their personal police force. Then they have their personal ambulances, which we pay for. Then they have their own maternity wards in hospitals, which only they can go to. And so if somebody else
Are
was
they
having a
ascetic?
child, they could not go to those maternity
Oh
wards.
my
It,
goodness.
this is in London right here. So when you talk about their police force, this they get this privilege everywhere.
Are they acidic? The
Um,
Orthodox, with the hair,
a
the
lot of them
curls.
are, but there's a lot of Zionists mixed in with them as well. Yeah.
Really, I'm surprised. Yeah, these are acidic Jews. I think they're coming from New York, from Brooklyn. See, New Jersey, they spread to New Jersey. They have spread to the Hudson River Valley. It's like a cult now. Really, it's a cult. And you're right, they have special privileges. Matter of fact, there was a documentary that this guy did in Lakewood, New Jersey, and he was asking them, like, what do you do for a living? And they don't work. So they're getting a handout. They're collecting welfare and they're having 9 children. I don't know. It's crazy. It's really crazy. They're really, there's a documentary, and I don't know if they cover the Zionists or the ascetic Jews, but it's called "Religion is a Business." And I listened to the guy who was being interviewed by Tucker, and I'm going to watch that documentary because he talks about different religions and how they're taking over and they're buying up all the land, so forth and so on. And I mean, that's happening. It is. So I don't know. It's sad. It really is sad. And the people who are living in Palm Beach, they're very wealthy, and they really don't even probably go to the synagogue. They're just obnoxious. It's all about money, uh, power, and their greed. It's very sad, really.
Keep doing what you're doing, though, Cynthia. I think it's really important. I mean, the Orthodox Jewish community in London have been very pro-Palestine.
Really.
Um, yeah. But the Zionist Jews, I mean, we've got people who work in our health service here who've gone out and killed people in Gaza. They volunteered
Oh
for the
my
IDF.
God.
Yeah, London's full of people that volunteered. I could walk down the street tomorrow and probably walk past people who volunteered in the IDF. We've got people in the police force who went and volunteered for the IDF. You never know who they are, but they're the Zionists. But then the real Orthodox Jewish community, they don't support this at all. But then, they're sidelined by their own community because they don't follow the narrative, sadly. But you just keep doing what you're doing politically. It's not about religion, it's about the politics, because what
Yes, it
Israel
is.
does is it weaponizes Judaism. And that's why as soon as you speak up against Israel, they kind of claim that you're anti-Semitic, but it's not. You're talking about a country and its politics. So
Hmm.
keep doing what you're doing and keep focusing on the politics because it's
I
really
will.
important.
So just so you know, we have 37 states wrote an anti-Semitism bill. This all happened in 2020. And don't you have to wonder why? What were they expecting? Did they know that Trump was, going to be the president and he would take us to war? And I'm just, to me, like we never heard a thing about it in 16, those 4 years. It wasn't until 2020. So, matter of fact, I think it's 38 now because Missouri passed one the other day. And let me tell you something, they're coming after our speech. That's for sure. We already have comments, and the ADL has made comments that they're going to monitor everything that we do and our speech. It's pathetic. But I think will there be a civil war in the United States? No. The people are too lazy. They're just too lazy, and a lot of people don't pay attention.
Didn't one of the women in America get imprisoned just recently because
Yeah, in
she said
Miami.
something about Netanyahu online?
Yes, that was in Miami. It was a student. Yeah. Yep. And one of the candidates, his name is Jay Collins. He's the lieutenant governor under DeSantis. He went down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss Netanyahu's ring. Then he was on his way back to North Florida and stopped and did a podcast. And he said, "Well, we're going to have to do something about this hateful language." Really, really. And he's running for governor. And I on my flyer when James Fishback came, we had a table set up, and I made a flyer, and on it I had the First Amendment to the Constitution, for free speech, and in the corner I had way back when. They didn't. So they can't go after our speech, but they're going to try. They're going to try, and that what happened down there in Miami was a warning. Was a warning because, like you said, APAC owns all the politicians except for a few. But there are a few. There are a lot of politicians right now that are running, new ones that have taken no money from APAC, and they're talking truth to power, which is really good because it's getting out there and people are aware that there's a problem. I mean, I have people call me and go, I didn't know anything about APAC. And now their eyes are widening open and they're starting to realize it, because, but if you're sitting there, on the couch and you're watching Fox and Frauds, I call it Fox and Frauds. I mean, those people are never going to wake up. They're just not. They've been sold that narrative since 9/11. It's sad.
Yeah, that is sad. I was shocked to hear about that girl or read about her. She cracked some joke about, Netanyahu should die soon or something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that was crazy.
Well, that's Miami Beach. Miami Beach is just, I mean, could you imagine, think about this. You're living in a little town in a county like Palm Beach County, but there's a little town there. And you find out that your town just bought, 32 million in bonds from Israel. What? Just, you can't make this stuff up. And now people are starting to say, well, wait, why? But we're never going to change the minds down there because the people who live south of here, it's changed so much. Peter Thiel from Palantir moved his offices now to Miami Beach, and I can't even describe what it's like there. I think there were many photos of Netanyahu son living in a condo on the ocean. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he does live down there.
Yeah. I mean, I think Netanyahu is one of the. I mean, he's a war criminal. I was proud of what is it? The Spain. What is his name? And Trump went after him. Went after him. I know.
Pedro Sanchez, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Trump is showing his true colors, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, you keep telling everybody you're not a Christian, so did you convert to Judaism? I don't know. But I did read today, I got the files through my neighbor across the street who are young, just had a baby. She's from Kentucky, and they love Thomas Massey, and Thomas Massey is one of a few that didn't take money from APAC. And I guess he does some kind of work in tech, and he sent me the Epstein files. I was shocked. I mean, Trump is in there. I mean, I'm reading, and somebody's writing to Jeffrey saying, how's our boy Donnie doing? Did you get the pictures from Putin? Does Donnie know that you're going to get the pictures? I mean, it just goes. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't. And it's a shame. But I think people are going to wake up when the economy gets really shitty, and it's starting to get shitty here. I mean, we're starting to feel it pretty bad. And I think that's going to change a lot. When the gas prices go up and food costs go up and produce goes up, and when you promised you were going to fix the economy, and all you've done is he actually has done nothing to fix the economy. He's only taken us to war. That's all he's doing. He's not doing anything to fix the economy. He's all talk and no action. So there you go. It's all one big lie.
Do you think people really still care genuinely about the Epstein file, Cynthia, in America, or are they just over it? They just accepted he's in it and they're over it?
I think that some of them are no, I think some people really don't know. And the people that do know are just so frustrated that they've given up. That's what I think. Because, I don't know how long it would take me to go through those files, but there's a lot of files there. I mean, you're going through them. I saw that Ian Carroll made a comment because he hasn't been around, and he said he needed a break, but he's coming back. And he also created an app or something where you can go in and, read the Epstein files. And I think because of Marjorie.
Loads of people have, Cynthia. There's a couple of even good ones out there
Really?
other than that. Yeah.
It has all the files. But, I mean, they're, what I'm saying? I mean, it's disgusting. Hollywood is disgusting. The whole thing is satanic. It is. And they're perverts. Dan Bongino lives in my county. He is the biggest grifter of them all. I can tell you that because he wrote a book, and I got the call and said, "Oh, Dan would like to come by." I didn't know who he was. Would like to come by and talk about his book, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" So I invited him to speak, and my partner, who's a very gentle man, very wonderful person, said, "Whatever you do, don't have him again." You talk about a grifter. He didn't have a lot of money. He put his finger to the wind and said, "Let me go to Stuart, Florida." After he had been to 3 other places, and he tried to run for office and he lost in all those other places. So then he came to Martin County and COVID came. And he was bragging. He had some radio show. He was bragging and everything on the show. And, you better get your shots. Well, don't you know, he got cancer. Big time cancer. And then he was yelling into the microphone about, he should have never taken the shots and all that bullshit. The stupid Republican Party paid him $10,000 to speak. He bought a house on the water up the road from me, built a studio, and then decided he was threatened. So he moved out by the ocean to a high-end place and lives out there. And the Lincoln Day dinner last month had him speak again. But guess what? A lot of these people showed up from up north, and they went to the Lincoln Day dinner, and they called him a pedo protector, and they were yelling at him. So he's embarrassed. But he's not embarrassed enough. But he showed up in the Epstein files. His name is in there. I was reading some of the emails today. I mean, there's so many grifters out there. I noticed that in 2016 when Trump won. All of a sudden, these people showed up. I never heard of them, and I've been in Florida a long time, and I've been in politics a long time, and an activist with the Tea Party. And I'm just like, who the hell are these people? Then you find out, like, oh, this person that's going out on the stage, she's a porn star from Montana. I mean, you just can't make this up. And, we'll have a lot of grifters around Trump, and they're still around. and it's just like one big show, and it's pretty disgusting, to be honest with you. I think it's disgusting anyway. You know, I just don't see any humanity in any of those people that are surrounding him. Marco Rubio was paid off by Elliott Corp, which is Paul Singer, pro LGBTQ, whatever, um, big money to Israel, the whole thing. I mean, that's who
Isn't that Paul
Marco took
Singer
his
who
money from.
got into Venezuela as well, Cynthia?
It might be. It's Elliott Corp. It's a big hedge fund.
Yeah,
Elliott Corp. Yeah, I think it might be
yeah.
right.
That's the
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He moved Elliott Corp to West Palm Beach, right across from Trump. Yeah, all those people have moved down here.
What was he paid off for?
You mean for Rubio? He was his big donor when
Yeah, Paul
Rubio got
Singer.
started. Paul Singer, yeah. And I used to, we didn't support Rubio, and we came against him. So somebody who works for him, I decided, like, I don't know, the last election, whenever Rubio ran for the Senate again, I gave him a call, and he's like, okay, you like him now? Because, he did this, the Gang of Eight with McCain, where they wanted to open up the borders. And, got to remember, it's not just about immigration. It was about opening up the border from Mexico to the United States and to open the northern border. Okay? They wanted to create a North American Union. That's what that was about. Not only that, but they wanted to build a super highway coming out of Mexico through Texas and run the highway from west to east, and it would end up in Florida. All right? And anyway, we in Texas stopped it because of the property rights, and we just pounded Rick Scott on it. So we were able to defeat it. And we didn't, but that was the plan. And that was, that started under Bush. So it's
And also jump in on that. Trump made NAFTA. He took it on steroids with that USMCA, which is all part of that, which is another reason why he is so freaking evil.
Isn't he? It's terrible. Yep. And yeah, I saw today there was somebody did a video down at the border, and they were just showing the border was wide open, whatever. It's bad. It's really bad. Yep. I think the people around him, look who I can't. I asked somebody the other day, where's Peter Navarro? Remember him? Didn't he write books about China? Like, he's the only one that doesn't say anything. He went to prison in 2020, I think it was. Well, he's working in the administration again. But Trump brought he brought in all his, Jewish friends from New York. I mean, there's a video out there of a newscaster visiting Trump in his office in New York. And he's asking him, who are all these pictures of these men? And he says, oh, those are all my Jewish friends and my bankers. Well, that's who bailed him out when he went bankrupt. You got to connect the dots. He's a good showman. I have to say, he's a very good showman. He's a good salesman. He sold everybody in 2016 for sure. Absolutely. I mean, people were convinced, this is the man. He's going to save us from globalization and from all of it. And look where we are now. And those people, matter of fact, they're very bitter. They have. I don't mean bitter. They're stubborn. They're not going to admit they're wrong. What's left of MAGA now are people who. It's like a cult. That would be the best way to describe it. A cult. I mean, his poll numbers were in the 30s in some of these polls. And I just think it's getting worse every day. I do. And when the Democrats win the House, they're going to go in and they're going to try to impeach him. And then what? Think of that. We get J.D. Vance. I don't know what to say. Very disappointed. I was hoping that the states would rise up and say enough is enough. And I didn't have a chance to talk to Mr. Fishback, but I will. And I didn't want to load him down with information. But back in the day, when the Tea Party was around, we were trying to build compacts with other states to create health care so we wouldn't have to, use the Obamacare. And we thought that was a good way to get out of the federal government, but we couldn't get it together. And I was thinking that might be something that might be able to happen this time around. If he's not going to, he's saying he's going to get, BlackRock, Blackstone are not going to be doing what they've done to Florida anymore. Private equity, he's going to try to shut that down. And I think that maybe that's a good way. I would say, is it a move to secede from the union, from the federal government? Could be, but I don't think we're going to get there. But I think this would be the close enough to do it. Why not have compacts with other states where we could buy their health care, we could do other things, and not have to rely on the federal government would be, I think, much better. And I'll give you an example. Everything you go to do now in the state house, they're getting leaned on from the feds, and now the state house is leaning on the local. They took our local control away and they gave it to the developers. That's what's happened in Florida. So it's not just Jewish supremacy, we also have Mormon supremacy now. We have some of the biggest landowners now are the Mormons, and they're going to build a mega city. And isn't it odd that right up the road from me, south of me, in the same county, is Jupiter Island, where Mark Levin, the evil one, has a house on the ocean, and 2 doors down from him is Glenn Beck, who's crying about Israel. And I'm like, you can't make this stuff up. You just can't. I don't know.
I read people saying, Cynthia, that the Mormons were involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination as well. That they are like Zionists. They are.
Yes. Hmm. Don't you? Well, maybe you don't. You didn't remember because you're overseas. He had a TV show, okay, and then it was on Fox, and he was going to Israel. He took it on the road or something. I can't remember, but he was going to Israel, and for some reason there was a lot of reluctance coming from Israel. I think we found out later that he wanted to also be a dual citizen, and he went to Israel and gave the speech near, I don't know, near the wall, whatever. And yeah, he's all in on it. The Mormons are all into the Zionism. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out about the Mormons. They tried to hide it, and I think that this time they're not going to be able to. And Mitt Romney was part of that also. It's crazy. It really is. But I think people are waking up, and we're just going to have to take one day at a time, and we have to resist. You just have to resist, and you have to do the right thing and keep praying. That's what I do. I mean, I got a little scared yesterday because I was listening to somebody describe what the 2030 would be like. And, I'm living very frugally. I still have a home. I lost my husband 13 years ago, and I miss him like there's no tomorrow, but I've managed to stay alive. And I have some friends that help out. And I thought, well, what will I do? I guess I'll just go out, buy some extra food, and hopefully we'll still have water. And, if we get Mr. Fish back in, that would be good. And, he's a Catholic. And that came up the other night at the event. Somebody asked a question, what did you think about what Trump said about the Pope to Fishback? And he just said, I thought it was uncalled for. It just is. Like, I don't think anybody would. I mean, he just says the most ridiculous. He's very rude, and I don't think there's a lot of humanity there. I think if there was, it's gone now. I mean, now the excuse is that he has Alzheimer's. And this is the beginning stage of Alzheimer's. And really, what he's doing, he doesn't really mean it. I don't know. It's crazy. But I
Can
feel
I jump
sorry
in
for the
quick?
Iranians.
Yes. I'm a huge fan of Fishback, Cynthia, and I'm glad you got to go to one of his events. It's
Oh, good.
it's great that you have a candidate in your state that's actually has a chance to really push the movement further. We need more candidates like Fishback. I wish there was someone like him in my state of Illinois. Unfortunately, we have JB Pritzker, who's obviously not going to do anything to help our cause. He's basically a Democrat version of Trump in terms of Zionism. He's obviously bought out by and sold by AIPAC, just like and all of the politicians in our state. So that's not going to help
Hmm.
anything. But yeah, I voted for Trump, unfortunately, and he completely sold us out. And and whether Trump has dementia or not, that's not an excuse for having no humanity or not. And his supporters are still acting like he's completely mentally sharp, which is even more concerning. We called out Biden when was going downhill, and we're calling out Trump when he's going downhill. As Americans, it's our duty to call balls and strikes and hold our leaders accountable, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're not part of some political cult. We don't worship a politician. We worship God. We support our country. We're not in a cult where this isn't red team, blue team. This is America. This is about God. This is not about worshiping a man who blasphemes Jesus Christ and who has gone off the deep end and who is endangering lives in the global economy and who thinks it's okay to kill girls in a school and then blame it on Iran, which was absolutely deplorable.
Yeah. Hmm. I agree. Yeah. I wish there were more people, in other states. Um, I don't know. I wish more people would listen to these spaces. I keep telling
Have you
people
been
to.
talking to
Now,
like people more your age about Fishback because he's winning with the youth vote, but he's been struggling with older voters? So have you been reaching out to people in your age
well,
bracket
yeah,
about him?
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I've been trying. Yeah. But there's like so many of them, they're stuck with Trump. They've got, they're just stupid. And we're, maybe we converted some the other night. Okay. We had some people come in, we converted them. And I don't know why they're that way. I really don't, because I don't understand what happened to the Ron Paul supporters. I mean, Ron Paul's 90 years old now. So his supporters have to be what, in their 50s and 60s? I would say maybe 40s, all the way up. So Ron Paul supporters are not going to support Trump. So, but they've disappeared. The whole libertarian thing is gone. That's gone. I don't know. I think it's a cult. I really do. But I will tell you, there are no Trump flags. There are no red hats. There are no bumper stickers. You would never know Trump was the president. I mean, they're
Exactly.
gone.
Exactly. I remember when he was running, he dominated. He won Florida by a historic landslide. He had all those boat parades and car parades, and all that
Mm-hmm.
energy's
Mm-hmm.
gone because he
All of
betrayed his
it.
voters.
Yep. Yep. There's one organization. There's two of them. One is called Club 47, which is run by this couple called the Snowdens. They live in Boca. And they're, I don't know, maybe they're in their 80s, and they have all the stars come and speak and all that shit, and then they go to Mar-a-Lago. They're just so stupid. I can't even tell you how stupid they are. And then we have this other thing, the Trumpsters, and they just have a party. They go to this big gigantic evangelical church that has a bowling alley in it, and and then they wear skimpy clothes and they go in to the tiki bar and they drink. That's what's left. That's exactly what's left. There, I don't see too many people from Miami. That Miami's really changed. And matter of fact, I had my taxes done today, and the guy in there was from Cuba, and he's all excited because he wants Trump to go into Cuba. And I said, well, how many people do you think are going to leave Miami? He said, many will go back to Cuba. So they're still with it with Trump as far as the Cubans are concerned in Miami because they want him to go into Cuba. And that's all because of Marco Rubio. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of just people are stubborn. They don't want to listen. I admit I'm wrong about a lot of things. I mean, nobody's perfect. And I bought into it, sadly. But there were things along the way that never sat well with me. But I just knew something was wrong. Just a little bit and feel it. And I don't know. Maybe that whole thing when he was, almost got killed. Maybe that was. I don't know. Maybe they did that on purpose. I don't know. You can't trust the government. That's for sure. Look at all the stuff that's come out now. You were talking about John Kennedy, right? With AIPAC, didn't he want to register them as a foreign agent? And now we think that the Israelis had something to do with killing JFK. That seems to be going around, and nobody. And the other thing about that is that he never released any of the files. Look at what he said about the Epstein files. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yep. So
Kennedy was the last president to ask the Israelis to have inspectors on the nuclear facilities.
really,
Yes, he was the last president to demand it. Ever since he got assassinated, not one of them have ever mentioned
That's
it.
correct.
wow, I didn't know that part. So, what do you think Bobby Kennedy is thinking to himself? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, apparently, he promised Bobby Kennedy he was going to release those files. And he really didn't release them. He didn't release all of them. He didn't release Bobby Kennedy's father's files.
Compromised, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, do you know who Jack Maxey is? Does that name ring a bell? Anybody?
It doesn't, unfortunately, but it's been amazing hearing what you're saying and keep on talking because it's so nice to get your perspective. I lived in America as a kid in the 80s and grown up in the 90s. Amazing folk, but the political system is so corrupt. It's amazing. But please keep on talking. I'll
Oh,
love
okay.
what you're saying.
I'll tell
It's
you a little
amazing.
story. So, Steve Bannon had a show. I guess still has a show called The War Room, and he had this guy on it, Jack Maxey, and he like worked there, and he would do research and stuff like that. And the laptop came about, and Rudy Giuliani and Bernie Cleric, who was a good man, Bernie Cleric, worked under Rudy Giuliani when he was the mayor. They drove down to Delaware to get the laptop or to give the laptop. I can Oh, I know, to give the laptop to the state police. Okay, and I don't know if I don't think they wanted it, and it turned into this big thing. Anyway, so there was bad blood. Steve Bannon is not a nice person. I'll just say that politely. And Jack is. So Jack left, and Steve, owed him a lot of money. Jack also lived in Florida. He was in the Navy. He went to the Naval Academy. He graduated from Yale. He also worked in finance, married, 2 children, divorced. A very nice man. He has the laptop. He took the laptop to Switzerland, and he had like some young people with him, and they were able to recover all of the images and the data on the laptop. Okay, and the stuff that they were seeing was very unpleasant, and he was trying to find somebody in law enforcement in the states that would go and look what was on the laptop with them, because it was so much pornography there that it was very bad. So anyway, he couldn't get that done. He came back here and he walked the laptop into the Capitol and gave one to Senator Grassley, and one to Matt Gaetz. Each one of them went to the floor of Congress, floor of the Senate, and the floor of the House of Representatives, and they put the laptop into evidence. Okay, put it on the floor. Then he went and gave it to the Washington Post, the Washington Examiner, or whatever, CNN, whatever. Nothing ever happened. But so I had him come and speak. And boy, I mean, the stuff that was on that laptop was amazing. You know, all of the shenanigans going on with Ukraine, Burisma, this company. There's a lot of stuff like that. Images not good. But a couple of weeks ago, I spoke to him, and I had forgotten this, and he reminded me of it, that the Bidens were completely compromised by the Mossad. They were afraid, very afraid, which was very interesting. And that's all on the laptop. So it just shows the corruption in America. I mean, you know, you've got a sitting president who is compromised by the Mossad, liked little children. There was, you know, it's just disgusting. And now his son has emigrated to Europe, and has gotten out of the United States because he owes all this money to his attorneys, Hunter. Yep. So I don't know, you know, I have this knack. My husband would say, "You have this, how come you always have these people, like, you get to know these people?" I said, "I don't know. I just am at the right place at the right time, you know?" And a lot of people just they don't know. I mean, you know, you got, I don't know what to say. It's just crazy. It's crazy. But you have to keep fighting. You have to keep telling the truth. And I took a lot of heat for having James Fish back here. You know, they came out of the woodwork, the spies, I call them, from the churches, because, you know, they're evangelicals. And so everybody's anti-Semite. And he's not an anti-Semite. He's telling the audience, you know, I work for, I'm going to work for you, for Floridians. I'm not going to work for Israel. You know what I mean? Like, how is that being anti-Semitic? It's just disgusting. And I think people are starting to get it. But you're right. There is a big grift between the older and the young. And I think if Charlie Kirk didn't die, I think we still probably, you would not have seen that many young people come out. But everybody knows about Charlie's death. I don't know if you saw it today, but on X there was another young kid out of some whatever state. He was disbanding the Turning Point organization that he had, and he wrote this letter. He had the receipts of how he was treated. Turning Point's going to go away. And then today they reported they had Charlie Kirk. Pardon?
Sorry. I was going to say, you said that, like, it was only the older generation about Ron Paul.
Oh
God,
yeah,
Ron Paul. Sorry. Have you ever heard of Scott Horton? Suleiman had him on the space.
Oh really?
Look him up.
Oh,
he's amazing. He actually has the so bad of names.
Wait.
He's
Scott
named
Martin?
an institute after him, Ron Paul.
Really?
Yeah, he's named an institute after him. And then there's another guy called Dave Smith.
Oh, I know.
Those two guys, you really need to.
I know Dave Smith, but I didn't know Scott Martin. Oh, that's interesting.
Scott Horton, he's you're going to love this guy, and he will come to your talks.
Oh, good.
And he has the Ron Paul Institute.
Oh, wow, nice.
So, and he's a younger generation, so he's getting to the younger people.
Good.
You know, so there's hope. There is hope. But hearing you, as I say, keep on talking. But just to let you know, there's hope out there, and keep on talking, because it's just fascinating to hear your experiences and what's going on, and that people like you are enlightened and out there fighting the good fight.
I'm just,
so sorry.
I'm just trying. You know, I'm trying. Are you Irish or English?
I'm Irish. I lived in Scotland, so my accents are a wee bit mixed up. because I spent a lot of time I spent 30 years in the UK, so my accent
So
is a
what's
bit
going?
mixed, but definitely 100%
Ireland
Irish.
ready to fight off the globalists, or what's going on over there? I hear you.
Well, it's the thing is, I mean, I left Ireland in the 80s because there was nothing. We were told in school, get out of the country, there's nothing here. I got 4 sisters and 3 brothers. Only one of them stayed in the country the whole time. The rest of us emigrated. I've actually come back now. And we're very proud of being neutral. And when they had the Maastricht Treaty in the EU, we voted no until they put a provision for neutrality, because they saw in the treaty it could affect neutrality. So this thing called a triple lock. Now, unfortunately, there's a government in place now that's trying to get rid of the triple lock to get us involved in NATO, which I'm 100% against. And many of the Irish people are. And they're waking up going, no, we want to stay neutral. We're best served to be neutral. We're the only European country that's never been a colonizer, you know, and we know what it's like to be oppressed.
Right.
You know, my dad was born in 1916. You know, and a thing about the excuse of being, he's got dementia, Alzheimer's. My father, God rest his soul, he had Alzheimer's, and it didn't turn him into a Nazi or a nasty person. And my mom had dementia, so that's a pathetic excuse to use those
Exactly.
things. I'm sorry, but it really
It
is.
is. So in Ireland, I mean, I've heard. I forgot who it is. I always hear once in a while from the parliament. Is it the parliament? Speak out against. True.
Yeah, it's the Dáil, which is the Irish equivalent of the Parliament.
Okay.
I mean, we have a president, which is just head of state, but then we've got the Taoiseach, which is basically like the prime minister or the president, and they run the government. So that's in the Dáil.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very vocal, but unfortunately, being Ireland, I say, being in the EU, it's chalk and cheese. The economy's doing good. The standard of living is, I mean, chalk and cheese from when I left it in the 80s, when I've come back now. But there's a lot of tech money in Ireland, pharmaceuticals, so they're getting strong armed by the Zionists.
Okay.
I mean, they do speak out against the apartheid state Israel, but there's a lot of pressure. But the big thing here is, and the media I've noticed is trying to demonize Muslims and Iran, and trying to push us towards NATO, which is nobody in Ireland wants that. So there is a fight on that going on. And we're not being overrun with Muslims. That's all total BS.
Right.
You know,
Well,
there's that
that's
narrative
that
going
Tommy
out there I've seen
Robinson.
online.
Tommy Robinson beat.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's just a lie,
Yeah.
a total lie. And there's paid people to spread this misinformation and not telling the truth. There's a big shift on the narrative to support this war against Iran, with total lies saying, oh, they've killed all of these American troops in Iraq. That wasn't the case. Scott Horton did a great piece about it, where it was actually the Libyans that did it. And then George Bush had a massive big, he was doing a massive big press release saying this is the evidence that Iran's been doing these IEDs. And then the journalist before it started going, this is from the UAE. And the components we had could have been sourced to anywhere. And there's people in the military that says, well, we found the factories, a rudimental, I mean, they're not complicated to make. Where they're trying to push to the fact that it was a specialist type of weapon and they only can get the parts from Iran. And it was like, no, these parts you got here are from the UAE. And then he had to cancel the press conference, and then he did another one later on. Look it up. But yeah, Scott Horton goes into it. So they try to blame the Iranians for the IEDs, but it wasn't them at all. I mean, the Iranians stopped ISIS from taking over Iraq, you know, and it's mixing
Well,
up
don't you think?
Wahhabism, which is, sorry,
No,
go
I
on.
just have a question. So I just want as a way to look at it. I mean, if we weren't meddling in all the time on, how do we expect the? Just saying. I was living in, in Pac. I wouldn't be cheering for the or Iraq. Okay, why don't we just stay out of this? Okay, that's what I don't understand. So no wonder, they end up they're leaving to go to Ireland or England or wherever because there's always some kind of friction or some kind of war going on, and we're always involved in it. That's my take. I could be wrong.
America is a war economy.
Yep.
Amer- America is a war economy, and that's the problem. Ever since Vietnam, years prior, they could never win the war, and the Pentagon Papers proved that.
Yeah.
That's when you used to still have real journalists in America. That the only reason they kept it going because it made good money, and that's what they do. Unfortunately, the powers that be, not the people, and the people, the American citizens, get the bad rap. Where the amazing people, as I say, New Jersey as a kid, growing up in California, so I got to see both east and west side of the
Right.
country, and phenomenal.
Yeah.
But it's a war economy, and that's the only way. And it's all about making money. End of the
It
day,
started
it's a racket.
on the floor of Congress saying they went down to got on Prince Philip's boat and signed the Earth Charter. And that's when Agenda 21 was written by the UN. And that was the beginning of it because they wanted to interject it in every state, every local, which is what they did. And I mean, it's everywhere. It's everywhere in the world. People probably don't even know it. They call it the new urbanism now. They've always got to change the name, but I don't know. I just think it's a mess, and I don't. This is not. I grew up in New Jersey, at the Jersey Shore. My father was a historian and used to take me around to all of the historical sites where George Washington and the whole nine yards, the Battle of Monmouth, and I
Yep.
love all that. I named my dog Andrew Jackson. My new dog is named Patrick Henry. I mean, I love it, but we are so far from that. I mean, we don't have America anymore. And then Clinton started with started with George Bush again, George H. Bush, then Clinton. The outsourcing. We don't build anything. We don't make anything. It's disgusting. And didn't Trump come in and say he was going to do that? We were going to bring a wall and all this stuff. We haven't brought anything back. It's a big joke. So into this big tech, it's all about that now. It's not about what really America should be about. It's gone, and I don't think it's coming back. To be quite honest with you, and I don't like it, and I don't want to participate in it. I don't know how. I mean, I don't participate in a lot of it, but I mean, I kind of don't want to move. This year I've never been sick, and I got sick. I had some weirdo infection in my back, and I realized, wow, I've been here a long time, and people really do care about you, and they came out for me, and that was really made me think about not moving because when it's really small, you don't know anybody. And at least here I know people, and they're like me. Can't go back up to the Northeast. That's gone. Northeast is dead. It's gone.
Hey, Cynthia, I don't know if it's me, but you're rubber banding really badly.
Oh, how about now?
Go ahead. I can't. Go ahead. Can you talk here?
How about now?
Yeah,
I
that's
walked
better.
around a little bit.
Oh,
Okay, I
yeah, but
walked around.
you cut out. I don't know if it's just me, but about half of
No,
the
she did.
last you said.
She was.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna get something to drink, and then I'm gonna go sit at my desk, and then I won't be moving around. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, Cynthia. Guys, what was I gonna say?
do me a favor.
Can you talk here?
Oops, sorry. Trying to pin the trying to pin the thing so you heard yourself there, Andrew. I was going on the YouTube there and trying to pin the message that I put on there. Okay, guys, great conversation between Cynthia and Dara for sure. Andrew, was there anything you wanted to add on to that?
You got it right. Nice one, brother.
I'm Irish, bro. I'm Irish. Jokes. Andrew, was there anything you want to add on to the conversation?
Yeah, no, nothing to add on it, but agreed. Daro and Cynthia had a great conversation going there. And as always, Suleiman, we got to keep fighting a good fight. And you heard Cynthia say that. It's true, Suleiman. This is why this space is so critical. The word's getting out. The word's getting out. We're battling the fringes, but we're getting the word out there. So, folks, retweet the space, share it, get those videos and Suleiman's resistance and all of his archives. Share them, share them, share them.
Yeah, appreciate that, Andrew, and everyone do listen to Andrew. Retweet the videos. Make sure you're following the YouTube channel. Make sure you're following the main YouTube channel. Tomorrow we've got some great guests coming on. We have Professor Morandi coming on tomorrow. That's gonna be awesome. That is gonna be fire. So we got Professor Morandi coming on tomorrow. We got Larry Johnson coming on Monday. Pepe Escobar coming on Monday. Matthew Ho on Tuesday. Rathbone on Tuesday. And I'm speaking to a few more people as well. So we got some great interviews lined up this week. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fire. So make sure you're following this channel, which is the Suleiman Ahmed X YouTube channel, but also you're following the Moral Resistance channel. And from next week, we're going to be adding an extra hour on the video stream. So we'll be streaming on video for an hour, giving the news, and then we'll be coming on to the YouTube and onto the X and doing the X space. So that'll be from probably like Tuesday or something. Just need to set up a few more things. What else? That is going to be awesome. So watch out for that. So, we're doing that. And yeah, we've got some great guests coming on. In addition to that, actually, let me tweet this out. Okay, cool. Let me put it in the nest. Cool. Okay, so just to let you know, just so people are aware, tomorrow when we come back, we'll be back at the normal time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern. There will be a video that goes out. It went out today on this channel, which gives an update. And we're going to do the same thing tomorrow as well and try and give everybody daily updates as well about a certain element of everything that's going on. Furthermore, and in addition to that, we what else? Watch the Suleiman Ahmed X channel for an update on what's happening in the war. Cynthia is more than welcome to come on the spaces at any time. Really enjoyed her thoughts, as is everybody else who's come on. We also, what was I gonna say? Yeah, sorry. There's a tweet in the nest. The tweet is the collaboration I did with Rathbone. None of you guys have seen that yet because I did it offline. So what's gonna happen is when we wrap up the space, because we're wrapping up the space, if you can immediately go there and watch it and give that a support, that's on the other channel, so you can watch it and you can follow and subscribe and have your notifications on the second channel, which is called the Moral Resistance. On there, we already have like 2 videos that have done pretty well on there, so it seems like this channel definitely was deboosted or whatever. We also, yeah, so we'll be back there. Now, if there's any breaking news, if the United States of America decides to attack Iran tonight, which I think is possible, I think this weekend is possible, there's just so much movement. And I don't think the movement is just to pressure, because if it's to pressure, you already have the assets there. But right now, even now, I was seeing some C-17, C-5s being airlifted into the Middle East. So frantic escalation happening in the Middle East. I do think something major is coming. And the question mark becomes, when are they going to do it? So I think it's either this weekend or next weekend, but something is going down very, very soon. So based on that, guys, make sure you are following, make sure you are sharing, make sure you're following that channel, because actually make sure you got your notifications on this channel, as well as the X page is what I meant. Make sure you're following the X page and you're following that channel. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, as per normally what we do. So have your notifications on, be ready. We're moving all across that. I'll be chatting to people on there. But yeah, see you guys on there. Much love to every single one. Back 2 p.m. Eastern. Have your notifications on X and YouTube in case we start immediately, because if the war starts, we start.